យើងជាចំនួនថ្មីនៃអ្នកបង្កើតយើងជំរុញឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែមានភាពជឿនលឿនយើងបង្កើតគំនិតថ្មីយើងច្នៃប្រឌិតថ្មីយើងបង្កើតនូវអ្វីដែលធ្វើជីវិតកាន់តែងាយស្រួលយើងហាត់ប្រាណព្រោះសុខភាពជាទ្រព្យមិនអាចកាត់ថ្លៃបានប៉ុន្តែយើងមិនធ្វើតែម្នាក់ឯងនោះទេព្រោះពេលយើងរួបរวมគ្នាយើងធ្វើបានកាន់តែល្អយើងបរិភោគអាហារដែលមានជីវជាតិសម្រាប់រាងកាយពីព្រោះការការពារប្រសើរជាងការព្យាបាលយើងរៀបចំផែនការហិរញ្ញវត្ថុព្រោះការគិតទុកជាមុនធ្វើឲ្យអនាគតមានភាពច្បាស់លាស់យើងធ្វើអំពើល្អដើម្បីឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែបវរយើងបង្កើតក្តីស្រឡាញ់យើងផ្ដល់តម្លៃឲ្យគ្រួសារយើងបង្កើតសុភមង្គលសម្រាប់ជីវិត
មិនថាអ្នកចូលចិត្តហាត់ប្រាណចូលចិត្តស្វែងយល់ពីសុខភាពចង់ដឹងបន្ថែមពីផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងឬជាម្ចាស់បានសន្យារ៉ាប់រងផ្ទាល់កម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទ Call by Prudential មានគ្រប់យ៉ាងសម្រាប់គ្រប់គ្នាមានអារម្មណ៍មិនស្រួលខ្លួនឬក៏ចង់យល់ដឹងពីសុខភាពរបស់អ្នកកាន់តែច្បាស់មកងារ Symptom Checker និង Health Check អាចឆ្លើយតបនឹងសំណួររបស់អ្នកបានចង់ដឹងពីទីតាំងមន្ទីរពេទ្យឬ clinic ផ្សេងៗដែលនៅជិតអ្នកមុខងារ Hospital និង Clinic Locator អាចប្រាប់អ្នកបានភ្លាមស្គាល់ទាំងទីតាំងទាំងលេខទូរស័ព្ទហើយបើចង់ទិញផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងផ្សេងៗលក្ខណៈ Digital POS ក៏មានដែរងាយស្រួលបំផុតការទិញការបង់លុយការទាមទារសំណងគឺសុទ្ធតែអាចធ្វើបានតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី POS ទាំងអស់
កាន់តែងាយស្រួលជាមួយកម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទដៃ AMK Mobile App លោកអ្នកអាចបញ្ចូលលុយទូរស័ព្ទបង់ពីកាយប័ត្រទឹកភ្លើងសម្រាមឬពីកាយប័ត្រផ្សេងព្រមទាំងពេលលុយទៅកាន់សាច់ញាតិនិងដកប្រាក់តាមភ្នាក់ងារ AMK ទូទាំងប្រទេស Download និងចុះឈ្មោះប្រើប្រាស់ឥឡូវនេះសម្រាប់ព័ត៌មានបន្ថែម023
này cũng thấy
cô bông ở đây bàn tang online
cho nên mới cầm tu tôi là hơi mong tới
tôi tạm nghe với những
nè tao Philippines với sữa Mastercard nhưng còn tao bị cho lấy cá phong miệng xem nên lấy code OTP cho nên chỉ ca sẽ
chắc Philippines với sữa Mastercard Apple ban lấy cái nào
nhưng ai tên từ này lừa online với Facebook page nên ca cũng sang lừa online ban chọn tiết rồi Philippines Virtual Mastercard Your World of Possibility.
Chạy tay lại bông. Chạy tay lại chặt tí nữa bông. Chặt cái trên nhung cha lôi đã mẹ.
Trong bao cả này mấy ta mình pay mà nè. Cho nên cái Philip mình sẽ vào cầm bao cả này đó tí cần lại. Để kron tiếp chọc chỉ môi nâng ả tạ sinh nhà bán, RealEstate trong đánh, mình tới cả ai cái xa trán, nâng mình tới cả bạc đồng con, nghi srul rồi hạt toán chật, ai có thể bạc đợt kết lái, bằng cả cạt nịnh mất, nông cá tu tuật tùm này online, nâng sẽ vào cầm xem chỉ trán tiền.
Visa pioneered the electronic payments business more than 60 years ago, envisioning a world in which paying for something could be translated into electrons and photons that move across the globe at the speed of light.
The consumer may access an infinite range of goods and services whenever he chooses, wherever he may be.
Today, there are 3.4 billion Visa credentials around the world, from the largest cities to remote communities across the globe.
គ្រោះថ្នាក់អាចកើតមានចំពោះមនុស្សគ្រប់គ្នាគ្រប់ពេលវេលានិងគ្រប់ទីកន្លែងសូម្បីតែនៅផ្ទះរបស់អ្នកក៏ដោយនៅពេលដែលមានគ្រោះថ្នាក់ណាមួយកើតឡើងវានឹងនាំឲ្យមានផលវិបាកជាច្រើនដែលរំខានដល់អ្នកនិងមនុស្សជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកសូមណែនាំកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រួយអ្នកការពារនិងព្រួយការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃដែលផ្ដល់អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ដូចជាអត្ថប្រយោជន៍សម្រាប់ព្យាបាលប្រចាំថ្ងៃអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលនៅផ្នែកប្រពោធនកម្ម ICU អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលដោយសារជំងឺធ្ងន់ធ្ងរអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការពុលអាហារអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការរលាកធ្ងន់ធ្ងរឬករណីមរណភាពឬពិការភាពទាំងស្រុងនឹងជាអចិន្ត្រៃយ៍បុគ្គលឆ្លាតវៃនឹងជ្រើសយកកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រួយអ្នកការពារនិងព្រួយការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃការពារខ្លួនអ្នកជាមួយកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រួយអ្នកការពារនិងព្រួយការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃឥឡូវនេះតាមរយៈកម្មវិធីផល
សួស្តីបងនេះកាហ្វេបង
សុំ scan QR code ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បានអត់
នេះ
scan បានដែរហ៎
បានតា
រឿងអីថា scan មិនបានជាមួយ Eslida Mobile លោកអ្នកអាច scan QR ភ្លាមទូទាត់ភ្លាមរវាងស្ថាប័នសមាជិកបាគងទាំងអស់
ចុះឥឡូវ scan ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បាននៅ
ទាញយកនិងប្រើប្រាស់ Eslida Mobile ឥឡូវនេះ
Eslida ប្រជាធននាគារដែលលោកអ្នកជឿទុកចិត្ត
លុយទៅឲ្យអ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកមិនគួរពិបាកដូចនេះទេសូមណែនាំ e-money app ផ្ញើលុយកាន់តែងាយស្រួលនិងឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវាបន្ថែមដោយគ្រាន់តែ download e-money app ផ្ញើលុយទៅកាន់អ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់គ្រប់ពេលវេលាគ្មានថ្លៃសេវានិងគ្មានការរអាក់រអួលហើយអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាក៏អាចបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់ក្នុងទូរស័ព្ទដៃរបស់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗdownload e-money app ឥឡូវនេះរួចចាប់ផ្ដើមចែករំលែកក្តីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នក e-money ងាយស្រួលនិងសុវត្ថិភាព
សម្រាប់គោលដៅសន្សំប្រាក់របស់អ្នកកាន់តែឆាប់រហ័សជាមួយនឹងគណនីសន្សំ Gold របស់ធនាគារ Jetra Royal សមតុល្យសាច់ប្រាក់ទាបសម្រាប់បើកគណនីត្រឹមតែ$10ទទួលបានអត្រាការប្រាក់រហូតដល់ 1.50% ក្នុងមួយឆ្នាំអ្នកអាចបើកគណនីរៀលឬដុល្លារទទួលបានការប្រាក់រៀលរាល់ចុងខែឥតគិតកម្រៃសេវាប្រចាំខែនិងអត្ថប្រយោជន៍បន្ថែមជាច្រើនទៀតតោះដាក់ប្រាក់សន្សំឥឡូវនេះ
ជាមួយទស្សនវិស័យដ៏រឹងមាំដើម្បីជួយលើកកម្ពស់បទពិសោធន៍ធនាគារនៅប្រទេសកម្ពុជាធនាគារ PPC Bank បានបើកដំណើរការនៅឆ្នាំ 2008 ជាបទសម្ព័ន្ធមួយនៃក្រុមហ៊ុនហិរញ្ញវត្ថុ JB និង Apro យើងបានអភិវឌ្ឍបច្ចេកវិទ្យាហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយជោគជ័យដើម្បីផ្ដល់ផលិតផលនិងសេវាកម្មកាន់តែប្រសើរដល់ប្រជាជនកម្ពុជាយើងផ្ដល់កម្ចីជាច្រើនប្រភេទដូចជាកម្ចីទិញផ្ទះ កម្ចីកែលម្អគេហដ្ឋានកម្ចីទិញរថយន្តកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មកម្ចីនៃក្តីសុបិនកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មថ្មីគឺឥណទាន300ក្រៅពីផ្ដល់កម្ចីនិងហិរញ្ញប្បទានពាណិជ្ជកម្មយើងក៏ផ្ដល់សេវាកម្មប្រាក់បញ្ញើដូចជាគណនីសន្សំគណនីសន្សំមានកាលកំណត់គណនីសន្សំថេរជាមួយការរស់នៅតាមបែបបទទំនើបលោកអ្នកអាចបំពេញតម្រូវការដោយធ្វើប្រតិបត្តិការធនាគារប្រចាំថ្ងៃចាប់ពីការបង់ថ្លៃទឹកភ្លើងរហូតដល់ការកក់ណាត់ជួបរបស់លោកអ្នកនៅសាខាណាមួយតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី PPC Bank Mobile App របស់យើង PPC Bank Smart Biz ត្រូវបានបង្កើតឡើងដើម្បីជួយសម្រួលដល់ម្ចាស់ក្រុមហ៊ុនក្នុងការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយទទួលបាននូវភាពបត់បែនយ៉ាងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពខ្ពស់និងចំណេញពេលវេលាធនាគារ PPC Bank ផ្ដល់នូវប័ណ្ណឥណពន្ធនិងប័ណ្ណឥណទានដើម្បីឲ្យអតិថិជនទទួលបានបទពិសោធន៍ចាយវាយបែបថ្មីពោរពេញដោយភាពស៊ីវិល័យនិងទទួលបានអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ជាច្រើនដូចជាការបញ្ចុះតម្លៃពិសេសពីបណ្ដាដៃគូសហការរបស់យើងបានបន្ថែមបណ្ដាញសាខាចំនួន2ទៀតនៅក្នុងរាជធានីភ្នំពេញធ្វើឲ្យចំនួនសាខាសរុបទូទាំងប្រទេសកើនដល់23សាខាហើយចំនួនទូម៉ាស៊ីន ATM របស់យើងក៏បានកើនឡើងរហូតដល់65ទីតាំងយើងក៏មានគម្រោងពង្រីកបន្ថែមទៀតដើម្បីកាន់តែផ្ដល់ភាពងាយស្រួលដល់អតិថិជនរបស់យើង
ផ្លេចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យម៉ាក់ឲ្យឈឹងមានអ្នកដូចខ្ញុំអត់ណោះកុំបារម្ភអី PPC Bank Mobile App អាចជួយបានតើអាឡូម៉ាក់កុំផ្ញើទៅឥឡូវហើយតាមសេវាដកប្រាក់ដោយគ្មានកាតណាម៉ាក់អាចបកប្រាក់បានភ្លាមនៅគ្រប់ទូ ATM PPC Bank អូហូលយមែនតើគេ free ថ្លៃសេវាទៀត easy ហើយកាលពីមុនការគ្រប់គ្រងអាជីវកម្មខ្ញុំឡើងលំបាក Smart Biz ជួយដល់ការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុខ្ញុំបានច្រើនមែនទែនអាចទូទាត់ប្រាក់ខែបុគ្គលិករហូតដល់ 1000 គណនីក្នុងមួយលើកវាក៏អាចកំណត់កាលវិភាគទូទាត់ការចំណាយទាំងក្នុងនិងក្រៅស្រុកជាពិសេសឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវារយៈពេល1ឆ្នាំដំបូង Smart Biz ធ្វើឲ្យមុខចំនួនខ្ញុំកាន់តែ easy
អត់យកកាត់មកទៀតអរគ្នាឥឡូវហ្នឹងថាហៅមកដកលុយប៉ុន្តែអត់បានយកកាត់មកទេតែកុំភ័យ PPC Bank គឺគាត់មានមុខងារខាត់លិចខាត់តែអ្នកនរគ្នាអាចដកលុយដុល្លារបានក៏ដូចជាដកលុយខ្មែរក៏បានដែរគ្រាន់តែយកលេខកូដពីលេខទូរស័ព្ទមកទៅដកនៅទូ ATM រួចជាការស្រេចដើម្បីប្រើប្រាស់មុខងារ Quadusk ដែលលោកអ្នកអាចដកប្រាក់បានដោយមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាលោកអ្នកគ្រាន់តែចុចលើពាក្យ Transfer ឬយកពាក្យ Quadusk បន្ទាប់មកវាលេខទូរស័ព្ទរបស់លោកអ្នករួចរើសយកប្រាក់រៀលឬដុល្លាររួចវាបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់រួចជាការស្រេចអាជីវកម្មមែនហ្នឹងហើយកំពុងរៀបចំទៅធនាគារលើស្ទះណាក៏មិនងាយរកកន្លែងចតឡានដែរត្រូវចាប់លេខរងចាំទៀតចាំបាច់ទៅពិបាកធ្វើអីតប្រើប្រាស់ Wing App វិញអ្នកអាចផ្ទេរប្រាក់មក$50,000ក្នុងមួយថ្ងៃដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃ Download Wing App ឥឡូវនេះជាងាយស្រួលកុំអាហារសម្រាប់ពេលដល់រវល់តាម Wing Mall ដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុក Wing Point និងប្រូម៉ូសិនពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ Download Wing App ហើយកុំឥឡូវនេះជាងាយស្រួលកុំអាហារដែលអ្នកចូលចិត្តតាម Wing Mall ដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុក Wing Point និងប្រូម៉ូសិនពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ Download Wing App ហើយកុំឥឡូវនេះ
ទោះបីអ្នកដើរតាមផ្លូវអ្នកជិះកង់អ្នកជិះម៉ូតូអ្នកបើកបររថយន្ត Proof សុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំអាចការពារអ្នកបានគ្រប់ពេលវេលាតោះទិញ Proof សុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំឥឡូវនេះ
ចេញមាននឹងទៅណាទៅយើង
តោះទៅមើលកូននេះ
អូខេ
ឲ្យគ្នាម្នាក់ 36,700 មក
ហើយបើកងផ្ញើលុយបានឆាប់រហ័សនឹងមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវា
ឈប់ចាប់បធនាគារខុសគ្នា
ធនាគារណាក៏អាចផ្ញើបានដែរអត់ចាំលេខគណៈដីផងហ្នឹង
ផ្ញើតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទក៏បាន scan តាម QR code ក៏បាន
ជាមួយបាកងផ្ញើលុយពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះ
ចាស្នាប់ចុះស្នាប់video ទាំងអស់គ្នាហើយនេះគឺជាលេខក្នុងធនាគាររបស់ខ្ញុំហើយនឹងលេខវេលុយណាឲ្យវាតោះដកលុយ
គ្រាន់តែប្រមូលលុយក៏ពិបាកដែរមិនក៏មិនប្រើបាកងទេជាមួយបាកងអតិថិជនអាចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យអ្នកតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទបានមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាដាក់ដឹងដល់ប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះ
អីទិញថៃមួយណា
អូខេពៅ
កុំពិបាកពេកចៅចាយលុយតាមនេះក៏បានដែរ
Scan QR code ជាមួយបាកងដើម្បីទូទាត់ប្រាក់គ្រប់ទីកន្លែងដោយសុវត្ថិភាពដាក់ដឹងដល់ប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះតោះមកមើលលទ្ធផលបូកសរុបការងាររបស់យើងក្នុងអំឡុងពេល20ឆ្នាំចុងក្រោយនេះហេតុនេះយើងជាសត្វមូសត្រូវតែខិតខំឡើងវិញមនុស្សគេងក្នុងមុងកប់វត្ថុដែលអាចដក់ទឹកលុបបំបត្តិភក់ជ្រាំប្រើប្រាស់ថ្នាំបាញ់មូសកម្ចាត់ដង្កូវទឹកហើយឥឡូវចេះគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុទៀតអូយឈឺមិនមកវាយគេចឹងមកណាគេបន្ទាប់ខ្ញុំក៏បានដែរមកទុកចិត្តឲ្យខ្ញុំចាត់ការចុះហើយឃើញមូសខាំមិនមានវាយឲ្យទេគេប្រើប្រាស់កម្មវិធីនេះដើម្បីតាមដានសុខភាពរបស់គេចូលបែរអត់លុយអានេះណាជាកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងមួយសំចាញ់នៅក្នុង Apple ផលិតផលនឹងខំនៅពេលដែលយើងកើតជំងឺគ្រុនឈាមឬគ្រុនចាញ់ជាកញ្ចប់មួយសំចាញ់នៅថ្ងៃនេះ
If you want to stay ahead of the competition, you need the most advanced solutions to transform your comms performance. From media database to social influencers, distribution to monitoring, analytics to insights, Cision's cloud-based tools can help you communicate like never before. As the largest and most trusted press release news source, Cision distribution by PR Newswire is how comms pros for every size business ensure that critical news is being conveyed. Whether through traditional media, trade pubs, or online search, PR Newswire enables you to target the right media influencers and consumers. It's the most trusted tool for targeting journalists, with an exclusive media-only community of over 40,000 monthly members. And with the highest number of monthly unique visitors and referred search traffic, PR Newswire ensures higher search visibility than any other competitor. The business demands are changing for PR and comms professionals at every level. But now you have a partner to keep you ahead of the pack. Cision. Communicate like never before.
ជាមូលីសូមជូនកម្មវិធី2នាទីព្រឹកនេះព័ត៌មានសំខាន់ៗនៅក្នុងថ្ងៃនេះគឺរួមមានបាននៅក្នុងប្រទេសគឺរបស់ភ្លើង
ប
សប្បាយក្នុងដៃអ្នក
សួស្តីអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាបានស្គាល់ពីកម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទផលរបស់ Prudential នៅតោះមកមើលបន្តិចមើលថាតើផលអាចជួយលោកអ្នកយល់ពីរោគសញ្ញាបានដោយរបៀបណាខ្លះផលស្ទើរតែនាំមកនៅមុខងារថ្មីមួយគឺ Symptom Checker ដែលអាចជួយឲ្យលោកអ្នកយល់ពីរោគសញ្ញារបស់ខ្លួនកាន់តែច្បាស់ហើយណែនាំអ្នកទៅកាន់ការថែទាំមួយដែលស័ក្តិសមជាមួយនឹងបច្ចេកវិទ្យា AI ថ្មីលោកអ្នកអាចទទួលបានព័ត៌មានអំពីរោគសញ្ញារបស់អ្នកបានយ៉ាងឆាប់រហ័សជាដំបូងអ្នកអាចបំពេញព័ត៌មានមួយចំនួនអំពីខ្លួនអ្នកផ្ទាល់បន្ទាប់មកគ្រាន់តែប្រាប់ពីរោគសញ្ញាឬអាការៈរបស់អ្នកទៅកាន់មុខងារ Symptom Checker ហើយឆ្លើយនឹងសំណួរផ្សេងៗជាមួយនឹង Chatbot របស់យើងដោយបានឆ្លងកាត់ការត្រួតពិនិត្យពីវិជ្ជបណ្ឌិតនៅកម្ពុជាមុខងារ Symptom Checker នឹងអាចប្រាប់ពីបញ្ហាសុខភាពដែលលោកអ្នកអាចនឹងមានហើយណែនាំអ្នកទៅកាន់ការថែទាំមួយដែលស័ក្តិសមទាញយកផលឥឡូវនេះហើយសាកល្បងប្រើមុខងារ Symptom Checker ដើម្បីទទួលបានព័ត៌មានសុខភាពគ្រប់ពេលវេលា
This is CamTech Summit 2021, powered by Prudential, live in Phnom Penh, Kingdom of Cambodia.
Very good morning to all our digital audience. Welcome to the second day of the CamTech Summit powered by Prudential. My name is Nana, your host for the 5 days of this pioneering hybrid event in the FinTech and technology world here in the Kingdom. Once again, welcome to CamTech Summit 2021. Now, starting this year in partnership with World FinTech Festival, we are championing Cambodia as an incubator for FinTech and technology. Technology serves the underserved and the underbanked, while FinTech has created opportunities for all Cambodians. Powered by our major partner Prudential Life, CamTech Summit 2021 will showcase the innovative FinTech and technology landscape of Cambodia. We would like to thank to the organizers of the whole event, National Bank of Cambodia, Cambodian Association of Finance and Technology, the Association of Bank in Cambodia, and Cambodia Microfinance Association. Microfinance serve people always. Thanks to our silver sponsor, Khmer Enterprise, Inspire, Connect, Transform. AMK Finance at your doorstep. Philip Bank, a member of Philip Capital Group Singapore. Prince Bank, we try harder for you. And Visa, everywhere you want to be. Thanks also to our brand sponsor, Asilida Bank, the bank you can trust, the bank of the people. Credit Bureau Cambodia CBC, e-money, easy and safe. Trade Trust Royal Bank, simply better service. PPC Bank, easy banking. True Money, a leading fintech company in Southeast Asia. And Wing, the bank for every Cambodian. Next, we want to introduce our media partner for this event, and thanks for your support. Cambodia Investment Review, Fresh News, Khmer Time, your opinion matters. PR New Wire, we tell your story to the world, and Sabai, happiness lives here. And finally, our content partner, Bakong, the next generation mobile payment and banking. DQD, we deliver, we distinguish, we drive ahead, we are the diversitas. iPay88, and last but not least, WSource. Now, just a quick introduction of what we are going to talk about for the next 4 days. Already started yesterday. We have key city with the following theme. So for Siem Reap, it's tourism and tax. Siem Reap, real estate and tax. Bat Nambong, agriculture, tax and trade. And of course, Phnom Penh, financial and tax. Now, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, let's go straight to our topic for this morning. Today, our first distinguished guest speaker is an early stage investor and US fellow and award-winning senior technology executive with a track record of a leading digital transformation. He's also a digital innovator who has head of the digital health team in helping the customer live healthier, longer life. He sits on the board of several early-stage startups and advises several VCs and digital health companies. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great honor to introduce Head Digital Health of Prudential Corporate Asia, Mr. Stephen Panham.
November 1998, Russian solo sailor Viktor Yazkov was racing around the world in a boat race. And 1,000 kilometers from land, he found a dangerous-looking swelling on his arm. And as he was too far to get medical attention, he used a new tech device, email. And via his satellite phone, he sent an email to describe his condition. Swelling on arm, bad, red with yellow spots in the middle. Please help. Next morning, he sent another message, his condition rapidly deteriorating, swelling worse, like a pillow, yellow liquid. Please help, what shall I do? Halfway round the world was his doctor, who responded with the same high-tech tool, email, and described to the sailor how to operate on himself. Yaskov later said that he was covered in blood and thought that he was surely going to die. But not only did he not die, he managed to complete the race, and his doctor used the experience to found one of the world's first telemedicine companies. Hello, my name is Stephen Barnum, and I lead digital health for Prudential. Today I will be talking about how digital health, including telemedicine adoption, has accelerated during COVID-19, how Cambodia utilized its resources to achieve high vaccination levels and low mortality, and what we at Pru have been doing to help people live healthier lives and expand healthcare accessibility. Through the pandemic, the last 18 months has seen the unprecedented and tragic impact to people's lives and health throughout the world and put healthcare systems under significant strain. During this time, we have noticed some positive trends, and this has been throughout our footprint and of course here in Cambodia. These have been in two areas. The first, greater health awareness, increased attention to personal health and well-being, and the second, accelerated digital health adoption. Let's first look at the greater health awareness. Perhaps through concern from getting COVID and keen to maintain a strong immune system, individual health awareness has grown. We've seen this in our research, feedback from our customers, but also through observation of numbers of people out for walks in the parks, sales of home exercise kits, and bicycle sales. People are thinking much more about their health and well-being. And the second thing is digital health. Because of the pandemic, lockdowns, social distancing, work from home, adoption of digital tools has seen exponential growth. This has not only been the usual e-commerce expansion, such as online shopping and food delivery, but also in financial services. COVID-19 has accelerated digital adoption. Here in Cambodia, for example, the National Bank of Cambodia has encouraged customers and businesses to use digital payments to decrease cash transactions in order to reduce the spread of the virus. And also partly because the e-commerce sector encouraged digital payment adoption in Cambodia, we have seen record levels of digital payments this year. This digital adoption is not isolated purely to e-commerce and finance, however. We have also seen a greater adoption of digital health tools, such as the 21st century equivalent of what the sailor Yaskov experienced, digital telemedicine delivered via Pru's own health and wellness app, Pulse. This is available free not just to existing Prudential customers and available on a smartphone. Digital health through Pulse can help extend the health infrastructure and make healthcare more accessible and affordable. This is through areas such as health awareness via content sites, telemedicine, diet and exercise management. Pulse also has AI functions such as a health check, which through some simple steps in the app can tell you your overall health status, and a symptoms checker, which if you're not feeling too good, you can get some kind of indication of what might be causing the trouble. Pulse has some great bite-sized products as well. For example, financial protection against diseases such as dengue and malaria, and also protection for road accidents. At Prudential, we help people get the most out of life through helping them live longer, healthier lives. Our AI-driven health wellness platform Pulse is one component of this. COVID-19 has put a strain on medical facilities across the world, and Cambodia is no exception. There is much to learn from Cambodia on how it effectively utilized and managed its resources. The evidence of this can be seen through the high vaccination rates and what it has done through leveraging technology. Some examples of this are CamTech, the mobile app for COVID-19 vaccination registration, and for the health authorities to manage the schedules of the vaccination rollout. Also, Stop COVID-19, a location and contact tracing app designed to prevent the further spread of the coronavirus. The pandemic has had a tragic impact on many people's lives. It has, however, encouraged more of a focus on healthcare and accelerated the adoption of convenient digital tools. This creative mix of existing infrastructure and technology, which, along with the increased access to the internet, has combined to create a whole new ecosystem for accelerating the digital economy. Cambodia is well placed to take advantage of this, with its focus on healthcare and growing digital adoption. This has been evidenced through a very positive set of outcomes across the pandemic. Also, as we at Prudential aim to help people get the most out of life, and we do this through our health and wellness app, Pulse. 23 years ago, in a boat off the coast of Africa, a sailor conducted one of the first telemedicine calls with his doctor halfway around the world. In the 21st century, Pulse enables a similar transaction and eases access to healthcare without the need for an expensive satellite phone. It's just a few clicks on an app. So I think with greater adoption of platforms such as Pulse, we can help make healthcare much more affordable and accessible, both during COVID-19 and also after it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stephen. I was inspired by your remark or presentation. You have just humanized technology. In a way that you make your presentation, that you start and end with the storytelling, with its touching, but you also have humanized technology in a way that technology is not a visual world. It's actually impact people's life on a daily basis, especially on the pandemic happen. Now let's take this topic and further deep down with a next panel discussion, which will be very interesting. So allow me to introduce our next program, which is the panel discussion. Now, as the pandemic drove innovations in health tech and will be in the future of health, Mr. Andy Chun is the leading AI pointer and global visionary with over 3 decades of technology innovation experience. At Prudential, he is part of digital team that is responsible for global technology innovation initiatives surrounding Prudential Pulse digital ecosystem for health, wealth, and SMEs. So this morning, we will have a panel discussion to discuss more on health tech during the pandemics and beyond. So there will be a moderator. I introduced earlier, Mr. Andy Chun. He's the Regional Director of Technology Innovation of Prudential Corporate Asia. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, I will introduce now the panelists, and then I'll give the floor to you. All right? And we have our panelists joining here for the panel discussion. Mrs. Stephanie Ong, the Chief Operating Officer of Nauri. She's also joining us from online. Morning.
Hi. Morning.
All right, we also have Ms. Melissa Tu. Sorry if I mispronounce your name. The Chief Operating Officer of MyDoc.
Hello.
All right, and then we have Mr. Ahmed Malek, the founder and CEO of Inner Hour. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, here we have the panelists and the moderator. So without further ado, I would like to give the floor to our wonderful moderator. Please take it away.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this panel on health tech during the pandemic and beyond. We will explore current development trends in health tech as well as a look into the future. We are very fortunate to be joining us today, a distinguished panel of experts in health tech. Of course, you heard the introduction. We have Dr. Tiffany Ong, Dr. Amit Malik, and Melissa Teo. So thank you, panel members, for taking time out from your busy schedule to join us today. Really appreciate that. So before we start, let me just give some background. So today's topic is a very important one. and one that is probably on the top of everyone's mind, especially with the pandemic. The key concern most people have these days is their health, of course, and wellness, as well as that of their families and loved ones. So, easy and affordable access to quality healthcare through convenient digital platform is now supplementing or even disrupting services offered by traditional healthcare providers. So today we will explore current trends in health tech, what they offer, as well as maybe challenges and future directions. So our speakers are really top experts in this area, and I look forward to learning more from each of you. Maybe to start, may I ask each of panelists to kindly introduce themselves as well as what are their key focuses right now? Maybe we'll start with Dr. Tiffany Ong.
Hey, morning, Andy, and thank you very much to Prudential for having me here today. It is such an honor. I think, especially to be speaking about a topic like this, I think it is incredibly timely. So I think just the very very quick introduction of myself. So I'm a cognitive psychologist by background. I spent a number of years in academia and research before joining a management consulting company, just so that I could get a feel of what are the real challenges that businesses are facing before deciding that it was good time for me to combine my academic passions and also my, I guess, business passions. And then with that, I joined Alluri as the chief operating officer. So maybe I guess the best way to describe my role would be to talk about some of my top priorities right now. I think the very first thing that we have been focusing on, especially in the last 6 months or so, is we are on a mission to build the largest mental health data set in the region. And one of the key reasons for this is because we've noticed that across all these Southeast Asian countries, this lack of data in terms of the state of our people's mental well-being is one of the leading reasons as to why governments are not focusing enough on it. That's one, on a macro level, but also on a micro level, why individuals are waiting until they are sick before they reach out for help. So one of the missions that we have is really to get people to think about mental health assessment as just as important as physical health assessment. The second big priority that I have right now, so Naluri, we are primarily a B2B company. So with that, we have been working with a lot more employers, especially in the past year and a half. And with that, we have also noticed that given the remote or hybrid working arrangement that is probably going to be here to stay, it is very difficult for any single employer to cater for the needs of all their employees, especially when all their employees are no longer sitting in the same building. So with that also comes the need for companies to develop their own kind of mental health advocates or mental health champions within the organization. So with that, we have been building kind of our own curriculum for mental health advocacy, both to help people kind of learn how to support their colleagues on the go, but also a self-paced kind of learning program so that they are able then to know when to escalate.
Thank you so much, Tiffany. Sounds very exciting, especially the focus on mental health and trying to make mental health assessment as a default in also with physical health assessment as well. So really interesting stuff. Next, may I invite Dr. Amit Malik to give an introduction and what are you working on now?
Thank you, Andy. Thank you again for Prudential for having us this morning. So I am a psychiatrist by background. I'm a trained psychiatrist. Spent a number of years practicing clinical psychiatry in the UK, and again, not unlike our previous speaker, decided a few years ago to combine my passion for clinical psychiatry and mental health with actually the need for building scale and accessibility in the mental health space. So one of the big things that we are focusing on, again regionally, is how do we provide early access, and how do we overcome the key barriers in mental health, right? So the key barriers around access, awareness, and stigma that really create the challenges for people to come forward and seek treatment early. That number ranges from anywhere between 3 to 7 years of people experiencing symptoms the first time to actually seeing somebody. That's a ridiculously high number. Right? So how do we actually get people to overcome the barriers? And in doing that, we are building a full stack omni-channel platform for mental health, which includes self-care, teletherapy, and psychiatry, along with the community platform that people get the full spectrum of mental health services digitally. And in doing that, we are trying to work with the insurance companies like yourselves, with employers and educational institutions to provide early access to mental health challenges. And like everybody else, we've seen this huge spike in demand, but also a massive shift in 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 acceptability, right? Not only at an individual level, but at institutional level for mental health in the last couple of years. I think COVID has really been a step change in terms of how mental health is seen and perceived by stakeholders across the board, including governments, employers, education institutions, and individuals. We are quite heartened by what we've been doing the last year, and very excited to be here at this point to discuss that further in Cambodia as well.
Thank you so much, Dr. Malik. Your point on early access is so important, and especially after a couple of years of pandemic, it's really affecting a lot of people's physical as well as mental health. So thank you for that. Next, may I invite Melissa Teo to say a few words on what are you focusing on right now?
Thank you, Andy. Thanks for the introduction. Nice to meet everybody else on the panel. So I'm the COO for MyDoc. We basically have been partners with Prudential and over the last couple of years to bring Pulse telemedicine into the region across multiple markets. We only obsess about one thing, and that's to create a front door into healthcare through the use of telemedicine. And by doing that, we improve the patient care journey, and we start to introduce a continuous care journey that enables Prudential and the patient to have a continuous relationship that is based on the patient's personal health needs. That's what MyDoc ultimately cares about. Our company is founded by two medical doctors. My background is in insurance. I have a background in life and health insurance, and we believe very strongly that the convergence between the two is what's going to make a big difference in the healthcare system in Asia. So today, MyDoc's focus is very much in the B2B space as a telehealth platform. And we work with insurance partners like Prudential who have a vision to create a value-based care model to integrate telemedicine effectively and strategically within their environment. And we're super excited about being on this journey with Prudential. And thank you very much for having me on the panel and allowing MyDoc to share in this journey of development in Cambodia. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Melissa. That continuous care and continuous relationship with the provider is so important and builds a level of confidence in using the platform, of course. Let's see, maybe I'll start with my first question. The pandemic has really made health the top priority in most people's minds, as we mentioned. Many companies think digital and health tech is the best way to help citizens achieve better health, fitness, and wellness. So, as some of you have already mentioned, at Prudential, we have this all-in-one AI app to help our customers become healthier and wealthier. It was launched just before the pandemic started, and it was very timely. So it generated a lot of interest. We have well over 30 million downloads in over 17 countries, available in 11 languages, and we use AI and machine learning in many places. For fitness, wellness, dieting. We have AI doctor, excuse me, for symptom checking and financial advice. And of course, as Malaysia mentioned, we have a virtual teleconsultation with human doctors, as well as with our financial consultants and agents. So it is truly a digital ecosystem where we can easily integrate through standard APIs and collaborate with many partners like yourself. So from your point of view, what do you think are the best ways that health tech can contribute to help achieve better health, fitness, and wellness for a wider population? Maybe I'll start with Tiffany. What's your view on this?
So I think quite simply, Andy, I think with technology, the main issue that we can tackle is accessibility. I think, and especially, I think there are some reports that I can't remember the one that I read, but at the beginning of the pandemic, I think telehealth usage increased by 700-fold. And that's simply born out of necessity because, well, patients can no longer go and see their doctors. And similarly, doctors who used to do house visits can't even do that anymore. So I think with that, with the digital platform, and thankfully so many people, including Prudential, was an early adopter in this technology where the platform has already existed. So then with the pandemic happening, then people then immediately had somewhere to go to continue finding the necessary medical and clinical support that they needed. So then with that, their kind of health journey wasn't necessarily too disrupted because they were still able to speak to professionals. I think that's one. And I think the second one is then more and more people are now realizing the benefits of having data because obviously change is difficult. And when people were used to the traditional model where they would go into the clinic and see their doctors, all the data was kind of sitting with the healthcare professionals. But right now, I think with technology, what it has enabled is that we are finally seeing a shift where the patient is put at the center of their care because now they have the same access to the same type of information that their doctors are seeing, and that has better enabled them to also make decisions about what is the best thing for their health.
Thank you, Tiffany. Definitely, with digital data is very important. And once we have data, we could do all sorts of intelligent processing and apply AI machine learning to that, of course. How about the other panel members? You have any other comments or things to add? Melissa, you have any comments to add on how you see health tech contributing in the overall healthcare status in a country like Cambodia?
Yeah, I think that there's definitely value in health technology providing more access at an affordable level. I think adoption will really depend on bandwidth and access to devices as well. So there are challenges involved, but the upside of that, there's a significant opportunity to support Cambodia in developing appropriate healthcare infrastructure using technology. So we do see quite a lot of opportunity there, but I think it's going to be a longer term journey rather than an immediate ROI, so to speak. It will take a long-term investment in jointly developing the infrastructure together with the government and the private sector.
Definitely an area that's worth investing into health tech. Admit, Dr. Malik, do you have anything to add to this?
Yeah, I was just going to say a couple of things, right? One is if I focus specifically on mental health and look at how technology has really changed access. One of the big drivers for me coming into this space was how long it took for people to come to access care. So by the time people came to see somebody like me in a tertiary care setting, they'd already sort of bounced around within their family and social network, and then with the non-specialized care for a long time before they ended up seeing a specialist, and that made prognosis worse and treatment harder, right? So one of the things and in mental health, even if you tell people the service is available, there's a huge reluctance, and we've talked to over 100,000 users specifically on this particular issue. There's a huge reluctance to go and see somebody as step one. And so technology can provide early, seamless, frictionless access to self-care, which can then be graduated once people are beginning to engage with the mental health, which can then be graduated into sort of more sort of individual one-to-one care on telemedicine platforms. And so and we've seen that conversion, right? We do both those things, and we've seen that conversion where people have greater stickiness with the early engagement with self-care and personalized self-care, and then they can move on to more specialized care. And it's amazing how is democratizing access across urban and sort of smaller towns in the region from that perspective. I think that's one part where technology, in addition to access, also provides the opportunity for early frictionless engagement, which in mental health is often a challenge. I think on the other side, picking on the previous point, I think the government has shown a huge, in Cambodia, shown a huge amount of initiative in bringing the focus on mental health front and center. Right, they've been talking about it. The ministry's been talking about it, and there have been sort of the early inroads into 4G cloud technology, sort of early offshoots of AI, and I think that combination of the pandemic and the stakeholder focus, especially from the government, can really help drive the adoption much faster, in my view, because otherwise, if you just you will end up with some kind of barrier, either at the engagement stage, even if people have access, or the infrastructure state, as has been mentioned. I think both things are moving, so I'm quite optimistic. I think the challenges are there, and device penetration, internet bandwidth, sort of an awareness are all going to be challenges. But I do think that technology can also give a sense of agency and autonomy to individuals seeking support, and I think that will also help the stigma in a huge way that conventional services, in the kinds I've been working in the past, have not been able to do.
Thank you, Dr. Malik. Definitely, with more devices and better bandwidth, the adoption of digital technology in health tech is going to be more and more popular. Great, thank you so much for that insights. Maybe I'll ask my second question, which is, with the lockdowns and people avoiding getting out, so on-demand telemedicine is seem to be a potential future disruptor in healthcare. However, traditional face-to-face doctor visits builds up strong trust and bond between patients and doctors. Do you think digital doctor visits can replicate this trust and bond? And what do you think are the benefits and challenges in getting wider telemedicine acceptance? So definitely, Melissa, you're the best person to ask this. So maybe we'll start with you, Melissa.
Thanks, Andy. When you think about the patient and doctor relationship, it's actually quite an amazing one. Typically, there's stranger A, the patient, who enters a room to meet stranger B, the doctor, right? And on the first visit, the patient usually sees a new doctor for the first time and has to share many intimate details about their bodies or their worries, with someone they actually know through a recommendation at best, right? Or someone they've just met. So from our point of view, we see trust as a very important component in the patient-doctor relationship. Most patients, they want to trust their doctors, right? And prior to the pandemic, this was the most challenging barrier for us to overcome. So MyDoc was set up in 2012. We were ahead of the game, right, in this region, way before anyone else. During that time, I remember we used to have, I didn't join in 2012, but even back in 2018, when we had conversations with clients, I remember people used to ask pretty rudimentary questions about how the whole experience works in a virtual setting. There were lots of concerns about, how do you know it's a real doctor, for example, right? And how do you know if the patient actually has a real issue and that they really do need an MC, But then when the pandemic came about, it's now forced the entire world into a different paradigm, right? So we've all shifted into telemedicine almost overnight. Now patients and doctors are communicating via telemedicine platforms. And we've over the years, having worked with the biggest insurance companies like Prudential and also many Fortune 100 companies in the region, we've learned and we've honed our processes to establish trust-based relationships between the patient and the doctor in order to support the patient effectively along their care pathways, right? So it must be done properly. That's our view. Generally, there's a formula to it. There are a few main ingredients, right? For example, the first one, the knowledge base or the competence of the clinical team. How does the patient know that they are dealing with someone who's competent? Our doctors have at least 8 years of public and private practice. That's our requirement when we recruit them. That's number one. The second requirement is, you notice there are some people who are laggards and some people who are early adopters of technologies. It's the same even when it comes to the clinical side of things, right? There's some doctors who are adverse to adopting new technologies. They don't like that. They find it's too risky. And then there are those who are much more open to it. our recruitment criteria is very specific, and we only identify the guys who are appropriate for practice, right? And it's not just about the clinical knowledge that they have, it also includes their disposition towards technology and a number of other criteria. And we train them. Once we select them, we train them on specific protocols before they get certified and rostered onto the platform. And even after they're rostered, we audit the process to ensure that the clinical setting is very clear and it appears a certain way to the patient that gives the patient a sense and comfort that, yes, I'm dealing with someone who's competent. How the doctor presents himself or herself is important. How he or she listens with empathy is also important. Whether the technology works to support the doctor is also important. Like is the doctor moving around? In the early days, we used to have doctors consulting from their cars behind the steering wheel, and that would make the patient feel very nervous because they're wondering, am I really getting the attention, that I need? Is the doctor in a private area? I'm sharing a lot of personal information. And I certainly don't want to be sharing it, in an open space while the doctor's driving, let's say, right? So all these criteria are very important because they signal the competence of the clinician on the other side of the line. The other point that's important is whether the doctor is able to communicate effectively. Is the doctor able to present information logically to convince the patient that the doctor is fully aware of the patient's situation and is therefore able to diagnose the condition properly and accurately? And next to that is the empathy of the doctor, right? How well trained is this doctor to convey empathy over a video call? And there's a tendency to assume that, just because we can see someone else on the other line, that is as good as speaking to the person in person. But it's actually not true, because in virtual calls, we're not able to take in information with all our five senses, right? We rely on sound, and it's supported by sight. So, and voice, image are compressed into data packets, and they're sent, through the internet. So there are subtle differences. There's some loss in texture, right, in that communication, which affects the relationship. So it's very critical for processes to be in place to be able to establish the trust and to convey that empathy that's needed in order for the consultation to take place in an effective way. And in particular, when it comes to low trust countries, right, reliability is usually an issue. What cues or conveys to the patient that this doctor is a reliable one and not a fake one, let's say, right? In urban settings, for example, being on time could be a signal of whether the doctor is reliable. Is he on time for the consultation? So there are nuances depending on the market that we go to, that we practice in, that we need to take into account, right? And when it comes to adoption, there are other challenges involved. It's not just on the patient side. It's also on the payer side, right? Whether it's the regulators or the insurers. Insurers, in our view, play a very huge role in adoption of telemedicine. Whether the insurers fully and strategically embrace telemedicine is important. Whether the insurer actually adopts it as the front door to healthcare is also important. When insurers get to that place where they're strategically embedding telemedicine into the healthcare process, then it will become a norm. That's what we believe, right? Because patients will be very, very easily be able to access healthcare. The user experience will improve. The care will be much more well coordinated, right, from end to end. And also the insurer stands to benefit from the efficiencies that telemedicine is able to offer to bring the cost down and to improve loss ratios while improving the outcome of the population that we are caring for. So sorry for being long-winded, but that's what I think.
Thank you, Melissa, for that detailed analysis of the journey on telemedicine technology, as well as all these very subtle challenges that we're as an outsider we might not be aware of. People say that the pandemic has accelerated digital transformation by 5 to 7 years, but listening to you, I think the pandemic has accelerated telemedicine by maybe a decade or more.
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
Yeah.
It's also saved a lot of breath in conversations.
Yes, very important. Okay, so besides telemedicine, let's hear on about the mental health side. So mental health is a very important topic for Cambodia. You know, it's is estimated that 40% of Cambodians suffer from some sort of mental health or psychological problems. However, there's a big gap between what is needed and what is available. So how can digital technology make mental health care more easily accessible? And are there any limitations on what digital can do in mental health care? To start, may I invite Dr. Malik? What's your opinion on this?
Thanks, Andy. I was just fascinated listening to the previous discourse, and it sort of brought together so many of the advantages, but also the success factors for telemedicine, and some of them apply to digital overall, right? But one of the big things I think for mental health and the technology is the opportunity, as I said before, is the anonymity and then therefore the ability to reduce stigma. Right. The second thing is digitization of programs, of resources, of something that you normally experience with very expensive therapists or psychologists, being able to compress that into a digital content program and personalizing it using AI and algorithms for an individual can really make it very cost effective as well, which is a huge factor in the markets we work in. I think the it also can reduce the cost and service burden for more traditional healthcare providers, because both in mental health but in health more generally as well. Because what happens is that one, as people access services sooner, mental health, as I said before, the effort to treat and the cost to treat late downstream is much lower. But also we know from data and evidence that people who actually have good mental health also engage with their physical health and chronic physical illnesses better. So therefore have better outcomes in chronic physical illness as well. I think besides the more conventional sort of benefits of it being convenient, easy to access, and being able to do it at scale, the most important things are that the stigma gets reduced, can be more cost effective, and it can reduce the overall healthcare burden, right? Which is why our partnership with Prudential, for example, is hoping to actually give early stage self-use and therapy access to individuals, which will have significant downstream benefits for them and the insurance providers as well from that perspective. I think the other benefits of technology in mental health are really around awareness. I think one of the big challenges, and Cambodia's statistics are mind-boggling in some ways, and but not that dissimilar to many countries in the region. If you look at it, but the high reported rates of anxiety, depression, psychosis, schizophrenia, PTSD, all point to the fact that early access will only be achieved if we raise awareness and bring down stigma. Otherwise, we could build as much infrastructure as we want, but until we overcome those barriers, and digital technology can really help do that. I think, and in that context, the big challenges are like many of these economies, including the ones across the region that we work in, around digital literacy. So people actually being digitally literate and having access to in the internet and computers, and this number is growing up, but it's still low compared to the region, right? Access for more non-urban areas, right? Non-metro areas, the access there, and making sure that content and awareness building resources are available in languages and regional languages that people can consume. I think the last bit I'd say is one big limitation or challenge right now is having stronger policies around maintaining confidentiality and privacy. I think those will also help build confidence amongst users to do that. So I think those are the limitations or challenges right now.
Thank you, Dr. Malik. What you mentioned about just awareness itself, and then early access to some sort of assessments and ability to get help is just so important to minimize any effect on health mental health issues. May I invite Dr. Ong to share on the mental health side? What do you feel are the key benefits and challenges moving forward?
I think I echo a lot of what Dr. Malik said, right? I think when it comes to mental health support, what we always remind people is that mental health is something that is on a spectrum. So you have your good days and then you have your not so good days, right? But then what is very valuable, I think, for organizations, for insurers, is that, as Dr. Malik said, we identify those who are at risk early on. So at Naluri, the way that we approach mental health support is that we support individuals primarily through an asynchronous chat platform. Because then we almost want to get into a model where we are building a continuous relationship with an individual, right? So it can be through a daily, kind of WhatsApp-like chat for 5 minutes a day, right? But then all that information allows me to build a better profile of an individual. And I think to your earlier question, Andy, around building trust online, I think that is also one of the key components, right? Because I think, as Melissa also mentioned, when we are seeing someone face to face, right, we are able to see all five senses. But then when I'm seeing you either through chat or even through a video call, all I see are head and shoulders. And, there's sometimes often a lag in the video. So you don't quite get that understanding of an individual. But I think that's where data can bridge the gap. So then with that, the way that we kind of want to support people is again to see, okay, what are you like on a good day? So that we can almost anticipate when is a bad day likely going to happen, either because there has been a change in the way that you are chatting with your healthcare professionals, or on our app, we also support people through things like bite-sized modules. We have a food journal feature, we have a thought journal feature, and we also have a challenges feature. So if either one of these features kind of show an anomaly in terms of the members' engagement, then we're able to say, hey, you know what? Something is not quite right. Maybe I should get on a phone call to then just check in on my member to see how they're doing. So I think we really see technology as something that enables that kind of preventive and proactive care. I think that's one. And then secondly as well, I think when it comes to mental health, the biggest challenge that we still see, and I think it's not something that's going to be solved anytime soon, unfortunately, within our region, is simply the lack of mental health professionals. And I think in Cambodia in particular, if I'm not mistaken, it was only last year that Cambodia has established a psychology and counselor association. However, it is not a profession that is currently regulated in Cambodia. So then that leads to, I think, also an increased amount of anxiety about whether or not I am truly speaking to a trained professional. And when we can't guarantee the quality of the professionals, I think that then kind of can sometimes spiral into a vicious cycle where people are then unwilling to reach out. So I guess, again, the benefit of technology, and I think with this kind of asynchronous chat approach, is that it allows a single individual to serve so many more people at a given time. So it's almost like we are able to build a friendship or a longer term relationship with our mental health professional, and we are not only seeing them when things go wrong. And I think that then better enables the ability for the mental health professionals to also do the right assessment and also to provide advice and recommendations that is suited for the individual's circumstances. Because again, with a single consultation, it is often transactional, and because I just lack information about your day-to-day, right? I lack information about, your typical behaviors. I am just unable to give you recommendations at that level of granularity. So that's kind of how we see, some of the benefits and how technology would enable us to close the biggest gap in our region, which is just resources and capacity.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ong. Definitely, digital technology is going to help scale up the availability of healthcare professionals, especially in the mental health area for Cambodia. And this asynchronous chat platform seems to make it a lot more accessible as well as scalable. So that's really, really interesting work you're doing. Okay, I think the panel is starting to wrap up in terms of time. So let me ask our last question. It's about the future. So some people say that we will not get sick in the future because we have all sorts of sensors and wearables and AI and machine learning to monitor our health and wellness 24/7 and alert us if there's any symptoms and see a doctor immediately. So, but that's in the far future. How about the coming 1 or 2 years? What do you think is the future trend in digital healthcare? And what are the challenges that might be ahead of us? Let's start with Dr. Ang.
Maybe I think I, want to start with challenges first. I think when I think
Okay.
about what's going to happen in the next 1 to 2 years, and this is something that is on my mind frequently, is that we are inevitably, sometimes unfortunately, creating further disparity between those who have access to technology and those who have access to devices. Because more and more, I think, as I think like Pulse, right, like the Naluri app, we are adding more and more features as we learn more and more about our members, but it is also making it heavier. So then that makes it even harder for someone with in an area with poor connection or just poor understanding of technology to access it at ease. And we know one of the barriers that we need to overcome in order for people to build trust to seeing healthcare professionals on your little devices is the ease of use from a technical perspective. So I think there needs to be, in addition to kind of greater awareness on people just knowing how to prioritize their health, right, especially in countries like Cambodia and in Southeast Asia in general, right, where sometimes the first thing on people's mind is financial wealth, right, instead of my health, right? Health can come later because I'm not that sick yet, right? That's the typical Asian mentality. I think equally important is for an equal amount of effort being spent on just technical awareness, right? So training people how to use devices, right? And also I think for providers like all of us here today to also think of a light version or even an offline version where people in the non-urban areas are able to access, because I think that way at least it is a more sustainable path for health tech in the longer term when we are able to truly penetrate both urban and non-urban areas.
Thank you, Dr. Ang. Definitely, a digital divide is an important issue that we need to address. But as time goes, technology gets cheaper. So that is potentially a very quick solution with a lot of technologies and a lot of countries leapfrogging into newer technologies, and will potentially make it more accessible to people in countries like Cambodia. Next, may I invite Melissa Teo to share what's your vision of the future like?
The vision. Okay, I think it's already pretty clear what it's gonna be for telemedicine.
We're already pretty
Like I said.
futuristic, huh?
Yeah. I think we will see more and more insurers following, your footsteps. Really, there will be many more integrations. It'll be interesting to see how various insurers will position the telemedicine or what role they decide to take. But there will be more. That's almost a certainty, right? And how telemedicine gets embedded within the healthcare journey is something that would be interesting to observe. Whether we succeed in building out a value-based system in 2 years, the jury is out. It really depends on the degree willingness of risk-taking within the organizations across the value chain, not just with the insurers. It also depends on the regulatory environment, how much change or risk various governments are willing to take, and how that fits within the overall healthcare infrastructure will be quite interesting for us to see. But I think telemedicine's definitely here to stay, right? I mean, we've got enough evidence that shows that already. The value of it is clear. So it's interesting times.
Thank you. Yes, definitely very interesting times. How about Dr. Malik? What you see is coming up in the future?
I think aspirationally, but also more realistically, I think the two big words for me are integration and localization. So where you look at integration not just with traditional healthcare and working as a single platform, single journey platform for users more and more, but also integration with more traditional cultures, healing processes, and actually bringing an integrated journey for the user themselves, right? So I do think that we are going to, I think with the lots of stuff happening right now, but I think it's all going to start coming together, either structurally through M&A activity, or just the users driving that integration and forcing us to integrate and partner with people. Other thing is localization as technology becomes more amenable, right? So to be able to localize on language, on individual traits, I think we'll see a lot of localization and personalization happen in the next sort of 2 or 3 years. I think those are two things. I think both of them will be huge assets, and they'll help us overcome the challenges we talked about. The dream scenario is that we are able to get access to more rural areas. I think because a lot of us live in urban metros, but a lot of our world where the mobility is lives in the rural parts of Cambodia and other countries. So the dream scenario is that the localization and integration help us reach the rural segments of the population in sustainable business models, essentially.
Thank you so much. Definitely with digital technology and having devices becoming more and more affordable, especially with connectivity as well, people in the rural areas will definitely benefit from better healthcare as well as mental health care. Thank you so much. I think the time's up for our panel. I'd like to sincerely thank all the panel members for such a enlightening and insightful sharing on health tech. I see a lot of more potential. I mean, health tech is already doing a lot and benefiting a lot of people. But from what I hear, there is still a lot of potential to grow even further. So very encouraged by the discussion. And thank you so much for the panel member for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Andy.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you very much. That was a very wonderful interactive panel discussion, and thanks to our moderators and also speaker. I just would like to pick on a comment which is made by one of the speaker, Madame Tiffany, where you said that not everybody is a mental health professional, and I just would like to add here in Cambodia, celebrity and influencer is not mental health professional. Just to make that clear. All right, now, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, let's move to our last session for this morning. Our next distinguished guest speaker is a lifelong learner with 14 plus professional experience in telecom, banking and digital ventures across Southeast Asia and South Asia market for two each giant, Axiata and Telenor. Is a self-driven entrepreneur's mindset focused on growth marketer and digital business consultant who contributed to build multiple ventures through continuous learning process. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great honor to introduce Mr. Sayed Sohaid, Brand and Digital Marketing Director of Wingbank Cambodia PLC. But ladies and gentlemen, let's hold on a little bit. We're having a little bit of mic setup. But he's already here. He's on my right hand side, and he will be here for the whole presentation physically. So yeah, now turning over the floor to you.
Thank you, Nana. Good afternoon, everyone. It's amazing to be here. It's a wonderful, amazing event, which is CamTech Summit. Every year they are holding this, and this year this has been sponsored by one of the biggest brand in Cambodia and globally, which is Prudential. I'm glad to be part of this, and it's really an honor. Now, the point here. Today's discussion, we want to discuss. The keynote session is data and brands. First of all, data and brands. These both topics are very close to my heart because I have been aspired my whole career in data-driven marketing process and building different kind of ventures using different kind of data sets. And brands is nothing but a lifestyle. How you lead your life, how you position yourself, how you position your organization, your family, So it's an amazing topic, data and brands. I'm really glad to talk about this. So before getting into the deep dive into the topic, I really want to share with some case studies that is happening across the world, how data has been, transmitting different kind of information for brands, and how that is helping brands to develop such a wonderful marketing campaigns which actually help them for their growth and also consumer interaction and awareness, and achieve success through the process. So first of all, I want to share one of the biggest brand right now in this world, which is Netflix, how they have used data for their building their brand in a specific country, which is France, and French language, French culture is a different kind of culture which any brand want to position themselves. So let's see how they have done that. You'll see a video shortly.
In September 2014, we launched Netflix in France. It was a big challenge with such a skeptical public. The only way to succeed was to be perfectly relevant. Luckily, we had the most adapted tool, Topics Model. Topics Model is a natural language processing system. It can transform a mass of everyday language into significant insights to identify a brand opportunity. We use this text mining approach to analyze 2 years of digital conversations and erase irrelevant data, the surface and the noise. It processed the data into different categories of meaning, sometimes from the same source. We use machine learning to train our algorithm to get better. This unique system enabled us to dive into the French mindset. We interpreted all the data with our knowledge of the local market to come up with 3 essential insights. The French love culture, but they're among Europe's biggest pirates. They love innovation, but they're skeptical of what's new. They love revolutions, but they're very conservative. Basically, we needed to break conventions without asking them to change. Thanks to Topics Model, we decided to create a platform inspired by you and came up with a creative revolution. A campaign made of gifts, inspired by people's everyday life and typical French attitudes, connecting them to a good reason to watch Netflix. Skeptical? Try the Netflix platform for free. That's spoiler moment. Watch all episodes of Breaking Bad at once. Frustrated by all the waiting? Watch your favorite series instantly. Also, we use contextual data to address them real-time on more than 8,000 screens, when it rains, during the sales, or the holidays. The French identified so much with the gifts, they put their skepticism aside and started to really love the brand. The brand awareness boomed in only 3 months. All thanks to data.
Yeah, thanks to data. So let's see how data can help in your business process. And let's go to the next thing, what I really want to share with you, which is how you can build data insights that will help your brand to grow like this mega brand or big brand like Netflix or Google or Meta. So first of all, there are 3 processes to understand the data insights. You can have 3 different kind of data sources which can be which can be used by your own data science team, or you want to build a outsourced data science team. It's up to you, but it's always good you have your own data science team within your organizational infrastructure. But when it comes to the data sources, if you see my slide, there are three options, right? There is first party data, second party data, and third party data. You all are aware about second party data, which means you are actually using mostly Facebook marketing, which is now a Meta company, and they are using their own data. And in addition to that, sometimes you are using YouTube or TikTok or Google search engine optimization or any kind of other platforms. But whatever platforms you are using for your digital marketing purpose, these all are actually secondary data. And this secondary data is actually second party data. This is actually coming from themselves, which you are using for your brand marketing or brand communication. The point here I want to share with you that, the organizations who are willing to go beyond and want to use artificial intelligence and data in their marketing, they need to think about first party data. That means how you are capturing your own consumer data in different platforms, whether through your SDK, software development kit, whether your customer relationship platform or CRM, or any kind of CDP, customer data platform, or any kind of data lake, where or any kind of social listening tools. So that means your organizational infrastructure has to have those tools in place where you can capture all those first party data so that you can analyze and blend that data with the second party data, or there is a third party data. What is third party data? All over the world, all the consumers are using different kind of mobile apps and they are going different mobile sites. Now ad networks and different ad data aggregators, they actually capture all those data sets and they actually sell those data sets to the brands or organizations or agencies. So if you want to really build a ecosystem which is based on data sets and data science capabilities, you really need to have all these three pillars in your data infrastructure so that you can have all those necessary insights so that you can design the brand campaign properly to achieve the success for your business or goal. So that's how this is the structure, and I hope this will definitely help you to design your own data and brand architecture, which will help you. So let's go another big brand who has successfully utilized this kind of approach and made a wonderful campaign. Let's see of a world-class campaign of Coca-Cola.
There is a simple science behind happiness. When you create a unit of happiness for someone, an increase of happiness is experienced by both participants. This consequently triggers a reciprocal response, leading to ever greater measures of happiness. Introduce this chain reaction to a network of recipients, and the effects become exponential. As a brand dedicated to making the world a happier place, for their 100th birthday, Coca-Cola applied this science to somewhere that isn't always so cheerful: social media. We wanted to find the people creating happiness online and encourage them to make more of it. We began by using custom-built listening software to analyze what was making South Africans happy. We then categorized all our findings into datasets. Using these datasets, we generated a library of over 300 relevant customizable responses. We tracked our database of hashtags and surprised the happy makers with bespoke Coke messages. Designed as content, these responses included images, GIFs, and a customizable happy birthday music video that dynamically stitched your name into the lyrics.
Hey Adrian, a little bird tweeted that it's your birthday, so we wrote you a song.
All of these responses were designed to be rapidly personalized. Exposure was maximized by targeting influencers that met both our quantitative and qualitative criteria. In the 3-month lifespan of our campaign, we had a social reach of over 22 million, a retweet rate of over 70%, augmented our fan bases exponentially, and increased the average person on social media's exposure to happiness by 200%, all proving that happiness is a science.
Amazing insight, right? Sometimes you will be amazed at how different kind of data sets and different kind of insight help you to build your brand and get connected with your consumers. And these days are amazing because, you know, in earlier days we sometimes need to do some kind of, you know, thought process that how we should approach that consumer, whether this channel success will happen or not, whether this data is appropriate or not, because we need to depend on so many different kind of tools which might not be giving you accuracy in case of your decision making. But when you have this kind of different data sets and you have different kind of creativity in your campaign design, in your brand campaign design, you can actually achieve those successes, and that's what it has been shown across the world. And it's growing like hell these days. You know, if you have seen, there is a specific course has been introduced by different universities called Artificial Intelligence in Marketing, because data has powered some brands like Airbnb, Netflix, Google, Meta, and so powerful they have become that now it's time that we will be using more artificial intelligence and algorithms, machine learning algorithms, in building different kind of brand activities. So now I want to share with you what is actually the brand recipe which can help you to grow your brand using data. So as I have already shown you that from where you can get the data insights. Now after getting the insights, the next step is how you are going to use those insights. Now using the insight or the execution is the most important thing, because you can have wonderful insights, but if you cannot utilize that insight in your execution, then it's not making sense and you will not get success what you are planned to do. So if you see the model what I have shown here, using the data insight, you need to do some approaches, you need to follow some basics, which is you need to, when you are building the brand, you need to think about receptivity. When I'm talking about receptivity, it's all about, like, if you have to consider the consumer, that whether they are receptive to your brand or not. That means sometimes we push something to our consumers, but maybe our consumers are not ready, and maybe it was too early for the market, or it was too delayed for the market. So those are the things we need to understand from a receptivity perspective. We'll show you an example of receptivity in next slide. But before that, I just want to quickly share with you that other than receptivity, definitely we need to think about creativity, which is base of any brand communication or brand positioning. We need to think about new formats, how we can innovate different kind of formats which can help your brand to grow. And that's one of the major brand recipe in this era, in this digital era, because new formats are coming, new context are coming, new content modeling and different kind of new content innovations are coming. And all this thing has to be blended with your media vehicles or channels. So that means innovations has to be made in all these recipe to follow the brand objective. So that means innovation can happen in every aspect, whether it's creativity, format, content, context, or even channels. So whenever you are planning for a brand positioning or a brand campaign, you really need to think through the process that whether you have done all this thing in place to achieve your success. Let's go first how a wine brand in Europe has achieved their campaign through Instagram, and what they have achieved through receptivity positioning of their brand. It was a brand launching campaign for a wine brand, and let's see how they have done that. Yeah. Yeah, so we are coming with that shortly. Sorry, we are just coming up with the video. What have you seen in the whole communication? It was only a wine glass, and that's the wine glass how they have positioned themselves. And it was I think around 45 to 90 around 60 days campaign, and in the whole campaign during this whole process, they never showed their brand name. And on the launching day, they showed that how this model has traveled through across exotic locations in Europe. And finally, she unveiled that this whole journey was not amazing if they have not had that accompany of that wine brand. So that's how it has been positioned. So it was an amazing learning, and it has been awarded by the Cannes also. So we need to learn all this step in case of receptivity, that how we are positioning our brand to the targeted segment who are actually we are looking forward to, and how we should use our different kind of channels and creativity, right? And with the blend of innovations. Now, when I was talking about innovations, so there was another thing which was creative innovation. And you'll be amazed to know how Airbnb has done that in case of creative innovation. And we all know that what kind of services Airbnb is providing, right? But what they have done, they have used Van Gogh's picture for their campaign. And that was a massive campaign, and everyone was like, like crazy to have that, to participate in that campaign. And it was also a great success. The one important thing we learned from that campaign of Airbnb using Van Gogh's pictures, that execution is very important. You can have a wonderful idea, but how you do the execution. When they did this execution for this campaign, they actually literally thought about the attention to detail. That means how more attention they can give in the details of the picture to build that campaign. Let's see what they have done. Yeah.
Institute of Chicago is now launching an interactive experience with the help of Airbnb.
You can live like Vincent van Gogh, but you get to keep your ears.
But if seeing simply isn't enough, you can also spend the night.
It's like jumping into a painting.
It is, look.
Van Gogh's 1888 bedroom painting was recreated and made available to everyone on Airbnb. The perfect platform to immerse yourself into the life of your host.
It's already sold out for this month, but there's always next month.
Good luck scoring a night in that room.
The first block of nights sold out in 5 minutes, and the guests who got in were thrilled. Within 1 week, this story was covered in over 100 countries. The room not only let people inside Van Gogh's art, it also told the world that Van Gogh's bedrooms had come to the Art Institute of Chicago. As thousands of people let themselves into Van Gogh's bedroom.
What an amazing campaign that was. Who doesn't want to spend a night in Van Gogh's painted bedroom, right? Everyone does. And that was an amazing campaign. It was a great success for Airbnb also. But the point I want to really highlight here, the execution. The execution was super perfect. The perfect, it's not about only perfectness, it's all about how accurate they were. That how attention to detail they have been done in the executing of those pictures in specific locations. So going back to the next thing, which I was talking about, that in the brand recipe, that receptivity, creativity, which is the creative innovation, and then comes to the format. Because in digital era there are wonderful new formats you can do with your tools, and you can come up with innovations. So recently there was another amazing campaign which was done for new format, which is using emoji. And if you read through the generations like Gen Z, Gen Y, and all those new generations, if you see millennials, everyone is accustomed with emojis, and emojis are now actually more used rather than texting. So that's why emoji become a more powerful content to reach your brand. So that was another campaign which was very successful using this format. That means emoji as a format, that how that can be used for positioning a brand and creative awareness. So let's see how they have done that. Yeah.
Last year, something weird happened to our language.
The Oxford Dictionary announced their word of the year.
And it's not even a word, it's an emoji.
It shows the crying from happiness emoji.
We officially reached peak emoji. The problem was, emoji still left most of us over the age of 15 feeling all confused face.
A woman was chased by the cops for selling weed.
What does that mean? Why would you need a see you in 20 minutes, tropical fish?
So, just in time for Christmas, Sapient Nitro gave a gift to its clients and the world. Speak Emoji, the world's very first voice-to-emoji translator. Available on iOS, Android and Chrome, Speak Emoji lets you create emoji messages by simply speaking into your smartphone.
I think your dog is on fire.
Social sharing lets recipients translate emoji back to text, and Android users can even install a custom keyboard. How did we do it? First, we created a database matching thousands of keywords to emojis. We connected that to a voice-to-text API, wrote a proprietary search algorithm, and Speak Emoji was born. We launched Speak Emoji with an online film encouraging out-of-touch parents to reconnect with their smartphone zombie teenagers over the holiday.
But now you can become instantly fluent in this strange new language, thanks to Speak Emoji. Now, not only will your kids listen to you again, they'll actually think you're pretty cool.
The emoji sphere took to it faster than you can say Netflix and chill.
There's a new app that wants to help you perfect your emoji dialogue.
Think of the Speak Emoji app as a helpful and hip translator.
In its first 2 weeks, Speak Emoji peaked at over 10,000 downloads a day and reached 131 countries. It achieved 23 million social media impressions and a total reach of 350 million people. Mashable and Digital Spy both declared it one of the best new mobile apps. By Christmas Eve, Speak Emoji ranked in the top 20 social networking apps in the US, leapfrogging multi-billion-dollar LinkedIn. But Speak Emoji's proudest legacy will be in helping all of us, even people like these, communicate in our new universal language.
Amazing insight that how language is transferring, right? These days I was also thinking that, how I should communicate with my children, because they are now getting into all those digital assets and tools, and it's really amazing to use different kind of format, that how you need to communicate with your child even. So yeah, these days are amazing. These days are wonderful. So we are really amazed by this kind of innovations, and definitely brands need to come up with all this kind of new innovations, which can definitely help to grow their business. Now coming back to the next item, which I was talking about, that how you can use new channel. So channel is always, we know that channel is definitely the Facebook, the traditional marketing, television or radio or activation, below the line, all those different kind of channels we all know, like direct marketing. But there are innovations using digital platforms and different kind of mobile platforms you can do for new channel also. So what a Swedish tourism company, what they have done, they were suffering heavily before this pre-COVID era, that how they will achieve success to increase more awareness about their tourism, and how they can achieve that success. So considering all those aspects, they made a wonderful campaign using mobile number. And that no one was thinking about that, how can be a mobile number be a successful channel for using any kind of brand communication and positioning your brand in the whole world. So let's see how they have done that. Yeah.
You will soon be connected to a random Swede somewhere in Sweden.
God morgon, this is Sweden.
One thing I wanted to ask you was about the darkness.
Well, involves heavy drinking.
Yeah,
Jon Snow instead.
How's King Carl and Queen Sylvia doing?
They're doing fine, I think.
Sweden is celebrating 250 years of free speech with a unique twist.
记好了，现在拿手机啊，就是46。
Sweden has just become the first country in the world to have its own phone number.
Hello?
Have you ever been to Sweden?
No.
Hi. Hello.
What's the weirdest question you've been asked so far?
If we have polar bears. Stuff.
Is there an IKEA on every corner?
No, although we have quite a lot of IKEAs in Sweden.
Is this representative of Sweden?
I am not. I hate Sweden. Let's just connect on Facebook.
What do you hope it achieves?
Let people know Sweden is a good place to stay.
Tướng Thụy Điển Stefan Löfven.
Hello, this is Sweden. I'm the Swedish Prime Minister Stefan Löfven.
Wait, how do I know you're really the Swedish Prime Minister?
Well, I believe you have to trust me.
It's very windy. I have a parachute.
A what?
What do they call it?
An umbrella.
Wow. Now you can see that, how innovations, how different kind of formats, different kind of channels can really change your dynamics of your brand campaign and brand positioning. That's how they have achieved that for Sweden. And as we are almost at the finishing of our session, so I'll finish my session with an integration campaign, what Mercedes-Benz has done. And all these insights I have shared with you, the data insight and using the brand recipe, the receptivity, and then creative content format, channels, context, all these different kind of things I have shared with you that has been successfully integrated in this campaign. That was an award-winning campaign. Let me show this to you. And that will be my last thing in this session. But let's see what it has been done in Mercedes-Benz.
We brought together social media and TV to create an innovative dual screen event. Using Twitter, viewers drove the action of a story told over the course of 3 commercial breaks in the same TV show, The X Factor. Hashtags in each commercial enabled viewers to steer the story. Viewers could follow the voting on a U-Drive site. 2 potential commercials were filmed for each break, and viewers decided which went on air. The next commercial invited viewers to drive the action further. Viewers were prepared for the event by a multimedia seeding campaign. After the launch, all the action not shown on TV plus alternative endings and extended footage was placed on the YouTube U-Drive channel, enabling visitors to drive their own stories. Google recorded 3,800,000 channel views. While Twitter recorded that the number of U-Drive tweets overtook those for the TV show itself. U-Drive from Mercedes-Benz.
That's all for today. Let's reach out more and let's do data-driven branding. Yeah, let's do data-driven branding. Thank you all.
Oh my, thank you very much. That was extremely interesting. Thank you very much for taking a lot of examples to explain your point. We'll have to definitely keep that in mind, using data for your business, for my business as well. That was very interesting. Thank you very much. That will conclude for the morning session for this day 2 of the 5 days event of CamTech Summit 2021. Please come back at 1:15 and we will start like yesterday, the game session where you can win amazing prizes. So stay tuned at 1:15. See you and enjoy your lunch.
យើងជាចំនួនថ្មីនៃអ្នកបង្កើតយើងជំរុញឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែមានភាពជឿនលឿនយើងបង្កើតគំនិតថ្មីយើងច្នៃប្រឌិតថ្មីយើងបង្កើតនូវអ្វីដែលធ្វើជីវិតកាន់តែងាយស្រួលយើងហាត់ប្រាណព្រោះសុខភាពជាទ្រព្យមិនអាចកាត់ថ្លៃបានប៉ុន្តែយើងមិនធ្វើតែម្នាក់ឯងនោះទេព្រោះពេលយើងរួបរวมគ្នាយើងធ្វើបានកាន់តែល្អយើងបរិភោគអាហារដែលមានជីវជាតិសម្រាប់រាងកាយពីព្រោះការការពារប្រសើរជាងការព្យាបាលយើងរៀបចំផែនការហិរញ្ញវត្ថុព្រោះការគិតទុកជាមុនធ្វើឲ្យអនាគតមានភាពច្បាស់លាស់យើងធ្វើអំពើល្អដើម្បីឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែបវរយើងបង្កើតក្តីស្រឡាញ់យើងផ្ដល់តម្លៃឲ្យគ្រួសារយើងបង្កើតសុភមង្គលសម្រាប់ជីវិត
មិនថាអ្នកចូលចិត្តហាត់ប្រាណចូលចិត្តស្វែងយល់ពីសុខភាពចង់ដឹងបន្ថែមពីផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងឬជាម្ចាស់បានសន្យារ៉ាប់រងផ្ទាល់កម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទ Call by Prudential មានគ្រប់យ៉ាងសម្រាប់គ្រប់គ្នាមានអារម្មណ៍មិនស្រួលខ្លួនឬក៏ចង់យល់ដឹងពីសុខភាពរបស់អ្នកកាន់តែច្បាស់មុខងារ Symptom Checker និង Health Check អាចឆ្លើយតបនឹងសំណួររបស់អ្នកបានចង់ដឹងពីទីតាំងមន្ទីរពេទ្យឬ clinic ផ្សេងៗដែលនៅជិតអ្នកមុខងារ Hospital និង Clinic Locator អាចប្រាប់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗស្គាល់ទាំងទីតាំងទាំងលេខទូរស័ព្ទហើយបើចង់ទិញផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងផ្សេងៗលក្ខណៈ Digital POS ក៏មានដែរងាយស្រួលបំផុតការទិញការបង់លុយការទាមទារសំណងគឺសុទ្ធតែអាចធ្វើបានតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី POS ទាំងអស់
កាន់តែងាយស្រួលជាមួយកម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទដៃ AMK Mobile App លោកអ្នកអាចបញ្ចូលលុយទូរស័ព្ទបង់វិក្កយបត្រកាត់ភ្លើងសម្រាមឬវិក្កយបត្រផ្សេងៗព្រមទាំងពេលលុយទៅកាន់សាច់ញាតិនិងដកប្រាក់តាមភ្នាក់ងារ AMK ទូទាំងប្រទេសដោនឡូតនិងចុះឈ្មោះប្រើប្រាស់ឥឡូវនេះសម្រាប់ព័ត៌មានបន្ថែម023
này cũng thấy nè có bông ở đây bàn tao online cho nên mình cầm tu tôi đã hơi mong tới tu tôi tạm ngang với những nè tao phi được bệnh với sữa mastercard đó nhưng còn tao bị trôi lấy cá po miệng xem xấy nhưng lấy code OTP cho nên chỉ ca sệt cho phi được bệnh với sữa mastercard nó Apple ban lấy cái nào nhưng ai tên tụi này lừa online với Facebook page nên ca cũng sang lừa online ban chọn tiết rồi Philippines Virtual Mastercard Your World of Possibility.
Chạy ta lại bông. Chạy bông chạy ta lại chẳng tính bông. Chọc kẻ trên nhục kẻ lôi đã mẹ.
Trong bao cả rần này mấy ta mình pay mà nè. Cho nên cái Philip mình sẽ vào cầm bao cả này đó tí cần lại. Đời krón tiếp chốt chỉ môi nâng ata sinh nhà bán, really khẩn trương đấy. Mình tới cả ai cái xa chán, nâng mình tới cả bạc nằm cón. Nghi srul rồi hạt toán chật. Ai có thể bạc đã ớt cật lái, bằng cả cạn nị mất, nông cá tu tuật tùm này online, nâng sẽ vào cầm xem chỉ chán tiền.
Visa pioneered the electronic payments business more than 60 years ago, envisioning a world in which paying for something could be translated into electrons and photons that move across the globe at the speed of light.
The consumer may access an infinite range of goods and services whenever he chooses, wherever he may be.
Today, there are 3.4 billion Visa credentials around the world, from the largest cities to remote communities across the globe.
ICU អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលដោយសារជំងឺធ្ងន់ធ្ងរអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការពលអាហារអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការរលាកធ្ងន់ធ្ងរឬករណីមរណភាពឬពិការភាពទាំងស្រុងនឹងជាអចិន្ត្រៃយ៍បុគ្គលឆ្លាតវៃនឹងជ្រើសយកកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រុសអ្នកការពារនិងព្រុសការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃការពារខ្លួនអ្នកជាមួយកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រុសអ្នកការពារនិងព្រុសការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃឥឡូវនេះតាមរយៈកម្មវិធីផល
សួស្តីបងនេះកាហ្វេបងបងសុំ scan QR code ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បានអត់នេះ scan បានដែរអូបានតារឿងអីថា scan មិនបានជាមួយ Ecelida Mobile លោកអ្នកអាច scan QR ភ្លាមទូទាត់ភ្លាមរវាងស្ថាប័នសមាជិកបាគងទាំងអស់ចុះឥឡូវ scan ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បាននៅទាញយកនិងប្រើប្រាស់ Ecelida Mobile ឥឡូវនេះ
Ecelida ប្រជាធនាគារដែលលោកអ្នកជឿទុកចិត្ត លុយទៅឲ្យអ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកមិនគួរពិបាកដូចនេះទេសូមណែនាំ e-money app ផ្ញើលុយកាន់តែងាយស្រួលនិងឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវាបន្ថែមដោយគ្រាន់តែ download e-money app ផ្ញើលុយទៅកាន់អ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់គ្រប់ពេលវេលាគ្មានថ្លៃសេវានិងគ្មានការរអាក់រអួលហើយអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាក៏អាចបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់ក្នុងទូរស័ព្ទដៃរបស់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗdownload e-money app ឥឡូវនេះរួចចាប់ផ្ដើមចែករំលែកក្តីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នក e-money ងាយស្រួលនិងសុវត្ថិភាពសម្រាប់គោលដៅសន្សំប្រាក់របស់អ្នកកាន់តែឆាប់រហ័សជាមួយនឹងគណនីសន្សំ Gold របស់ធនាគារ Jetra Royal សមតុល្យសាច់ប្រាក់ទាបសម្រាប់បើកគណនីត្រឹមតែ$10ទទួលបានអត្រាការប្រាក់រហូតដល់ 1.50% ក្នុងមួយឆ្នាំអ្នកអាចបើកគណនីរៀលឬដុល្លារទទួលបានការប្រាក់រៀលរាល់ចុងខែឥតគិតកម្រៃសេវាប្រចាំខែនិងអត្ថប្រយោជន៍បន្ថែមជាច្រើនទៀតតោះដាក់ប្រាក់សន្សំឥឡូវនេះជាមួយទស្សនវិស័យដ៏រឹងមាំដើម្បីជួយលើកកម្ពស់បទពិសោធន៍ធនាគារនៅប្រទេសកម្ពុជាធនាគារ PPC Bank បានបើកដំណើរការនៅឆ្នាំ 2008 ជាបទសម្ព័ន្ធមួយនៃក្រុមហ៊ុនហិរញ្ញវត្ថុ JB និង Apro យើងបានអភិវឌ្ឍបច្ចេកវិទ្យាហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយជោគជ័យដើម្បីផ្តល់ផលិតផលនិងសេវាកម្មកាន់តែប្រសើរដល់ប្រជាជនកម្ពុជាយើងផ្តល់កម្ចីជាច្រើនប្រភេទដូចជាកម្ចីទិញផ្ទះ
កម្ចីកែលម្អគេហដ្ឋានកម្ចីទិញរថយន្តកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មកម្ចីនៃក្តីសុបិនកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មថ្មីគឺឥណទាន300ក្រៅពីផ្ដល់កម្ចីនិងហិរញ្ញប្បទានពាណិជ្ជកម្មយើងក៏ផ្ដល់សេវាកម្មប្រាក់បញ្ញើដូចជាគណនីសន្សំគណនីសន្សំមានកាលកំណត់គណនីសន្សំថេរជាមួយការរស់នៅតាមបែបបទទំនើបលោកអ្នកអាចបំពេញតម្រូវការដោយធ្វើប្រតិបត្តិការធនាគារប្រចាំថ្ងៃចាប់ពីការបង់ថ្លៃទឹកភ្លើងរហូតដល់ការកក់ណាត់ជួបរបស់លោកអ្នកនៅសាខាណាមួយតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី PPC Bank Mobile App របស់យើង PPC Bank Smart Biz ត្រូវបានបង្កើតឡើងដើម្បីជួយសម្រួលដល់ម្ចាស់ក្រុមហ៊ុនក្នុងការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយទទួលបាននូវភាពបត់បែនយ៉ាងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពខ្ពស់និងចំណេញពេលវេលាធនាគារ PPC Bank ផ្ដល់នូវបានឥណពន្ធនិងបានឥណទានដើម្បីឲ្យអតិថិជនទទួលបានបទពិសោធន៍ចាយវាយបែបថ្មីពោរពេញដោយភាពស៊ីវិល័យនិងទទួលបានអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ជាច្រើនដូចជាការបញ្ចុះតម្លៃពិសេសពីបណ្ដាដៃគូសហការរបស់យើងបានបន្ថែមបណ្ដាញសាខាចំនួន2ទៀតនៅក្នុងរាជធានីភ្នំពេញធ្វើឲ្យចំនួនសាខាសរុបទូទាំងប្រទេសកើនដល់23សាខាហើយចំនួនទូម៉ាស៊ីន ATM របស់យើងក៏បានកើនឡើងរហូតដល់65ទីតាំងយើងក៏មានគម្រោងពង្រីកបន្ថែមទៀតដើម្បីកាន់តែផ្ដល់ភាពងាយស្រួលដល់អតិថិជនរបស់យើង
ផ្លេចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យម៉ាក់ឲ្យឆឹងមានអ្នកដូចខ្ញុំអត់ណោះកុំបារម្ភអី PPC Bank Mobile App អាចជួយបានតើអូអាឡូម៉ាក់កុំផ្ញើទៅឥឡូវហើយតាមសេវាដកប្រាក់ដោយគ្មានកាតណាម៉ាក់អាចបកប្រាក់បានភ្លាមៗនៅគ្រប់ទូ ATM PPC Bank អូហូលុយមែនតើគេ free ថ្លៃសេវាទៀត easy ហើយកាលពីមុនការគ្រប់គ្រងអាជីវកម្មខ្ញុំឡើងលំបាក Smart Biz ជួយដល់ការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុខ្ញុំបានច្រើនមែនទែនអាចទូទាត់ប្រាក់ខែបុគ្គលិករហូតដល់ 1000 គណនីក្នុងមួយលើកវាក៏អាចកំណត់កាលវិភាគទូទាត់ការចំណាយទាំងក្នុងនិងក្រៅស្រុងជាពិសេសឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវារយៈពេល1ឆ្នាំដំបូង Smart Biz ធ្វើឲ្យមុខចំនួនខ្ញុំកាន់តែ easy
អូអត់យកកាត់មកអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាឥឡូវហ្នឹងថាហៅមកដកលុយប៉ុន្តែអត់បានយកកាត់មកទេតែកុំភ័យ PPC Bank គឺគាត់មានមុខងារ cardless card ដែលអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាអាចដកលុយដុល្លារបានក៏ដូចជាដកលុយខ្មែរក៏បានដែរគ្រាន់តែយកលេខកូដពីលេខទូរស័ព្ទមកទៅដកនៅទូ ATM រួចជាការស្រេចដើម្បីប្រើប្រាស់មុខងារ cardless card ដែលលោកអ្នកអាចដកប្រាក់បានដោយមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាលោកអ្នកគ្រាន់តែចុចលើពាក្យ transfer ឬយកពាក្យ cardless card បន្ទាប់មកវាលេខទូរស័ព្ទរបស់លោកអ្នករួចរើសយកប្រាក់រៀលឬដុល្លាររួចវាបញ្ចូលទៅប្រាក់រួចជាការស្រេចទេប្រាក់ទៅដៃគូអាជីវកម្មមែនហ្នឹងហើយកំពុងរៀបចំទៅធនាគារផ្លូវស្ទះហ្នឹងណាក៏មិនងាយរកកន្លែងចតឡានដែរត្រូវចាប់លេខរងចាំទៀតចាំបាច់ទៅពិបាកធ្វើអីតោះប្រើប្រាស់ Wing App វិញអ្នកអាចទេប្រាក់$150,000ក្នុងមួយថ្ងៃដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃ Download Wing App ឥឡូវនេះជាងាយស្រួលកុំងឲ្យហាក់សម្រាប់ពេលដល់រវល់តាម Wing Mall ដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុក Wing Point និង promotion ពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ Download Wing App ហើយកុំងឥឡូវនេះជាងាយស្រួលកុំងឲ្យហាក់ដែលអ្នកចូលចិត្តតាម Wing Mall ដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុក Wing Point និង promotion ពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ Download Wing App ហើយកុំងឥឡូវនេះទោះបីអ្នកដើរតាមផ្លូវអ្នកជិះកង់អ្នកជិះម៉ូតូអ្នកបើកបររថយន្ត
ព្រោះសុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំអាចការពារអ្នកបានគ្រប់ពេលវេលាតោះទិញព្រោះសុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំឥឡូវនេះ
ចេញមាននឹងទៅណាទៅយើង
តោះទៅមើលកូននេះ
អូខេ
ឲ្យគ្នាម្នាក់ 36,700 មក
ហើយបើកងផ្ញើលុយបានឆាប់រហ័សនិងមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវា
ឈប់ចាប់ធនាគារខុសគ្នា
ធនាគារណាក៏អាចផ្ញើបានដែរអត់ចាំលេខកណ្ដាលដៃផងណា
ផ្ញើតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទក៏បាន scan តាម QR code ក៏បាន
ជាមួយបាកងផ្ញើលុយពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះ
ចាស្ដាប់ទាំងអស់គ្នាហើយនេះគឺជាលេខធនាគាររបស់ខ្ញុំហើយនឹងលេខវេលុយណាអើវាតោះដកលុយ
គ្រាន់តែប្រមូលលុយក៏ពិបាកដែរមិនក៏មិនប្រើបាកងទេជាមួយបាកងអតិថិជនអាចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យអ្នកតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទបានមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាដាក់ដឹងដកប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះ
អីទិញថៃមួយណា
អូខេពៅ
កុំពិបាកពេកចៅចាយលុយតាមនេះក៏បានដែរ
Scan QR code ជាមួយបាកងដើម្បីទូទាត់ប្រាក់គ្រប់ទីកន្លែងដោយសុវត្ថិភាពដាក់ដឹងដកប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះតោះមកមើលលទ្ធផលបូកសរុបការងាររបស់យើងក្នុងអំឡុងពេល20ឆ្នាំចុងក្រោយនេះហេតុនេះយើងជាសត្វមូសត្រូវតែខិតខំឡើងវិញមនុស្សគេងក្នុងមុងកប់វត្ថុដែលអាចដក់ទឹកលុបបំបត្តិភក់ជ្រាំប្រើប្រាស់ថ្នាំបាញ់មូសកម្ចាត់ដង្កូវទឹកហើយឥឡូវចេះគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុទៀតអូយឈឺមិនមកវាយគេចឹងមកណាគេបន្ទាប់ខ្ញុំក៏បានដែរមកទុកចិត្តឲ្យខ្ញុំចាត់ការចុះហើយឃើញមូសខាំមិនមានវាយឲ្យទេគេប្រើប្រាស់កម្មវិធីនេះដើម្បីតាមដានសុខភាពរបស់គេចូលបែរអត់លើយអានេះណាជាកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងមូសសំចាញ់នៅក្នុង Apple ផលិតផលនឹងខំនៅពេលដែលយើងកើតជំងឺគ្រុនឈាមឬគ្រុនចាញ់ជាកញ្ចប់មូសសំចាញ់នៅថ្ងៃនេះ
If you want to stay ahead of the competition, you need the most advanced solutions to transform your comms performance. From media database to social influencers, distribution to monitoring, analytics to insights, Cision's cloud-based tools can help you communicate like never before. As the largest and most trusted press release news source, Cision distribution by PR Newswire is how comms pros for every size business ensure that critical news is being conveyed. Whether through traditional media, trade pubs, or online search, PR Newswire enables you to target the right media influencers and consumers. It's the most trusted tool for targeting journalists, with an exclusive media-only community of over 40,000 monthly members. And with the highest number of monthly unique visitors and referred search traffic, PR Newswire ensures higher search visibility than any other competitor. The business demands are changing for PR and comms professionals at every level. But now you have a partner to keep you ahead of the pack. Cision. Communicate like never before.
ជាប៉ូលីសសូមជូនកម្មវិធី2នាទីព្រឹកនេះព័ត៌មានសំខាន់នៅក្នុងថ្ងៃនេះគឺរួមមានថានៅក្នុងប្រទេសមានរបស់ភ្លើង
ប
សប្បាយក្នុងដៃអ្នក
សួស្តីអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាបានស្គាល់ពីកម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទផលរបស់ Prudential នៅតោះមកមើលបន្តិចមើលថាតើផលអាចជួយលោកអ្នកយល់ពីរោគសញ្ញាបានដោយរបៀបណាខ្លះផលស្ទើរតែនាំមកនៅមុខងារថ្មីមួយគឺ Symptom Checker ដែលអាចជួយឲ្យលោកអ្នកយល់ពីរោគសញ្ញារបស់ខ្លួនកាន់តែច្បាស់ហើយណែនាំអ្នកទៅកាន់ការថែទាំមួយដែលស័ក្តិសមជាមួយនឹងបច្ចេកវិទ្យា AI ថ្មីលោកអ្នកអាចទទួលបានព័ត៌មានអំពីរោគសញ្ញារបស់អ្នកបានយ៉ាងឆាប់រហ័សជាដំបូងអ្នកអាចបំពេញព័ត៌មានមួយចំនួនអំពីខ្លួនអ្នកផ្ទាល់បន្ទាប់មកគ្រាន់តែប្រាប់ពីរោគសញ្ញាឬអាការៈរបស់អ្នកទៅកាន់មុខងារ Symptom Checker ហើយឆ្លើយនឹងសំណួរផ្សេងៗជាមួយនឹង Chatbot របស់យើងដោយបានឆ្លងកាត់ការត្រួតពិនិត្យពីវិជ្ជបណ្ឌិតនៅកម្ពុជាមុខងារ Symptom Checker នឹងអាចប្រាប់ពីបញ្ហាសុខភាពដែលលោកអ្នកអាចនឹងមានហើយណែនាំអ្នកទៅកាន់ការថែទាំមួយដែលស័ក្តិសមទាញយកផលឥឡូវនេះហើយសាកល្បងប្រើមុខងារ Symptom Checker ដើម្បីទទួលបានព័ត៌មានសុខភាពគ្រប់ពេលវេលា
យើងជាចំនួនថ្មីនៃអ្នកបង្កើតយើងជំរុញឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែមានភាពជឿនលឿនយើងបង្កើតគំនិតថ្មីយើងច្នៃប្រឌិតថ្មីយើងបង្កើតនូវអ្វីដែលធ្វើជីវិតកាន់តែងាយស្រួលយើងហាត់ប្រាណព្រោះសុខភាពជាទ្រព្យម្នាស់កាត់ថ្លៃបានប៉ុន្តែយើងមិនធ្វើតែម្នាក់ឯងនោះទេព្រោះពេលយើងរួបរวมគ្នាយើងធ្វើបានកាន់តែល្អយើងបរិភោគអាហារដែលមានជីវជាតិសម្រាប់រាងកាយពីព្រោះការការពារប្រសើរជាងការព្យាបាលយើងរៀបចំផែនការហិរញ្ញវត្ថុព្រោះការគិតទុកជាមុនធ្វើឲ្យអនាគតមានភាពច្បាស់លាស់យើងធ្វើអំពើល្អដើម្បីឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែបវរយើងបង្កើតក្តីស្រឡាញ់យើងផ្ដល់តម្លៃឲ្យគ្រួសារយើងបង្កើតសុភមង្គលសម្រាប់ជីវិត
មិនថាអ្នកចូលចិត្តហាត់ប្រាណចូលចិត្តស្វែងយល់ពីសុខភាពចង់ដឹងបន្ថែមពីផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងឬជាម្ចាស់បានសន្យារ៉ាប់រងផ្ទាល់កម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទផល by Prudential មានគ្រប់យ៉ាងសម្រាប់គ្រប់គ្នាមានអារម្មណ៍មិនស្រួលខ្លួនឬក៏ចង់យល់ដឹងពីសុខភាពរបស់អ្នកកាន់តែច្បាស់មុខងារ Symptom Checker និង Health Check អាចឆ្លើយតបនឹងសំណួររបស់អ្នកបានចង់ដឹងពីទីតាំងមន្ទីរពេទ្យឬ clinic ផ្សេងៗដែលនៅជិតអ្នកមុខងារ Hospital និង Clinic Locator អាចប្រាប់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗស្គាល់ទាំងទីតាំងទាំងលេខទូរស័ព្ទហើយបើចង់ទិញផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងផ្សេងៗលក្ខណៈ Digital POS ក៏មានដែរងាយស្រួលបំផុតការទិញការបង់លុយការទាមទារសំណងគឺសុទ្ធតែអាចធ្វើបានតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី POS ទាំងអស់
កាន់តែងាយស្រួលជាមួយកម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទដៃ AMK Mobile App លោកអ្នកអាចបញ្ចូលលុយទូរស័ព្ទបង់ពីកាយប័ត្រកាត់ភ្លើងសម្រាមឬពីកាយប័ត្រផ្សេងៗព្រមទាំងពេលលុយទៅកាន់សាច់ញាតិនិងដកប្រាក់តាមភ្នាក់ងារ AMK ទូទាំងប្រទេសដោនឡូតនិងចុះឈ្មោះប្រើប្រាស់ឥឡូវនេះសម្រាប់ព័ត៌មានបន្ថែម023
này cũng thấy có bông ở đây bàn tay online cho nên đây cầm tôi là hơi mỏng tử tôi tạm nghe quá nhỉ nè tao phi được bệnh với sữa Mastercard nhưng còn tao bị trôi lại cá form miệng xem xấy nên lấy code OTP cho nên chỉ ca sệt cho phi được bệnh với sữa Mastercard nó Apple ban lấy cái nào nhưng ai tên tụi này lừa online với Facebook hết nên cái công san lừa online ban chọn tiết thôi Philippines Virtual Mastercard Your World of Possibility
ចា
ចង់បើកករណីថ្មីតែមិនមែនពេលមែនទេធនាគារ Philip មានសេវាកម្មបើកករណីដល់ទីកន្លែងដោយគ្រាន់តែភ្ជាប់ជាមួយនឹងអត្តសញ្ញាណប័ណ្ណឬលិខិតឆ្លងដែនមិនត្រូវការឯកសារច្រើននិងមិនត្រូវការប្រាក់តម្កល់ងាយស្រួលរហ័សទាន់ចិត្តអាចផ្ទេរប្រាក់ដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃបង្កើតកាតនិម្មិតក្នុងការទូទាត់ទំនិញអនឡាញនិងសេវាកម្មផ្សេងៗជាច្រើនទៀត
Visa pioneered the electronic payments business more than 60 years ago, envisioning a world in which paying for something could be translated into electrons and photons that move across the globe at the speed of light.
The consumer may access an infinite range of goods and services whenever he chooses, wherever he may be.
Today, there are 3.4 billion Visa credentials around the world, from the largest cities to remote communities across the globe.
គ្រោះថ្នាក់អាចកើតមានចំពោះមនុស្សគ្រប់គ្នាគ្រប់ពេលវេលានិងគ្រប់ទីកន្លែងសូម្បីតែនៅផ្ទះរបស់អ្នកក៏ដោយនៅពេលដែលមានគ្រោះថ្នាក់ណាមួយកើតឡើងវានឹងនាំឲ្យមានផលវិបាកជាច្រើនដែលរំខានដល់អ្នកនិងមនុស្សជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកសូមណែនាំកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រួយអ្នកការពារនិងព្រួយការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃដែលផ្ដល់អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ដូចជាអត្ថប្រយោជន៍សម្រាប់ព្យាបាលប្រចាំថ្ងៃអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលនៅផ្នែកប្រពោធនកម្ម ICU អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលដោយសារជំងឺធ្ងន់ធ្ងរអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការពលអាហារអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការរលាកធ្ងន់ធ្ងរឬករណីមរណភាពឬពិការភាពទាំងស្រុងនឹងជាអចិន្ត្រៃយ៍បុគ្គលឆ្លាតវៃនឹងជ្រើសយកកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រួយអ្នកការពារនិងព្រួយការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃការពារខ្លួនអ្នកជាមួយកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រួយអ្នកការពារនិងព្រួយការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃឥឡូវនេះតាមរយៈកម្មវិធីផល
សួស្តីបងនេះកាហ្វេបង
សុំ scan QR code ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បានអត់
នេះ
scan បានដែរហ៎
បានតា
រឿងអីថា scan មិនបានជាមួយ Eselida Mobile លោកអ្នកអាច scan QR ភ្លាមទូទាត់ភ្លាមរវាងស្ថាប័នសមាជិកបាគងទាំងអស់
ចុះឥឡូវ scan ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បាននៅ
ទាញយកនិងប្រើប្រាស់ Eselida Mobile ឥឡូវនេះ
Eselida ប្រជាធនាគារដែលលោកអ្នកជឿទុកចិត្ត
លុយទៅឲ្យអ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកមិនគួរពិបាកដូចនេះទេសូមណែនាំ e-money app
ផ្ញើលុយកាន់តែងាយស្រួលនិងឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវាបន្ថែមដោយគ្រាន់តែ download e-money app ផ្ញើលុយទៅកាន់អ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់គ្រប់ពេលវេលាគ្មានថ្លៃសេវានិងគ្មានការរអាក់រអួលហើយអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាក៏អាចបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់ក្នុងទូរស័ព្ទដៃរបស់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗdownload e-money app ឥឡូវនេះរួចចាប់ផ្ដើមចែករំលែកក្តីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នក e-money ងាយស្រួលនិងសុវត្ថិភាព
សម្រាប់គោលដៅសន្សំប្រាក់របស់អ្នកកាន់តែឆាប់រហ័សជាមួយនឹងគណនីសន្សំ Gold របស់ធនាគារ Jitra Royal សមមតសាច់ប្រាក់ទាបសម្រាប់បើកគណនីត្រឹមតែ$10ទទួលបានអត្រាការប្រាក់រហូតដល់ 1.50% ក្នុងមួយឆ្នាំអ្នកអាចបើកគណនីរៀលឬដុល្លារទទួលបានការប្រាក់រៀលរាល់ចុងខែឥតគិតកម្រៃសេវាប្រចាំខែនិងអត្ថប្រយោជន៍បន្ថែមជាច្រើនទៀតតោះដាក់ប្រាក់សន្សំឥឡូវនេះ
ជាមួយទស្សនវិស័យដ៏រឹងមាំដើម្បីជួយលើកកម្ពស់បទពិសោធន៍ធនាគារនៅប្រទេសកម្ពុជាធនាគារ PPC Bank បានបើកដំណើរការនៅឆ្នាំ2008ជាបទសម្ព័ន្ធមួយនៃក្រុមហ៊ុនហិរញ្ញវត្ថុ JB និង Apro យើងបានអភិវឌ្ឍបច្ចេកវិទ្យាហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយជោគជ័យដើម្បីផ្តល់ផលិតផលនិងសេវាកម្មកាន់តែប្រសើរដល់ប្រជាជនកម្ពុជាយើងផ្តល់កម្ចីជាច្រើនប្រភេទដូចជាកម្ចីទិញផ្ទះកម្ចីកែលម្អគេហដ្ឋានកម្ចីទិញរថយន្តកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មកម្ចីនៃក្តីសុបិនកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មថ្មីគឺឥណទាន300ក្រៅពីផ្តល់កម្ចីនិងហិរញ្ញប្បទានពាណិជ្ជកម្មយើងក៏ផ្តល់សេវាកម្មប្រាក់បញ្ញើដូចជាគណនីសន្សំមានកាលកំណត់គណនីសន្សំថេរជាមួយការរស់នៅតាមបែបបទទំនើបលោកអ្នកអាចបំពេញតម្រូវការដោយធ្វើប្រតិបត្តិការធនាគារប្រចាំថ្ងៃចាប់ពីការបង់ថ្លៃទឹកភ្លើងរហូតដល់ការកក់ណាត់ជួបរបស់លោកអ្នកនៅសាខាណាមួយតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី PPC Bank Mobile App របស់យើង PPC Bank Smart Biz ត្រូវបានបង្កើតឡើងដើម្បីជួយសម្រួលដល់ម្ចាស់ក្រុមហ៊ុនក្នុងការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយទទួលបាននូវភាពបត់បែនយ៉ាងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពខ្ពស់និងចំណេញពេលវេលាធនាគារ PPC Bank ផ្ដល់នូវបានឥណពន្ធនិងបានឥណទានដើម្បីឲ្យអតិថិជនទទួលបានបទពិសោធន៍ចាយវាយបែបថ្មីពោរពេញដោយភាពស៊ីវិល័យនិងទទួលបានអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ជាច្រើនដូចជាការបញ្ចុះតម្លៃពិសេសពីបណ្ដាដៃគូសហការរបស់យើងបានបន្ថែមបណ្ដាញសាខាចំនួន2ទៀតនៅក្នុងរាជធានីភ្នំពេញធ្វើឲ្យចំនួនសាខាសរុបទូទាំងប្រទេសកើនដល់23សាខាហើយចំនួនទូម៉ាស៊ីន ATM របស់យើងក៏បានកើនឡើងរហូតដល់65ទីតាំងយើងក៏មានគម្រោងពង្រីកបន្ថែមទៀតដើម្បីកាន់តែផ្ដល់ភាពងាយស្រួលដល់អតិថិជនរបស់យើង
ផ្លេចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យម៉ាក់ឲ្យឈឹងមានអ្នកដូចខ្ញុំអត់ណោះកុំបារម្ភអី PPC Bank Mobile App អាចជួយបានតើអូអាឡូម៉ាក់កុំផ្ញើទៅឥឡូវហើយតាមសេវាដកប្រាក់ដោយគ្មានកាតណាម៉ាក់អាចដកប្រាក់បានភ្លាមៗនៅគ្រប់ទូ ATM PPC Bank អូហូលយមែនតើគេ free ថ្លៃសេវាទៀត easy ហើយកាលពីមុនការគ្រប់គ្រងអាជីវកម្មខ្ញុំឡើងលំបាក Smart Biz ជួយដល់ការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុខ្ញុំបានច្រើនមែនទែនអាចទូទាត់ប្រាក់ខែបុគ្គលិករហូតដល់1000គណនីក្នុងមួយលើកវាក៏អាចកំណត់កាលវិភាគទូទាត់ការចំណាយទាំងក្នុងនិងក្រៅស្រុកជាពិសេសឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវារយៈពេល1ឆ្នាំដំបូង Smart Biz ធ្វើឲ្យមុខចំនួនខ្ញុំកាន់តែ easy
អូអត់យកកាត់មកអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាឥឡូវហ្នឹងថាហៅមកដកលុយប៉ុន្តែបានយកកាត់មកឯងតែកុំភ័យ PPC Bank គឺគាត់មានមុខងារ cardless card ដែលអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាអាចដកលុយដុល្លារបានក៏ដូចជាដកលុយខ្មែរក៏បានដែរគ្រាន់តែយកលេខកូដពីលេខទូរស័ព្ទមកទៅដកនៅទូ ATM រួចជាការស្រេចដើម្បីប្រើប្រាស់មុខងារ cardless card ដែលលោកអ្នកអាចដកប្រាក់បានដោយមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាលោកអ្នកគ្រាន់តែចុចលើពាក្យ transfer ឬយកពាក្យ cardless card បន្ទាប់មកវាលេខទូរស័ព្ទរបស់លោកអ្នករួចរើសយកប្រាក់រៀលឬដុល្លាររួចវាបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់រួចជាការស្រេច
តែដៃគូអាជីវកម្មមែនហ្នឹងហើយកំពុងរៀបចំទៅធនាគារផ្លូវស្ទះហ្នឹងណាក៏មិនងាយរកកន្លែងចតឡានដែរត្រូវចាប់លេខរងចាំទៀតចាំបាច់ទៅពិបាកធ្វើអីតោះប្រើប្រាស់ Wing App វិញអ្នកអាចផ្ទេរប្រាក់មក$50,000ក្នុងមួយថ្ងៃដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃ Download Wing App ឥឡូវនេះជាងាយស្រួលកុំងឲ្យហាក់សម្រាប់ពេលដល់រវល់តាម Wing Mall ដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុក Wing Point និងប្រូម៉ូសិនពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ Download Wing App ហើយកុំងឥឡូវនេះជាងាយស្រួលកុំងឲ្យហាក់ដែលអ្នកចូលចិត្តតាម Wing Mall ដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុក Wing Point និងប្រូម៉ូសិនពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ Download Wing App ហើយកុំងឥឡូវនេះ
ទោះបីអ្នកដើរតាមផ្លូវអ្នកជិះកង់អ្នកជិះម៉ូតូអ្នកបើកបររថយន្តព្រោះសុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំអាចការពារអ្នកបានគ្រប់ពេលវេលាតោះទិញព្រោះសុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំឥឡូវនេះ
ចេញមាននឹងទៅណាទៅយើង
តោះទៅមើលកូននេះ
អូខេ
ឲ្យគ្នាម្នាក់36,700មក
ហើយបើកងផ្ញើលុយបានឆាប់រហ័សនិងមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវា
ឈប់ចាប់បធនាគារខុសគ្នា
ធនាគារណាក៏អាចផ្ញើបានដែរអត់ចាំលេខគណៈដីផងហ្នឹង
ផ្ញើតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទក៏បាន scan តាម QR code ក៏បានជាមួយបាកងផ្ញើលុយពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះចាស្នាប់ចិត្តស្នាប់ពីដល់ទាំងអស់គ្នាហើយនេះគឺជាលេខក្នុងធនាគាររបស់ខ្ញុំហើយនឹងលេខវេលុយណាអើវាតោះដកលុយគ្រាន់តែប្រមូលលុយក៏ពិបាកដែរមិនក៏មិនប្រើបាកងទេជាមួយបាកងអតិថិជនអាចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យអ្នកតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទបានមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាដាក់ដឹងដកប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះអីទិញថៃមួយណាអូខេពៅកុំពិបាកពេកចៅចាយលុយតាមនេះក៏បានដែរ Scan QR code ជាមួយបាកងដើម្បីទូទាត់ប្រាក់គ្រប់ទីកន្លែងដោយសុវត្ថិភាពដាក់ដឹងដកប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះតោះមកមើលលទ្ធផលបូកសរុបការងាររបស់យើងក្នុងអំឡុងពេល20ឆ្នាំចុងក្រោយនេះហេតុនេះយើងជាសត្វមូសត្រូវតែខិតខំឡើងវិញមនុស្សគេងក្នុងមុងកប់វត្ថុដែលអាចដក់ទឹកលុបបំបត្តិភក់ជ្រាំប្រើប្រាស់ថ្នាំបាញ់មូសកម្ចាត់ដង្កូវទឹកហើយឥឡូវចេះគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុទៀតអូយឈឺមិនមកវាយគេចឹងមកណាគេបន្ទាប់ខ្ញុំក៏បានដែរមកទុកចិត្តឲ្យខ្ញុំចាត់ការចុះហើយឃើញមូសខាំមិនមានវាយឲ្យទេគេប្រើប្រាស់កម្មវិធីនេះដើម្បីតាមដានសុខភាពរបស់គេចូលបែរអត់លុយអានេះណាជាកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងមូសសំចាញ់នៅក្នុង Apple ផលិតផលនឹងខំពេលដែលយើងកើតជំងឺគ្រុនឈាមឬគ្រុនចាញ់ជាកញ្ចប់មូសសំចាញ់នៅថ្ងៃនេះ
If you want to stay ahead of the competition, you need the most advanced solutions to transform your comms performance. From media database to social influencers, distribution to monitoring, analytics to insights, Cision's cloud-based tools can help you communicate like never before. As the largest and most trusted press release news source, Precision distribution by PR Newswire is how comms pros for every size business ensure that critical news is being conveyed. Whether through traditional media, trade pubs, or online search, PR Newswire enables you to target the right media influencers and consumers. It's the most trusted tool for targeting journalists, with an exclusive media-only community of over 40,000 monthly members. And with the highest number of monthly unique visitors and referred search traffic, PR Newswire ensures higher search visibility than any other competitor. The business demands are changing for PR and comms professionals at every level. But now you have a partner to keep you ahead of the pack. Cision. Communicate like never before.
Chiều hôm nayសូមជូនកម្មវិធីពីនីតិព្រឹកនេះព័ត៌មានសំខាន់ៗនៅក្នុងថ្ងៃនេះគឺរួមមាននៅក្នុងប្រទេសដែលត្រូវបានលើក
សប្បាយក្នុងដៃអ្នក
សួស្តីអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាបានស្គាល់ពីកម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទផលរបស់ Prudential នៅតោះមកមើលបន្តិចមើលថាតើផលអាចជួយលោកអ្នកយល់ពីរោគសញ្ញាបានដោយរបៀបណាខ្លះផលស្ទើរតែនាំមកនៅមុខងារថ្មីមួយគឺ Symptom Checker ដែលអាចជួយឲ្យលោកអ្នកយល់ពីរោគសញ្ញារបស់ខ្លួនកាន់តែច្បាស់ហើយណែនាំអ្នកទៅកាន់ការថែទាំមួយដែលស័ក្តិសមជាមួយនឹងបច្ចេកវិទ្យា AI ថ្មីលោកអ្នកអាចទទួលបានព័ត៌មានអំពីរោគសញ្ញារបស់អ្នកបានយ៉ាងឆាប់រហ័សជាដំបូងអ្នកអាចបំពេញព័ត៌មានមួយចំនួនអំពីខ្លួនអ្នកផ្ទាល់បន្ទាប់មកគ្រាន់តែប្រាប់ពីរោគសញ្ញាឬអាការៈរបស់អ្នកទៅកាន់មុខងារ Symptom Checker ហើយឆ្លើយនឹងសំណួរផ្សេងៗជាមួយនឹង Chatbot របស់យើងដោយបានឆ្លងកាត់ការត្រួតពិនិត្យពីវិជ្ជបណ្ឌិតនៅកម្ពុជាមុខងារ Symptom Checker នឹងអាចប្រាប់ពីបញ្ហាសុខភាពដែលលោកអ្នកអាចនឹងមានហើយណែនាំអ្នកទៅកាន់ការថែទាំមួយដែលស័ក្តិសមទាញយកផលឥឡូវនេះហើយសាកល្បងប្រើមុខងារ Symptom Checker ដើម្បីទទួលបានព័ត៌មានសុខភាពគ្រប់ពេលវេលា
យើងជាចំនួនថ្មីនៃអ្នកបង្កើតយើងជំរុញឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែមានភាពជឿនលឿនយើងបង្កើតគំនិតថ្មីយើងច្នៃប្រឌិតថ្មីយើងបង្កើតនៅអ្វីដែលធ្វើជីវិតកាន់តែងាយស្រួលយើងហាត់ប្រាណព្រោះសុខភាពជាទ្រព្យមិនអាចកាត់ថ្លៃបានប៉ុន្តែយើងមិនធ្វើតែម្នាក់ឯងនោះទេព្រោះពេលយើងរួបរวมគ្នាយើងធ្វើបានកាន់តែល្អយើងបរិភោគអាហារដែលមានជីវជាតិសម្រាប់រាងកាយពីព្រោះការការពារប្រសើរជាងការព្យាបាលយើងរៀបចំផែនការហិរញ្ញវត្ថុព្រោះការគិតទុកជាមុនធ្វើឲ្យអនាគតមានភាពច្បាស់លាស់យើងធ្វើអំពើល្អដើម្បីឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែបវរយើងបង្កើតក្តីស្រឡាញ់យើងផ្ដល់តម្លៃឲ្យគ្រួសារយើងបង្កើតសុភមង្គលសម្រាប់ជីវិត
មិនថាអ្នកចូលចិត្តហាត់ប្រាណចូលចិត្តស្វែងយល់ពីសុខភាពចង់ដឹងបន្ថែមពីផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងឬជាម្ចាស់បានសន្យារ៉ាប់រងផ្ទាល់កម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទផល by Prudential មានគ្រប់យ៉ាងសម្រាប់គ្រប់គ្នាមានអារម្មណ៍មិនស្រួលខ្លួនឬក៏ចង់យល់ដឹងពីសុខភាពរបស់អ្នកកាន់តែច្បាស់មកងារ Symptom Checker និង Health Check អាចឆ្លើយតបនឹងសំណួររបស់អ្នកបានចង់ដឹងពីទីតាំងមន្ទីរពេទ្យឬ clinic ផ្សេងៗដែលនៅជិតអ្នកមកងារ Hospital និង Clinic Locator អាចប្រាប់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗស្គាល់ទាំងទីតាំងទាំងលេខទូរស័ព្ទហើយបើចង់ទិញផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងផ្សេងៗលក្ខណៈ Digital POS ក៏មានដែរងាយស្រួលបំផុតការទិញការបង់លុយការទាមទារសំណងគឺសុទ្ធតែអាចធ្វើបានតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី POS ទាំងអស់
កាន់តែងាយស្រួលជាមួយកម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទដៃ AMK Mobile App លោកអ្នកអាចបញ្ចូលលុយទូរស័ព្ទបង់ពីកាយប័ត្រទឹកភ្លើងសម្រាមឬពីកាយប័ត្រផ្សេងព្រមទាំងពេលលុយទៅកាន់សាច់ញាតិនិងដកប្រាក់តាមភ្នាក់ងារ AMK ទូទាំងប្រទេស Download និងចុះឈ្មោះប្រើប្រាស់ឥឡូវនេះសម្រាប់ព័ត៌មានបន្ថែម023
này cũng thấy
កំពុងតែបានតាមអនឡាញ
ចុះនៅនេះក៏មិនទូទៅដល់ហើយមកទៅ
ទូទៅតាមណាវិញ
នេះតាម FinTech Virtual Mastercard យើងគ្រាន់តែបញ្ចូលលេខការព័ត៌មានផ្សេងនិងលេខកូដ OTP ប៉ុណ្ណឹងជាការសេច
ចុះ FinTech Virtual Mastercard ហ្នឹងអាចប្រើបានលើខ្លះ
អូយើងអាចទិញតំណែងលើអនឡាញ với Facebook Page និងការកំសាន្តលើអនឡាញបានច្រើនទៀតហ៎
អូលុយ
FinTech Virtual Mastercard Your World of Possibility
ចាតើឡើយបងចាបងចាផ្សេងតើឡើយចាំតិចទេបងចាប់គេចេញខ្ញុំផ្ញើលុយទៅឲ្យមែន
ចង់បើកករណីថ្មីតែមិនមែនពេលមែនទេធនាគារ Philip មានសេវាកម្មបើកករណីដល់ទីកន្លែងដោយគ្រាន់តែភ្ជាប់ជាមួយនឹងអត្តសញ្ញាណប័ណ្ណឬលិខិតឆ្លងដែនមិនត្រូវការឯកសារច្រើននិងមិនត្រូវការប្រាក់តម្កល់ងាយស្រួលរហ័សទាន់ចិត្តអាចផ្ទេរប្រាក់ដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃបង្កើតកាតនិម្មិតក្នុងការទូទាត់ទំនិញអនឡាញនិងសេវាកម្មផ្សេងៗជាច្រើនទៀត
Visa pioneered the electronic payments business more than 60 years ago, envisioning a world in which paying for something could be translated into electrons and photons that move across the globe at the speed of light.
The consumer may access an infinite range of goods and services whenever he chooses, wherever he may be.
Today, there are 3.4 billion Visa credentials around the world, from the largest cities to remote communities across the globe.
គ្រោះថ្នាក់អាចកើតមានចំពោះមនុស្សគ្រប់គ្នាគ្រប់ពេលវេលានិងគ្រប់ទីកន្លែងសូម្បីតែនៅផ្ទះរបស់អ្នកក៏ដោយនៅពេលដែលមានគ្រោះថ្នាក់ណាមួយកើតឡើងវានឹងនាំឲ្យមានផលវិបាកជាច្រើនដែលរំខានដល់អ្នកនិងមនុស្សជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកសូមណែនាំកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រួយអ្នកការពារនិងព្រួយការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃដែលផ្ដល់អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ដូចជាអត្ថប្រយោជន៍សម្រាប់ព្យាបាលប្រចាំថ្ងៃអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលនៅផ្នែកប្រពោធនកម្ម ICU អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលដោយសារជំងឺធ្ងន់ធ្ងរ អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការពលអាហារអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការរលាកធ្ងន់ធ្ងរឬករណីមរណភាពឬពិការភាពទាំងស្រុងនឹងជាអចិន្ត្រៃយ៍បុគ្គលឆ្លាតវៃនឹងជ្រើសយកកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រូអ្នកការពារនិងព្រូការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃការពារខ្លួនអ្នកជាមួយកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រូអ្នកការពារនិងព្រូការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃឥឡូវនេះតាមរយៈកម្មវិធីផល
សួស្តីបងនេះកាហ្វេបង
សុំ scan QR code ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បានអត់
នេះ
scan បានដែរហ៎
បានតា
រឿងអីថា scan មិនបានជាមួយ Eselida Mobile លោកអ្នកអាច scan QR ភ្លាមទូទាត់ភ្លាមរវាងស្ថាប័នសមាជិកបាគងទាំងអស់
ចុះឥឡូវ scan ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បាននៅ
ទាញយកនិងប្រើប្រាស់ Eselida Mobile ឥឡូវនេះ
Eselida ប្រជាធនាគារដែលលោកអ្នកជឿទុកចិត្ត
លុយទៅឲ្យអ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកមិនគួរពិបាកដូចនេះទេសូមណែនាំ e-money app ផ្ញើលុយកាន់តែងាយស្រួលនិងឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវាបន្ថែមដោយគ្រាន់តែ download e-money app ផ្ញើលុយទៅកាន់អ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់គ្រប់ពេលវេលាគ្មានថ្លៃសេវានិងគ្មានការរអាក់រអួលហើយអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាក៏អាចបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់ក្នុងទូរស័ព្ទដៃរបស់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗdownload e-money app ឥឡូវនេះរួចចាប់ផ្ដើមចែករំលែកក្តីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នក e-money ងាយស្រួលនិងសុវត្ថិភាពសម្រាប់គោលដៅសន្សំប្រាក់របស់អ្នកកាន់តែឆាប់រហ័សជាមួយនឹងគណនីសន្សំ Gold របស់ធនាគារ J-Trust Royal សមមតូសាច់ប្រាក់ទាបសម្រាប់បើកគណនីត្រឹមតែ$10ទទួលបានអត្រាការប្រាក់រហូតដល់ 1.50% ក្នុងមួយឆ្នាំអ្នកអាចបើកគណនីរៀលឬដុល្លារទទួលបានការប្រាក់រៀលរាល់ចុងខែឥតគិតកម្រៃសេវាប្រចាំខែនិងអត្ថប្រយោជន៍បន្ថែមជាច្រើនទៀតតោះដាក់ប្រាក់សន្សំឥឡូវនេះ
ជាមួយទស្សនវិស័យដ៏រឹងមាំដើម្បីជួយលើកកម្ពស់បទពិសោធន៍ធនាគារនៅប្រទេសកម្ពុជាធនាគារ PPC Bank បានបើកដំណើរការនៅឆ្នាំ2008ជាបទសម្ព័ន្ធមួយនៃក្រុមហ៊ុនហិរញ្ញវត្ថុ JB និង Apro យើងបានអភិវឌ្ឍបច្ចេកវិទ្យាហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយជោគជ័យដើម្បីផ្ដល់ផលិតផលនិងសេវាកម្មកាន់តែប្រសើរដល់ប្រជាជនកម្ពុជាយើងផ្ដល់កម្ចីជាច្រើនប្រភេទដូចជាកម្ចីទិញផ្ទះកម្ចីកែលម្អគេហដ្ឋានកម្ចីទិញរថយន្តកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មកម្ចីនៃក្តីសុបិនកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មថ្មីគឺឥណទាន300ក្រៅពីផ្ដល់កម្ចីនិងហិរញ្ញប្បទានពាណិជ្ជកម្មយើងក៏ផ្ដល់សេវាកម្មប្រាក់បញ្ញើដូចជាគណនីសន្សំគណនីសន្សំមានកាលកំណត់គណនីសន្សំថេរជាមួយការរស់នៅតាមបែបបទទំនើបលោកអ្នកអាចបំពេញតម្រូវការដោយធ្វើប្រតិបត្តិការធនាគារប្រចាំថ្ងៃចាប់ពីការបង់ថ្លៃទឹកភ្លើងរហូតដល់ការកក់ណាត់ជួបរបស់លោកអ្នកនៅសាខាណាមួយតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី PPC Bank Mobile App របស់យើង PPC Bank Smart Biz ត្រូវបានបង្កើតឡើងដើម្បីជួយសម្រួលដល់ម្ចាស់ក្រុមហ៊ុនក្នុងការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយទទួលបាននូវភាពបត់បែនយ៉ាងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពខ្ពស់និងចំណេញពេលវេលាធនាគារ PPC Bank ផ្ដល់នូវប័ណ្ណឥណពន្ធនិងប័ណ្ណឥណទានដើម្បីឲ្យអតិថិជនទទួលបានបទពិសោធន៍ចាយវាយបែបថ្មីពោរពេញដោយភាពស៊ីវិល័យនិងទទួលបានអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ជាច្រើនដូចជាការបញ្ចុះតម្លៃពិសេសពីបណ្ដាដៃគូសហការរបស់យើង យើងបានបន្ថែមបណ្ដាញសាខាចំនួន2ទៀតនៅក្នុងរាជធានីភ្នំពេញធ្វើឲ្យចំនួនសាខាសរុបទូទាំងប្រទេសកើនដល់23សាខាហើយចំនួនទូម៉ាស៊ីន ATM របស់យើងក៏បានកើនឡើងរហូតដល់65ទីតាំងយើងក៏មានគម្រោងពង្រីកបន្ថែមទៀតដើម្បីកាន់តែផ្ដល់ភាពងាយស្រួលដល់អតិថិជនរបស់យើង
ផ្លេចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យម៉ាក់ឲ្យឈឹងមានអ្នកដូចខ្ញុំអត់ណោះកុំបារម្ភអី PPC Bank Mobile App អាចជួយបានតើអូអាឡូម៉ាក់កុំផ្ញើទៅឥឡូវហើយតាមសេវាដកប្រាក់ដោយគ្មានកាតណាម៉ាក់អាចបកប្រាក់បានភ្លាមៗនៅគ្រប់ទូ ATM PPC Bank អូហូលុយមែនតើគេ free ថ្លៃសេវាទៀត easy ហើយកាលពីមុនការគ្រប់គ្រងអាជីវកម្មខ្ញុំឡើងលំបាក Smart B ជួយដល់ការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុខ្ញុំបានច្រើនមែនទែនអាចទូទាត់ប្រាក់ខែបុគ្គលិករហូតដល់ 1000 គណនីក្នុងមួយលើកវាក៏អាចកំណត់កាលវិភាគទូទាត់ការចំណាយទាំងក្នុងនិងក្រៅស្រុកជាពិសេសឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវារយៈពេល1ឆ្នាំដំបូង Smart B ធ្វើឲ្យមុខចំនួនខ្ញុំកាន់តែ easy
អត់យកកាត់មកអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាឥឡូវហ្នឹងថាហៅមកដកលុយប៉ុន្តែអត់បានយកកាត់មកទេតែកុំភ័យ PPC Bank គឺគាត់មានមុខងារខាត់លិចខាត់អ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាអាចដកលុយដុល្លារបានក៏ដូចជាដកលុយខ្មែរក៏បានដែរគ្រាន់តែយកលេខកូដពីលេខទូរស័ព្ទមកទៅដកនៅទូ ATM ឬជាការស្រេចដើម្បីប្រើប្រាស់មុខងារ Quadusk Cash ដែលលោកអ្នកអាចដកប្រាក់បានដោយមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាលោកអ្នកគ្រាន់តែចុចលើពាក្យ Transfer ឬយកពាក្យ Quadusk Cash បន្ទាប់មកវាលេខទូរស័ព្ទរបស់លោកអ្នករួចរើសយកប្រាក់រៀលឬដុល្លាររួចវាបញ្ចូលទៅប្រាក់រួចជាការស្រេច
ទេប្រាក់ទៅដៃគូអាជីវកម្មមែនហ្នឹងហើយកំពុងរៀបចំទៅធនាគារផ្លេចស្ទេហ្នឹងណាក៏មិនងាយរកកន្លែងចតឡានដែរត្រូវចាប់លេខរងចាំទៀតចាំបាច់ទៅពិបាកធ្វើអីតោះប្រើប្រាស់ Wing App វិញអ្នកអាចទេប្រាក់$15,000ក្នុងមួយថ្ងៃដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃ Download Wing App ឥឡូវនេះជាងាយស្រួលកុំងឲ្យហាក់សម្រាប់ពេលដល់រវល់តាម Wing Mall ដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុក Wing Point និង promotion ពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ Download Wing App ហើយកុំងឥឡូវនេះជាងាយស្រួលកុំងឲ្យហាក់ដែលអ្នកចូលចិត្តតាម Wing Mall ដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុក Wing Point និង promotion ពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ Download Wing App ហើយកុំងឥឡូវនេះ
ទោះបីអ្នកដើរតាមផ្លូវអ្នកជិះកង់អ្នកជិះម៉ូតូអ្នកបើកបររថយន្តព្រោះសុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំអាចការពារអ្នកបានគ្រប់ពេលវេលាតោះទិញព្រោះសុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំឥឡូវនេះ
ចេញមាននឹងទៅណាទៅយើង
តោះទៅមើលកូននេះ
អូខេ
ឲ្យគ្នាម្នាក់ 36,700 មក
ហើយបើកងផ្ញើលុយបានឆាប់រហ័សនិងមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវា
ឈប់ចាប់បធនាគារខុសគ្នា
ធនាគារណាក៏អាចផ្ញើបានដែរ
អត់ចាំលេខគណៈដីផងហ្នឹង
ផ្ញើតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទក៏បាន scan តាម QR code ក៏បានជាមួយបាកងផ្ញើលុយពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះចាស្ដាប់ទៅទាំងអស់គ្នា
ហើយនេះគឺជាលេខក្នុងធនាគាររបស់ខ្ញុំហើយនឹងលេខវេលុយណាឲ្យវាតោះដកលុយគ្រាន់តែប្រមូលលុយក៏ពិបាកដែរមិនក៏មិនប្រើបាកងទេជាមួយបាកងអតិថិជនអាចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យអ្នកតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទបានមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាដាក់ដឹងដល់ប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះអីទិញថៃមួយណាអូខេពៅ
កុំពិបាកពេកចៅចាយលុយតាមនេះក៏បានដែរ
Scan QR code ជាមួយបាកងដើម្បីទូទាត់ប្រាក់គ្រប់ទីកន្លែងដោយសុវត្ថិភាពដាក់ដឹងដល់ប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះតោះមកមើលលទ្ធផលបូកសរុបការងាររបស់យើងក្នុងអំឡុងពេល20ឆ្នាំចុងក្រោយនេះហេតុនេះយើងជាសត្វមូសត្រូវតែខិតខំឡើងវិញមនុស្សគេងក្នុងមុងកប់វត្ថុដែលអាចដក់ទឹកលុបបំបត្តិភក់ជ្រាំប្រើប្រាស់ថ្នាំបាញ់មូសកម្ចាត់ដង្កូវទឹកហើយឥឡូវចេះគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុទៀតអូយឈឺមិនមកវាយគេចឹងមកណាគេបន្ទាប់ខ្ញុំក៏បានដែរមកទុកចិត្តឲ្យខ្ញុំចាត់ការចុះហើយឃើញមូសខាំមិនមានវាយឲ្យទេគេប្រើប្រាស់កម្មវិធីនេះដើម្បីតាមដានសុខភាពរបស់គេចូលបែរអត់លុយអានេះណាជាកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងមូសសំចាញ់នៅក្នុង Apple ផលិតផលនឹងខំនៅពេលដែលយើងកើតជំងឺគ្រុនឈាមឬគ្រុនចាញ់ជាកញ្ចប់មូសសំចាញ់នៅថ្ងៃនេះ
If you want to stay ahead of the competition, you need the most advanced solutions to transform your comms performance. From media database to social influencers, distribution to monitoring, analytics to insights, Cision's cloud-based tools can help you communicate like never before. As the largest and most trusted press release news source, Cision distribution by PR Newswire is how comms pros for every size business ensure that critical news is being conveyed. Whether through traditional media, trade pubs, or online search, PR Newswire enables you to target the right media influencers and consumers. It's the most trusted tool for targeting journalists, with an exclusive media-only community of over 40,000 monthly members. And with the highest number of monthly unique visitors and referred search traffic, PR Newswire ensures higher search visibility than any other competitor. The business demands are changing for PR and comms professionals at every level. But now you have a partner to keep you ahead of the pack. Cision. Communicate like never before.
ជាមូលីសូមជូនកម្មវិធីពីនីតិព្រឹកនេះព័ត៌មានសំខាន់នៅក្នុងថ្ងៃនេះគឺរួមមាននៅក្នុងប្រទេសដែលត្រូវបានលើក
អ
សប្បាយក្នុងដៃអ្នក
សួស្តីអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាបានស្គាល់ពីកម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទផលរបស់ Prudential នៅតោះមកមើលបន្តិចមើលថាតើផលអាចជួយលោកអ្នកយល់ពីរោគសញ្ញាបានដោយរបៀបណាខ្លះផលស្ទើរតែនាំមកនៅមុខងារថ្មីមួយគឺ Symptom Checker ដែលអាចជួយឲ្យលោកអ្នកយល់ពីរោគសញ្ញារបស់ខ្លួនកាន់តែច្បាស់ហើយណែនាំអ្នកទៅកាន់ការថែទាំមួយដែលស័ក្តិសមជាមួយនឹងបច្ចេកវិទ្យា AI ថ្មីលោកអ្នកអាចទទួលបានព័ត៌មានអំពីរោគសញ្ញារបស់អ្នកបានយ៉ាងឆាប់រហ័សជាដំបូងអ្នកអាចបំពេញព័ត៌មានមួយចំនួនអំពីខ្លួនអ្នកផ្ទាល់បន្ទាប់មកគ្រាន់តែប្រាប់ពីរោគសញ្ញាឬអាការៈរបស់អ្នកទៅកាន់មុខងារ Symptom Checker ហើយឆ្លើយនៅសំណួរផ្សេងៗជាមួយនឹង Chatbot របស់យើងដោយបានឆ្លងកាត់ការត្រួតពិនិត្យពីវិជ្ជបណ្ឌិតនៅកម្ពុជាមុខងារ Symptom Checker នឹងអាចប្រាប់ពីបញ្ហាសុខភាពដែលលោកអ្នកអាចនឹងមានហើយណែនាំអ្នកទៅកាន់ការថែទាំមួយដែលស័ក្តិសមទាញយកផលឥឡូវនេះហើយសាកល្បងប្រើមុខងារ Symptom Checker ដើម្បីទទួលបានព័ត៌មានសុខភាពគ្រប់ពេលវេលា
យើងជាចំនួនថ្មីនៃអ្នកបង្កើតយើងជំរុញឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែមានភាពជឿនលឿនយើងបង្កើតគំនិតថ្មីយើងច្នៃប្រឌិតថ្មីយើងបង្កើតនៅអ្វីដែលធ្វើជីវិតកាន់តែងាយស្រួលយើងហាត់ប្រាណព្រោះសុខភាពជាទ្រព្យមិនអាចកាត់ថ្លៃបានប៉ុន្តែយើងមិនធ្វើតែម្នាក់ឯងនោះទេព្រោះពេលយើងរួបរวมគ្នាយើងធ្វើបានកាន់តែល្អយើងបរិភោគអាហារដែលមានជីវជាតិសម្រាប់រាងកាយពីព្រោះការការពារប្រសើរជាងការព្យាបាលយើងរៀបចំផែនការហិរញ្ញវត្ថុព្រោះការគិតទុកជាមុនធ្វើឲ្យអនាគតមានភាពច្បាស់លាស់យើងធ្វើអំពើល្អដើម្បីឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែបវរយើងបង្កើតក្តីស្រឡាញ់យើងផ្ដល់តម្លៃឲ្យគ្រួសារយើងបង្កើតសុភមង្គលសម្រាប់ជីវិត
មិនថាអ្នកចូលចិត្តហាត់ប្រាណចូលចិត្តស្វែងយល់ពីសុខភាពចង់ដឹងបន្ថែមពីផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងឬជាម្ចាស់បានសន្យារ៉ាប់រងផ្ទាល់កម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទផល by Prudential មានគ្រប់យ៉ាងសម្រាប់គ្រប់គ្នាមានអារម្មណ៍មិនស្រួលខ្លួនឬក៏ចង់យល់ដឹងពីសុខភាពរបស់អ្នកកាន់តែច្បាស់មុខងារ Symptom Checker និង Health Check អាចឆ្លើយតបនឹងសំណួររបស់អ្នកបានចង់ដឹងពីទីតាំងមន្ទីរពេទ្យឬ clinic ផ្សេងៗដែលនៅជិតអ្នកមុខងារ Hospital និង Clinic Locator អាចប្រាប់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗស្គាល់ទាំងទីតាំងទាំងលេខទូរស័ព្ទហើយបើចង់ទិញផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងផ្សេងៗលក្ខណៈ Digital POS ក៏មានដែរងាយស្រួលបំផុតការទិញការបង់លុយការទាមទារសំណងគឺសុទ្ធតែអាចធ្វើបានតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី POS ទាំងអស់
កាន់តែងាយស្រួលជាមួយកម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទដៃ AMK Mobile App លោកអ្នកអាចបញ្ចូលលុយទូរស័ព្ទបង់ពីកាយប័ត្រទឹកភ្លើងសម្រាមឬពីកាយប័ត្រផ្សេងៗព្រមទាំងពេលលុយទៅកាន់សាច់ញាតិនិងដកប្រាក់តាមភ្នាក់ងារ AMK ទូទាំងប្រទេស Download និងចុះឈ្មោះប្រើប្រាស់ឥឡូវនេះសម្រាប់ព័ត៌មានបន្ថែម023
này cũng thấy cô bông ở đây bàn tay online cho nên đi cầm tu tôi là hơi bằng tự tôi tạm nghe quá nhỉ nè tao khi được bệnh với sữa Mastercard nhưng còn tao bị trôi lại cá form miệng xem xấy nên lấy code OTP cho nên chỉ ca sệt cho phi được bệnh với sữa Mastercard Apple ban lấy cái hả nhưng ai tên từ này lừa online với Facebook page nên cái công san lừa online ban chọn tiết rồi Philippines Virtual Mastercard Your World of Possibility
ចាតើ
បើកករណីថ្មីតែមិនមែនពេលមែនទេធនាគារ Philip មានសេវាកម្មបើកករណីដល់ទីកន្លែងដោយគ្រាន់តែភ្ជាប់ជាមួយនឹងអត្តសញ្ញាណប័ណ្ណឬលិខិតឆ្លងដែនមិនត្រូវការឯកសារច្រើននិងមិនត្រូវការប្រាក់តម្កល់ងាយស្រួលរហ័សទាន់ចិត្តអាចផ្ទេរប្រាក់ដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃបង្កើតកាតនិម្មិតក្នុងការទូទាត់ទំនិញអនឡាញនិងសេវាកម្មផ្សេងៗជាច្រើនទៀត
Visa pioneered the electronic payments business more than 60 years ago, envisioning a world in which paying for something could be translated into electrons and photons that move across the globe at the speed of light.
The consumer may access an infinite range of goods and services whenever he chooses, wherever he may be.
Today, there are 3.4 billion Visa credentials around the world, from the largest cities to remote communities across the globe.
គ្រោះថ្នាក់អាចកើតមានចំពោះមនុស្សគ្រប់គ្នាគ្រប់ពេលវេលានិងគ្រប់ទីកន្លែងសូម្បីតែនៅផ្ទះរបស់អ្នកក៏ដោយនៅពេលដែលមានគ្រោះថ្នាក់ណាមួយកើតឡើងវានឹងនាំឲ្យមានផលវិបាកជាច្រើនដែលរំខានដល់អ្នកនិងមនុស្សជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកសូមណែនាំកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រួយអ្នកការពារនិងព្រួយការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃដែលផ្ដល់អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ដូចជាអត្ថប្រយោជន៍សម្រាប់ព្យាបាលប្រចាំថ្ងៃអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលនៅផ្នែកប្រពោធនកម្ម ICU អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលដោយសារជំងឺធ្ងន់ធ្ងរអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការពុលអាហារអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការរលាកធ្ងន់ធ្ងរឬករណីមរណភាពឬពិការភាពទាំងស្រុងនឹងជាអចិន្ត្រៃយ៍បុគ្គលឆ្លាតវៃនឹងជ្រើសយកកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រួយអ្នកការពារនិងព្រួយការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃការពារខ្លួនអ្នកជាមួយកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រួយអ្នកការពារនិងព្រួយការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃឥឡូវនេះតាមរយៈកម្មវិធីផល
សួស្តីបងនេះកាហ្វេបង
សុំ scan QR code ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បានអត់
នេះ
scan បានដែរហ៎
បានតា
រឿងអីថា scan មិនបានជាមួយ Eslida Mobile លោកអ្នកអាច scan QR ភ្លាមទូទាត់ភ្លាមរវាងស្ថាប័នសមាជិកបាគងទាំងអស់
ចុះឥឡូវ scan ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បាននៅ
ទាញយកនិងប្រើប្រាស់ Eslida Mobile ឥឡូវនេះ
Eslida ប្រជាធនាគារដែលលោកអ្នកជឿទុកចិត្ត
លុយទៅឲ្យអ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកមិនគួរពិបាកដូចនេះទេសូមណែនាំ e-money app ប
ផ្ញើលុយកាន់តែងាយស្រួលនិងឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវាបន្ថែមដោយគ្រាន់តែ download e-money app ផ្ញើលុយទៅកាន់អ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់គ្រប់ពេលវេលាគ្មានថ្លៃសេវានិងគ្មានការរអាក់រអួលហើយអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាក៏អាចបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់ក្នុងទូរស័ព្ទដៃរបស់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗdownload e-money app ឥឡូវនេះរួចចាប់ផ្ដើមចែករំលែកក្តីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នក e-money ងាយស្រួលនិងសុវត្ថិភាពសម្រាប់គោលដៅសន្សំប្រាក់របស់អ្នកកាន់តែឆាប់រហ័សជាមួយនឹងគណនីសន្សំ Gold របស់ធនាគារ J-Trust Royal សមមូលសាច់ប្រាក់ទាបសម្រាប់បើកគណនីត្រឹមតែ$10ទទួលបានអត្រាការប្រាក់រហូតដល់ 1.50% ក្នុងមួយឆ្នាំអ្នកអាចបើកគណនីរៀលឬដុល្លារទទួលបានការប្រាក់រៀលរាល់ចុងខែឥតគិតកម្រៃសេវាប្រចាំខែនិងអត្ថប្រយោជន៍បន្ថែមជាច្រើនទៀតតោះដាក់ប្រាក់សន្សំឥឡូវនេះ
ជាមួយទស្សនវិស័យដ៏រឹងមាំដើម្បីជួយលើកកម្ពស់បទពិសោធន៍ធនាគារនៅប្រទេសកម្ពុជាធនាគារ PPC Bank បានបើកដំណើរការនៅឆ្នាំ2008ជាបទសម្ព័ន្ធមួយនៃក្រុមហ៊ុនហិរញ្ញវត្ថុ JB និង Apro យើងបានអភិវឌ្ឍបច្ចេកវិទ្យាហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយជោគជ័យដើម្បីផ្តល់ផលិតផលនិងសេវាកម្មកាន់តែប្រសើរដល់ប្រជាជនកម្ពុជាយើងផ្តល់កម្ចីជាច្រើនប្រភេទដូចជាកម្ចីទិញផ្ទះកម្ចីកែលម្អគេហដ្ឋានកម្ចីទិញរថយន្តកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មកម្ចីនៃក្តីសុបិនកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មថ្មីគឺឥណទាន300ក្រៅពីផ្ដល់កម្ចីនិងហិរញ្ញប្បទានពាណិជ្ជកម្មយើងក៏ផ្ដល់សេវាកម្មប្រាក់បញ្ញើដូចជាគណនីសន្សំគណនីសន្សំមានកាលកំណត់គណនីសន្សំថេរជាមួយការរស់នៅតាមបែបបទទំនើបលោកអ្នកអាចបំពេញតម្រូវការដោយធ្វើប្រតិបត្តិការធនាគារប្រចាំថ្ងៃចាប់ពីការបង់ថ្លៃទឹកភ្លើងរហូតដល់ការកក់ណាត់ជួបរបស់លោកអ្នកនៅសាខាណាមួយតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី PPC Bank Mobile App របស់យើង PPC Bank Smart Biz ត្រូវបានបង្កើតឡើងដើម្បីជួយសម្រួលដល់ម្ចាស់ក្រុមហ៊ុនក្នុងការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយទទួលបាននូវភាពបត់បែនយ៉ាងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពខ្ពស់និងចំណេញពេលវេលាធនាគារ PPC Bank ផ្ដល់នូវប័ណ្ណឥណពន្ធនិងប័ណ្ណឥណទានដើម្បីឲ្យអតិថិជនទទួលបានបទពិសោធន៍ចាយវាយបែបថ្មីពោរពេញដោយភាពស៊ីវិល័យនិងទទួលបានអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ជាច្រើនដូចជាការបញ្ចុះតម្លៃពិសេសពីបណ្ដាដៃគូសហការរបស់យើងបានបន្ថែមបណ្ដាញសាខាចំនួន2ទៀតនៅក្នុងរាជធានីភ្នំពេញធ្វើឲ្យចំនួនសាខាសរុបទូទាំងប្រទេសកើនដល់23សាខាហើយចំនួនទូម៉ាស៊ីន ATM របស់យើងក៏បានកើនឡើងរហូតដល់65ទីតាំងយើងក៏មានគម្រោងពង្រីកបន្ថែមទៀតដើម្បីកាន់តែផ្ដល់ភាពងាយស្រួលដល់អតិថិជនរបស់យើង
ផ្លេចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យម៉ាក់ឲ្យឈឹងមានអ្នកដូចខ្ញុំអត់ណោះកុំបារម្ភអី PPC Bank Mobile App អាចជួយបានតើអូអាឡូម៉ាក់កុំផ្ញើទៅឥឡូវហើយតាមសេវាដកប្រាក់ដោយគ្មានកាតណាម៉ាក់អាចដកប្រាក់បានភ្លាមៗនៅគ្រប់ទូ ATM PPC Bank អូហូលុយមែនទេគេ free ថ្លៃសេវាទៀត easy ហើយកាលពីមុនការគ្រប់គ្រងអាជីវកម្មខ្ញុំឡើងលំបាក Smart Biz ជួយដល់ការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុខ្ញុំបានច្រើនមែនទែនអាចទូទាត់ប្រាក់ខែបុគ្គលិករហូតដល់ 1000 គណនីក្នុងមួយលើកវាក៏អាចកំណត់កាលវិភាគទូទាត់ការចំណាយទាំងក្នុងនិងក្រៅស្រុកជាពិសេសឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវារយៈពេល1ឆ្នាំដំបូង Smart Biz ធ្វើឲ្យមុខចំនួនខ្ញុំកាន់តែ easy
អូអត់យកកាត់មកអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាឥឡូវនឹងថាហៅមកដកលុយប៉ុន្តែអត់បានយកកាត់មកទេតែកុំភ័យ PPC Bank គឺគាត់មានមុខងារខាត់លិចខាត់តែអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាអាចដកលុយដុល្លារបានក៏ដូចជាដកលុយខ្មែរក៏បានដែរគ្រាន់តែយកលេខកូដពីលេខទូរស័ព្ទមកទៅដកនៅទូ ATM រួចជាការស្រេច
ដើម្បីប្រើប្រាស់មុខងារ Quadusk Cash ដែលលោកអ្នកអាចដកប្រាក់បានដោយមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាលោកអ្នកគ្រាន់តែចុចលើពាក្យ Transfer ឬយកពាក្យ Quadusk Cash បន្ទាប់មកវាលេខទូរស័ព្ទរបស់លោកអ្នករួចរើសយកប្រាក់រៀលឬដុល្លាររួចវាបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់រួចជាការស្រេច
គូអាជីវកម្មមែនហ្នឹងហើយកំពុងរៀបចំទៅធនាគារផ្លូវស្ទេហានណាក៏មិនងាយរកកន្លែងចតឡានដែរត្រូវចាប់លេខរងចាំទៀតចាំបាច់ទៅពិបាកធ្វើអីតោះប្រើប្រាស់ WingApp វិញអ្នកអាចផ្ទេរប្រាក់$15,000ក្នុងមួយថ្ងៃដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃ Download WingApp ឥឡូវនេះបច្ចេកងាយស្រួលកុំងអាហារសម្រាប់ពេលដល់រវល់តាម Wing Mall ដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុក Wing Point និងប្រូម៉ូសិនពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ Download WingApp ហើយកុំងឥឡូវនេះបច្ចេកងាយស្រួលកុំងអាហារដែលអ្នកចូលចិត្តតាម Wing Mall ដឹកជញ្ជូនឥតគិតថ្លៃទទួលបានបន្ទុក Wing Point និងប្រូម៉ូសិនពិសេសរៀងរាល់ខែ Download WingApp ហើយកុំងឥឡូវនេះ
ទោះបីអ្នកដើរតាមផ្លូវអ្នកជិះកង់អ្នកជិះម៉ូតូអ្នកបើកបររថយន្តព្រោះសុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំអាចការពារអ្នកបានគ្រប់ពេលវេលាតោះទិញព្រោះសុវត្ថិភាពខ្ញុំឥឡូវនេះ
ចេញមាននឹងទៅណាទៅយើង
តោះទៅមើលកូននេះ
អូខេ
ឲ្យគ្នាម្នាក់36,700មក
ហើយបើកងផ្ញើលុយបានឆាប់រហ័សនិងមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវា
ឈប់ចាប់បធនាគារខុសគ្នា
ធនាគារណាក៏អាចផ្ញើបានដែរអត់ចាំលេខគណៈដីផងណា
ផ្ញើតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទក៏បាន scan តាម QR code ក៏បាន
ជាមួយបាកងផ្ញើលុយពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះ
ចាស្នាប់ចិត្តស្នាប់ពីដល់ទាំងអស់គ្នាហើយនេះគឺជាលេខអង្គធនាគាររបស់ខ្ញុំហើយនឹងលេខវេលុយណាអើវាតោះដកលុយ
គ្រាន់តែប្រមូលលុយក៏ពិបាកដែរមិនក៏មិនប្រើបាកងទេជាមួយបាកងអតិថិជនអាចផ្ញើលុយឲ្យអ្នកតាមលេខទូរស័ព្ទបានមិនគិតថ្លៃសេវាដាក់ដឹងដកប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះ
អីទិញថៃមួយណា
អូខេពៅ
កុំពិបាកពេកចៅចាយលុយតាមនេះក៏បានដែរ
Scan QR code ជាមួយបាកងដើម្បីទូទាត់ប្រាក់គ្រប់ទីកន្លែងដោយសុវត្ថិភាពដាក់ដឹងដកប្រាក់ពេលណាក៏បានទីណាក៏បានងាយស្រួលសុវត្ថិភាពនិងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពទាញយកឥឡូវនេះតោះមកមើលលទ្ធផលបូកសរុបការងាររបស់យើងក្នុងអំឡុងពេល20ឆ្នាំចុងក្រោយនេះហេតុនេះយើងជាសត្វមូសត្រូវតែខិតខំឡើងវិញមនុស្សគេងក្នុងមុងកប់វត្ថុដែលអាចដក់ទឹកលុបបំបត្តិភក់ជ្រាំប្រើប្រាស់ថ្នាំបាញ់មូសកម្ចាត់ដង្កូវទឹកហើយឥឡូវចេះគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុទៀតអូយឈឺមិនមកវាយគេចឹងមកណាគេបន្ទាប់ខ្ញុំក៏បានដែរមកទុកចិត្តឲ្យខ្ញុំចាត់ការចុះហើយឃើញមូសខាំមិនមានវាយឲ្យទេគេប្រើប្រាស់កម្មវិធីនេះដើម្បីតាមដានសុខភាពរបស់គេចូលបែរអស់លុយអានេះណាជាកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងមូសសំចាញ់នៅក្នុង Apple ផលិតផលនឹងខំនៅពេលដែលយើងកើតជំងឺគ្រុនឈាមឬគ្រុនចាញ់ជាកញ្ចប់មូសសំចាញ់នៅថ្ងៃនេះ
If you want to stay ahead of the competition, you need the most advanced solutions to transform your comms performance. From media database to social influencers, distribution to monitoring, analytics to insights, Cision's cloud-based tools can help you communicate like never before. As the largest and most trusted press release news source, precision distribution by PR Newswire is how comms pros for every size business ensure that critical news is being conveyed. Whether through traditional media, trade pubs, or online search, PR Newswire enables you to target the right media influencers and consumers. It's the most trusted tool for targeting journalists, with an exclusive media-only community of over 40,000 monthly members. And with the highest number of monthly unique visitors and referred search traffic, PR Newswire ensures higher search visibility than any other competitor. The business demands are changing for PR and comms professionals at every level. But now you have a partner to keep you ahead of the pack. Cision. Communicate like never before.
Chiều mùa lý sông chun các vị thi pin ti bật này, bọn đầm miền sầm khănในครั้งไทยนั่นคือรูเวียนมาในขนมประเทศในประเทศหนึ่ง
សប្បាយក្នុងដៃអ្នក
សួស្តីអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាបានស្គាល់ពីកម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទផលរបស់ Prudential នៅតោះមកមើលបន្តិចមើលថាតើផលអាចជួយលោកអ្នកយល់ពីរោគសញ្ញាបានដោយរបៀបណាខ្លះផលស្ទើរតែនាំមកនៅមុខងារថ្មីមួយគឺ Symptom Checker ដែលអាចជួយឲ្យលោកអ្នកយល់ពីរោគសញ្ញារបស់ខ្លួនកាន់តែច្បាស់ហើយណែនាំអ្នកទៅកាន់ការថែទាំមួយដែលស័ក្តិសមជាមួយនឹងបច្ចេកវិទ្យា AI ថ្មីលោកអ្នកអាចទទួលបានព័ត៌មានអំពីរោគសញ្ញារបស់អ្នកបានយ៉ាងឆាប់រហ័សជាដំបូងអ្នកអាចបំពេញព័ត៌មានមួយចំនួនអំពីខ្លួនអ្នកផ្ទាល់បន្ទាប់មកគ្រាន់តែប្រាប់ពីរោគសញ្ញាឬអាការៈរបស់អ្នកទៅកាន់មុខងារ Symptom Checker ហើយឆ្លើយនឹងសំណួរផ្សេងៗជាមួយនឹង Chatbot របស់យើងដោយបានឆ្លងកាត់ការត្រួតពិនិត្យពីវិជ្ជបណ្ឌិតនៅកម្ពុជាមុខងារ Symptom Checker នឹងអាចប្រាប់ពីបញ្ហាសុខភាពដែលលោកអ្នកអាចនឹងមានហើយណែនាំអ្នកទៅកាន់ការថែទាំមួយដែលស័ក្តិសមទាញយកផលឥឡូវនេះហើយសាកល្បងប្រើមុខងារ Symptom Checker ដើម្បីទទួលបានព័ត៌មានសុខភាពគ្រប់ពេលវេលា
យើងជាចំនួនថ្មីនៃអ្នកបង្កើតយើងជំរុញឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែមានភាពជឿនលឿនយើងបង្កើតគំនិតថ្មីយើងច្នៃប្រឌិតថ្មីយើងបង្កើតនូវអ្វីដែលធ្វើជីវិតកាន់តែងាយស្រួលយើងហាត់ប្រាណព្រោះសុខភាពជាទ្រព្យមិនអាចកាត់ថ្លៃបានប៉ុន្តែយើងមិនធ្វើតែម្នាក់ឯងនោះទេព្រោះពេលយើងរួបរวมគ្នាយើងធ្វើបានកាន់តែល្អយើងបរិភោគអាហារដែលមានជីវជាតិសម្រាប់រាងកាយពីព្រោះការការពារប្រសើរជាងការព្យាបាលយើងរៀបចំផែនការហិរញ្ញវត្ថុព្រោះការគិតទុកជាមុនធ្វើឲ្យអនាគតមានភាពច្បាស់លាស់យើងធ្វើអំពើល្អដើម្បីឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែបវរយើងបង្កើតក្តីស្រឡាញ់យើងផ្ដល់តម្លៃឲ្យគ្រួសារយើងបង្កើតសុភមង្គលសម្រាប់ជីវិត
មិនថាអ្នកចូលចិត្តហាត់ប្រាណចូលចិត្តស្វែងយល់ពីសុខភាពចង់ដឹងបន្ថែមពីផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងឬជាម្ចាស់បានសន្យារ៉ាប់រងផ្ទាល់កម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទផល by Prudential មានគ្រប់យ៉ាងសម្រាប់គ្រប់គ្នាមានអារម្មណ៍មិនស្រួលខ្លួនឬក៏ចង់យល់ដឹងពីសុខភាពរបស់អ្នកកាន់តែច្បាស់មកងារ Symptom Checker និង Health Check អាចឆ្លើយតបនឹងសំណួររបស់អ្នកបានចង់ដឹងពីទីតាំងមន្ទីរពេទ្យឬ clinic ផ្សេងៗដែលនៅជិតអ្នកមកងារ Hospital និង Clinic Locator អាចប្រាប់អ្នកបានភ្លាមស្គាល់ទាំងទីតាំងទាំងលេខទូរស័ព្ទហើយបើចង់ទិញផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងផ្សេងៗលក្ខណៈ Digital POS ក៏មានដែរងាយស្រួលបំផុតការទិញការបង់លុយការទាមទារសំណងគឺសុទ្ធតែអាចធ្វើបានតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី POS ទាំងអស់
កាន់តែងាយស្រួលជាមួយកម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទដៃ AMK Mobile App លោកអ្នកអាចបញ្ចូលលុយទូរស័ព្ទបង់ពីកាយប័ត្រកាត់ភ្លើងសម្រាមឬពីកាយប័ត្រផ្សេងព្រមទាំងពេលលុយទៅកាន់សាច់ញាតិនិងដកប្រាក់តាមភ្នាក់ងារ AMK ទូទាំងប្រទេស Download និងចុះឈ្មោះប្រើប្រាស់ឥឡូវនេះសម្រាប់ព័ត៌មានបន្ថែម023
này cũng thấy có bông ở đây bàn tang online cho nên đây cầm tôi đã hơi mong tới tôi tạm nghe với nhỉ nè tao Philippines Virtual Mastercard nhưng còn tao bị cho lấy card form miệng xem nên lấy code OTP cho nên chỉ can sẽ cho Philippines Virtual Mastercard nó Apple ban lấy cái nào nhưng ai tên tụi này lừa online với Facebook page nên cái công san lừa online ban chọn tiết thôi Philippines Virtual Mastercard, your world of possibility.
Chàng ta lại bông. Chàng bông cái chàng ta lại chàng tính bông. Chàng cái chàng nhục chàng lôi đã mẹ.
Trong bao cả lần này mấy ta mình pay mà nè. Cho nên cái Philip mình sẽ vào cam bao cả này đó tí cần lại. Để kêu tiếp chọn cho môi nâng atak sinh nhật bán, RealEstate Digitalization, mình tới cả ai cái sa chán, nâng mình tới cả bạc nằm cón, nghi sửa rồi hạt toán chật, ai có thể bạc đợt kết lái, bằng cả niệm mất, nông cá tu tuật tụm này online, nâng sẽ vào cam xem chỉ chán tiền.
Visa pioneered the electronic payments business more than 60 years ago, envisioning a world in which paying for something could be translated into electrons and photons that move across the globe at the speed of light.
The consumer may access an infinite range of goods and services whenever he chooses, wherever he may be.
Today, there are 3.4 billion Visa credentials around the world, from the largest cities to remote communities across the globe.
Khổ nạn ác cáp miên chấm pù mình đồ cột khía, cột bề về lía, nâng cột tí gần lại. Số mấy tên nơi bề rồi bọn nhẹ cọp đau. Nơi bề đã miên khổ nạn nàng mùi cát láng, vì nâng non mà miên phao bị bạc chỉ chết ăn, đã rung khan đó nè, nâng mà nuôi chít tì sờ lángกับbọn nhẹ. Số này non cần chọc thằng nhẹ rạp rồng, pru nhẹ cà pía, nâng pru cà pía ประจำ ថ្ងៃ ដែលផ្ដល់អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ដូចជាអត្ថប្រយោជន៍សម្រាប់ព្យាបាលប្រចាំថ្ងៃអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលនៅផ្នែកប្រពោធនកម្ម ICU អត្ថប្រយោជន៍ប្រចាំថ្ងៃចំពោះការសម្រាប់ព្យាបាលដោយសារជំងឺធ្ងន់ធ្ងរអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការពោលអាហារអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ការរលាកធ្ងន់ធ្ងរឬករណីមរណភាពឬពិការភាពទាំងស្រុងនឹងជាអចិន្ត្រៃយ៍បុគ្គលឆ្លាតវៃនឹងជ្រើសយកកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រោះអ្នកការពារនិងព្រោះការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃការពារខ្លួនអ្នកជាមួយកញ្ចប់ធានារ៉ាប់រងព្រោះអ្នកការពារនិងព្រោះការពារប្រចាំថ្ងៃឥឡូវនេះតាមរយៈកម្មវិធីផល
សួស្តីបងនេះកាហ្វេបង
សុំ scan QR code ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បានអត់
នេះ
scan បានដែរ
បានតា
រឿងអីថា scan មិនបានជាមួយ Eselina Mobile លោកអ្នកអាច scan QR ភ្លាមទូទាត់ភ្លាមរវាងស្ថាប័នសមាជិកបាគងទាំងអស់
ចុះឥឡូវ scan ចូលបេះដូងអ្នកលក់បាននៅ
ទាញយកនិងប្រើប្រាស់ Eselina Mobile ឥឡូវនេះ
Eselina ប្រជាធនាគារដែលលោកអ្នកជឿទុកចិត្ត
លុយទៅឲ្យអ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នកមិនគួរពិបាកដូចនេះទេសូមណែនាំ e-money app ផ្ញើលុយកាន់តែងាយស្រួលនិងឥតគិតថ្លៃសេវាបន្ថែមដោយគ្រាន់តែ download e-money app ផ្ញើលុយទៅកាន់អ្នកជាទីស្រឡាញ់គ្រប់ពេលវេលាគ្មានថ្លៃសេវានិងគ្មានការរអាក់រអួលហើយអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាក៏អាចបញ្ចូលទឹកប្រាក់ក្នុងទូរស័ព្ទដៃរបស់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗdownload e-money app ឥឡូវនេះរួចចាប់ផ្ដើមចែករំលែកក្តីស្រឡាញ់របស់អ្នក e-money ងាយស្រួលនិងសុវត្ថិភាព
សម្រាប់គោលដៅសន្សំប្រាក់របស់អ្នកកាន់តែឆាប់រហ័សជាមួយនឹងកណនីសន្សំ Gold របស់ធនាគារ RealEstate សមតុល្យសាច់ប្រាក់ទាបសម្រាប់បើកកណនីត្រឹមតែ$10ទទួលបានអត្រាការប្រាក់រហូតដល់ 1.50% ក្នុងមួយឆ្នាំអ្នកអាចបើកកណនីរៀលឬដុល្លារទទួលបានការប្រាក់រៀលរាល់ចុងខែឥតគិតកម្រៃសេវាប្រចាំខែនិងអត្ថប្រយោជន៍បន្ថែមជាច្រើនទៀតតោះដាក់ប្រាក់សន្សំឥឡូវនេះ
ជាមួយទស្សនវិស័យដ៏រឹងមាំដើម្បីជួយលើកកម្ពស់បទពិសោធន៍ធនាគារនៅប្រទេសកម្ពុជាធនាគារ PPC Bank បានបើកដំណើរការនៅឆ្នាំ 2008 ជាបទសម្ព័ន្ធមួយនៃក្រុមហ៊ុនហិរញ្ញវត្ថុ JB និង Apro យើងបានអភិវឌ្ឍបច្ចេកវិទ្យាហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយជោគជ័យដើម្បីផ្តល់ផលិតផលនិងសេវាកម្មកាន់តែប្រសើរដល់ប្រជាជនកម្ពុជាយើងផ្តល់កម្ចីជាច្រើនប្រភេទដូចជាកម្ចីទិញផ្ទះកម្ចីកែលម្អគេហដ្ឋានកម្ចីទិញរថយន្តកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មកម្ចីនៃក្តីសុបិនកម្ចីអាជីវកម្មថ្មីគឺឥណទាន300ក្រៅពីផ្ដល់កម្ចីនិងហិរញ្ញប្បទានពាណិជ្ជកម្មយើងក៏ផ្ដល់សេវាកម្មប្រាក់បញ្ញើដូចជាគណនីសន្សំគណនីសន្សំមានកាលកំណត់គណនីសន្សំថេរជាមួយការរស់នៅតាមបែបបទទំនើបលោកអ្នកអាចបំពេញតម្រូវការដោយធ្វើប្រតិបត្តិការធនាគារប្រចាំថ្ងៃចាប់ពីការបង់ថ្លៃទឹកភ្លើងរហូតដល់ការកក់ណាត់ជួបរបស់លោកអ្នកនៅសាខាណាមួយតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី PPC Bank Mobile App របស់យើង PPC Bank Smart Biz ត្រូវបានបង្កើតឡើងដើម្បីជួយសម្រួលដល់ម្ចាស់ក្រុមហ៊ុនក្នុងការគ្រប់គ្រងហិរញ្ញវត្ថុដោយទទួលបាននូវភាពបត់បែនយ៉ាងមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពខ្ពស់និងចំណេញពេលវេលាធនាគារ PPC Bank ផ្ដល់នូវប័ណ្ណឥណពន្ធនិងប័ណ្ណឥណទានដើម្បីឲ្យអតិថិជនទទួលបានបទពិសោធន៍ចាយវាយបែបថ្មីពោរពេញដោយភាពស៊ីវិល័យ នឹងទទួលបានអត្ថប្រយោជន៍ជាច្រើនដូចជាការបញ្ចុះតម្លៃពិសេសពីបណ្ដាដៃគូសហការរបស់យើងបានបន្ថែមបណ្ដាញសាខាចំនួន2ទៀតនៅក្នុងរាជធានីភ្នំពេញធ្វើឲ្យចំនួនសាខាសរុបទូទាំងប្រទេសកើនដល់23សាខាហើយចំនួនទូម៉ាស៊ីន ATM របស់យើង
ចាសូមជម្រាបសួរនិងស្វាគមន៍ជាបន្តនៅក្នុងកម្មវិធីរបស់យើងនាពេលរសៀលនេះដែលជាថ្ងៃទី2នៃកម្មវិធី CamTech Summit ឆ្នាំ2021ចាអរគុណច្រើនសូមនិយាយខ្មែរតិចតែពិតកម្មវិធីទាំងមូល5ថ្ងៃតែម្ដងគឺភាគច្រើននិយាយអង់គ្លេសប៉ុន្តែវគ្គនេះគឺវគ្គលេងហ្គេមយករង្វាន់អូខេអរគុណច្រើនមុនពេលដែលយើងចូលទៅដល់ការពិភាក្សារបស់យើងដែលប្រធានបទពេលរសៀលនេះផ្ដោតសំខាន់ទៅលើខេត្តព្រះសីហនុនិងវិស័យអចលនទ្រព្យរួមជាមួយនឹងបច្ចេកវិទ្យាប៉ុន្តែមុននឹងចាប់ផ្ដើមគឺថាពេលរសៀលនេះយើងកម្ដៅសាច់ដុំកម្ដៅខួរក្បាលរបស់យើងតិចហើយយើងមានរង្វាន់ជូនដែលវគ្គនេះនាំមកជូនលោកអ្នកដោយ Philippines អូខេសម្រាប់រង្វាន់និយាយពីរង្វាន់ដើម្បីតាក់ទាញអ្នកចូលរួមបន្តិចសិនសម្រាប់អ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាដែលកំពុងតែទស្សនាគឺមានឱកាសឆ្លើយសំណួរងាយហើយខ្ញុំនឹងបោះប្រយ៉ងឲ្យហើយរង្វាន់ចែកគ្នាព្រោះរង្វាន់ម្នាក់ច្រើនដែរណាសម្រាប់រង្វាន់គឺយើងមាន power bank ចំនួន1រួមជាមួយនឹងម៉ាស់ការពារ COVID-19 រហូតដល់3សន្លឹកហើយអញ្ចឹងម្នាក់គឺបានទាំង4ហ្នឹងហ្មងណាអញ្ចឹងយើងបានទាំងអស់5នាក់ម្នាក់គឺបានទាំង4ហ្នឹងតែម្ដងអូខេjust a quick introduction. We are now playing game for winning the prizes from Philippines. The winner will be receiving a power bank plus 3 face mask to protect yourself from COVID-19. And there will be 5 winners. Each of the question will be 1 winner and 1 winner get all these 4 items. Alright. ឥឡូវនេះសូមចាប់ផ្ដើម សំណួរទី1 Okay, when was Prudential Cambodia established in Cambodia? What? តើ Prudential នៅកម្ពុជាយើងចាប់ផ្ដើមដំណើរការពីឆ្នាំប្រហែល1713ឬក៏2013ខ្ញុំគិតថាដូចជាមិនមានអ្នកឆ្លើយខុសដែរដូចអត់ត្រូវការពីយ៉ុងនេះអីសំណួរហ្នឹងអូខេឆ្លើយទៀតតើ Prudential នៅកម្ពុជាបានចាប់ផ្ដើមនៅក្នុងឆ្នាំ1713ឬក៏2013ទៀតថែមទៀតចាម្ដងទៀតណាតើ Prudential នៅកម្ពុជាហ្នឹងចាប់ផ្ដើមនៅឆ្នាំប្រមាណ When was Prudential Cambodia established in Cambodia 1713 or 2013 អូខេដូច្នេះសម្រាប់ចម្លើយ and the answer is 2013អបអរសាទរដូច្នេះអ្នកដែលទទួលបានរង្វាន់គឺមានឈ្មោះសានបញ្ចពលអូខេអរគុណអបអរសាទរបញ្ចពលឥឡូវនេះសំណួរទី2 Which of the following prove that Estonia is a digital society បើសិនជាអ្នកនរគ្នាបានស្ដាប់បទបង្ហាញពីម្សិលមិញដឹងចម្លើយច្បាស់តែម្ដង 99 of state services are online or everyone still use snail mail ទាយតាមទឹកមុខខ្ញុំហ្មងទាយតាមមុខឥឡូវមើលទឹកមុខវិធីកគឺថាចម្លើយមួយណាត្រូវ Which of the following prove that Estonia is a digital society 99 of state services are online or everyone still use snail mail Alright ចឹងសូមអញ្ជើញ A ឬ B ឥឡូវបើដាក់ A ហ្នឹងជួយដាក់ផង99ដាក់លេខតែ99មកដឹង A ហើយព្រោះចម្លើយយកមានដាក់ A B ហ៎ចាសូមអញ្ជើញឆ្លើយបន្តទៀតអូខេសូមបន្តចាកុំភ្លេចណារង្វាន់យើងមានរហូតដល់4 item គឺយើងមានម៉ាស់ចំនួន3ហើយម៉ាស់ហ្នឹងជាម៉ាស់លក្ខណៈពិសេសទៀតរួមជាមួយនឹង power bank ចំនួន1ម្នាក់គឺបានទាំង4 item ហ្នឹងតែម្ដងដែលរង្វាន់របស់យើងនេះគឺឧបត្ថម្ភដោយ Philippines អូខេដូច្នេះសូមបង្ហាញចម្លើយដែលត្រឹមត្រូវគឺ And the answer is 99% of state services are online អូខេតើឥឡូវយើងសូមអនុញ្ញាតរកមើល សម្រាប់អ្នកដែលឆ្លើយត្រូវសូមអបអរសាទរដល់ទួយអ៊ីសុនីតាand សុនីតាអរគុណច្រើនចាសំណួរមិញតាក់ទងមួយអ៊ីស្តូនីអញ្ចឹងដល់ពេលឃើញឈ្មោះគាត់ EN ហ្នឹងក៏អានគាត់ E ស្ដែរតែពិត N សុនីតាចាអបអរសាទរអូខេ next question ជាបន្ត Which of the following are essential to successfully develop smart or digital tourism in Cambodia? Technology and human capital ហើយមួយទៀតគឺ technology only គិតមើលតែចម្លើយណាមួយដែលត្រឹមត្រូវតើដើម្បីអភិវឌ្ឍយើងហៅថា smart tourism គឺទេសចរវៃឆ្លាតនៅក្នុងកម្ពុជាតើយើងត្រូវការអ្វីខ្លះយើងត្រូវការទាំង technology ទាំងធនធានមនុស្សឬក៏យើងត្រូវការតែ technology គ្រប់គ្រាន់អត់ត្រូវការមនុស្សទេអត់ត្រូវការមនុស្សពិធីកររកស៊ីអីចាតិចគេយកមនុស្សយន្តមកធ្វើពិធីករយ៉ាងនោះខ្ញុំមើលដាច់លុយម៉ែអូនវិញទៅហើយអូខេអញ្ចឹងសូមជើញសំណួរបន្តទៀតចាសំតមិនអីចម្លើយចាសូមចម្លើយបន្តទៀតតើ A ឬក៏ B A គឺ technology and human capital ហើយ B គឺ technology only តើយើងត្រូវការទាំងពីរឬក៏ត្រូវការតែមួយដើម្បីឲ្យយើងអាចដំណើរការនៅ smart tourism ណាទេសចរវៃឆ្លាតតើយើងត្រូវការតែបច្ចេកវិទ្យាឬក៏បច្ចេកវិទ្យានិងធនធានមនុស្សតើចម្លើយមួយណាជាចម្លើយត្រឹមត្រូវឆ្លើយតទៀតចាឆ្លើយបានញឹកជាងនឹងតិចទៀតចង់និយាយថាបាច់ទៅពណ៌ឆ្លើយដល់ហើយឆ្លើយដល់មិនតយអ្នកផ្សេងឆ្លើយសោះហ្មងអូខេដូច្នេះសូមបង្ហាញចម្លើយ and the answer is technology and human capital ដូច្នេះសូមអបអរសាទរដល់បញ្ញពរគាត់ឆ្លើយច្រើនពេកwaiting អបអរសាទរអត់មានទូរស័ព្ទជាប់នៅដៃកុំអី comment ដែរប៉ុន្តែកប៉ាល់អត់មានទូរស័ព្ទសោះចាំស្អែកចាំយកទូរស័ព្ទដាក់តាមខ្លួនអូខេសូមចេញសំណួរជាបន្ត next question Which of the following can help the travel and tourist industry recover from the pandemic អូខេតើចម្លើយពីរនេះចម្លើយមួយណាដែលអាចជួយឲ្យវិស័យធ្វើដំណើរនិងទេសចរអាចធ្វើប្រតិបត្តិការឡើងវិញបន្ទាប់ពី COVID-19 តើ digital marketing ឬក៏ digitalization ពីរនឹងខុសគ្នាចម្លើយ A ឬក៏ B A គឺ digital marketing នេះខាងនេះ A digital marketing ខាងនេះ B digitalization ពីរនឹងខុសគ្នាអាមួយគឺគ្រាន់តែការផ្សាយពាណិជ្ជកម្មលើប្រព័ន្ធ digital អាមួយទៀតគឺធ្វើឲ្យអ្វីទាំងអស់คล้ายទៅជា digital បកខ្មែរទៀតគិតលុយថែមថ្លៃបកប្រែគេជួលមកនិយាយតែអង់គ្លេសណាអូខេតើ A ឬក៏ B ចាសូមជើញឆ្លើយតទៀតចាតើ A ឬក៏ B Which of the following can help travel and tourism industry recover from the pandemic A digital marketing and B digitalization អូយឃើញអ្នកត្រូវរង្វាន់ហើយឆ្លើយដែរពីកយកទៅផ្ទះហ្មងទៅពីកអត់បានឆ្លើយអន់ចិត្តទៅចាសូមជើញឆ្លើយតទៀតបានដើម្បីយករង្វាន់វគ្គរង្វាន់របស់យើងនៅក្នុងវគ្គនេះគឺឧបត្ថម្ភដោយ Philip Bank Okay and the answer is digitalization អបអរសាទរចាដូចជាចម្លើយដែលត្រឹមត្រូវគឺ digitalization សូមអបអរដល់សុនវឌ្ឍនា Alright តើសូមជ័យសំណួរចុងក្រោយអូខេ Destination Mekong mentioned that in order to reopen tourism in the region again, we need a restart, a reform. Okay. យើងត្រូវការ restart, reform ហើយ re មួយទៀតហ្នឹងគឺអ្វី rebalance ឬក៏ research គាត់បានធ្វើបទបង្ហាញការពីម្សិលមិញកន្លែងហ្នឹងខ្ញុំចាំពីព្រោះលើបទបង្ហាញរបស់គាត់ហ្នឹងគឺគាត់ដាក់ពាក្យ3ហ្នឹងពីលើហ្នឹងតែម្ដងចាតែយើងត្រូវការ restart, reform និង rebalance ឬក៏ restart, reform និង research ចាសូមជួយឆ្លើយបន្តទៀតសូមឆ្លើយតទៀតដើម្បីយករង្វាន់ហើយនេះគឺជាសំណួរចុងក្រោយ A rebalance and B research តែ A ឬ B សំណួរនេះរៀង tricky បន្តិចណាដែលដាក់កណ្ដាស់ថាដាក់ចូលមកហ្នឹងចង់ឲ្យបង្វែងទស្សនិកជនបន្តិចចាខ្ញុំមើលពីយ៉ងខ្ញុំដែរខ្ញុំខ្លាចខុសដែរ Okay ដូច្នេះសូមបង្ហាញចម្លើយ and the answer is rebalance Woo! Okay so congratulations to ចាំតិចOkay សូមចាំតិចខ្ញុំនឹងបង្ហាញថាតើអ្នកត្រូវរង្វាន់ជានរណា Please hold on so the right answer is rebalance that was mentioned yesterday by one of our speaker from Destination Mekong and the winner is we're still picking up winner Please hold on Okay and congratulations to Thea Kosal Okay Thank you very much everyone congratulations to all the winners សូមអបអរសាទរទៅដល់អ្នកដែលឈ្នះរង្វាន់ទាំងអស់គ្នាសូមជម្រាបថារង្វាន់របស់យើងគឺនាំមកជួយលោកអ្នកដោយ Philip Bank ដែលក្នុងនោះគឺយើងមាន Power Bank ចំនួន1រួមជាមួយនឹង Mask ចំនួន3សន្លឹកហើយក្រុមការងាររបស់យើងនឹងតាក់ទងទៅអ្នកដែលត្រូវរង្វាន់នៅក្នុងពេលឆាប់ៗនេះនៅគណៈពេលនេះអនុញ្ញាតសម្រាប់បន្តិចសិនតិចទៀតជួបគ្នា
យើងជាចំនួនថ្មីនៃអ្នកបង្កើតយើងជំរុញឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែមានភាពជឿនលឿនយើងបង្កើតគំនិតថ្មីយើងច្នៃប្រឌិតថ្មីយើងបង្កើតនៅអ្វីដែលធ្វើជីវិតកាន់តែងាយស្រួលយើងហាត់ប្រាណព្រោះសុខភាពជាទ្រព្យមិនអាចកាត់ថ្លៃបានប៉ុន្តែយើងមិនធ្វើតែម្នាក់ឯងនោះទេព្រោះពេលយើងរួបរวมគ្នាយើងធ្វើបានកាន់តែល្អយើងបរិភោគអាហារដែលមានជីវជាតិសម្រាប់រាងកាយពីព្រោះការការពារប្រសើរជាងការព្យាបាលយើងរៀបចំផែនការហិរញ្ញវត្ថុព្រោះការគិតទុកជាមុនធ្វើឲ្យអនាគតមានភាពច្បាស់លាស់យើងធ្វើអំពើល្អដើម្បីឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែបវរយើងបង្កើតក្តីស្រឡាញ់យើងផ្ដល់តម្លៃឲ្យគ្រួសារយើងបង្កើតសុភមង្គលសម្រាប់ជីវិត
មិនថាអ្នកចូលចិត្តហាត់ប្រាណចូលចិត្តស្វែងយល់ពីសុខភាពចង់ដឹងបន្ថែមពីផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងឬជាម្ចាស់បានសន្យារ៉ាប់រងផ្ទាល់កម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទផល by Prudential មានគ្រប់យ៉ាងសម្រាប់គ្រប់គ្នាមានអារម្មណ៍មិនស្រួលខ្លួនឬក៏ចង់យល់ដឹងពីសុខភាពរបស់អ្នកកាន់តែច្បាស់មកងារ Symptom Checker និង Health Check អាចឆ្លើយតបនឹងសំណួររបស់អ្នកបានចង់ដឹងពីទីតាំងមន្ទីរពេទ្យឬ clinic ផ្សេងៗដែលនៅជិតអ្នកមុខងារ Hospital និង Clinic Locator អាចប្រាប់អ្នកបានភ្លាមស្គាល់ទាំងទីតាំងទាំងលេខទូរស័ព្ទហើយបើចង់ទិញផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងផ្សេងៗលក្ខណៈ Digital POS ក៏មានដែរងាយស្រួលបំផុតការទិញការបង់លុយការទាមទារសំណង គឺសុទ្ធតែអាចធ្វើបានតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី POS ទាំងអស់
កាន់តែងាយស្រួលជាមួយកម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទដៃ AMK Mobile App លោកអ្នកអាចបញ្ចូលលុយទូរស័ព្ទបង់ពីកាយប័ត្រទឹកភ្លើងសម្រាមឬពីកាយប័ត្រផ្សេងៗព្រមទាំងពេលលុយទៅកាន់សាច់ញាតិនិងដកប្រាក់តាមភ្នាក់ងារ AMK ទូទាំងប្រទេស Download និងចុះឈ្មោះប្រើប្រាស់ឥឡូវនេះសម្រាប់ព័ត៌មានបន្ថែម023
này cũng thấy nhé có bông ở đây bàn tang online giờ này mới cầm tu tôi đã hơi mỏng tới tu tôi tạm mang với những nhẹ tao Philippines Virtual Mastercard nhưng còn tao bị trôi lấy cá form miệng xem nên lấy code OTP bên ấy chỉ ca sẽ cho Philippines Virtual Mastercard Apple ban lấy cái nào nhưng ai tên của này lừa online với Facebook page nên ca cũng sang lừa online ban chọn tiết rồi Philippines Virtual Mastercard, your world of possibility.
Chàng ta lại bông. Chàng bông chàng ta lại chẳng tính bông. Chàng kể trên những cái lời đã mẹ.
Trong bao cả lần này mấy ta mình pay mà nè. Cho nên cái Philip mình sẽ vào cam bao cả lần này đó tí cần lại. Để kron tiếp chốt cho môi nâng atak sinh nhật bán, RealEstate Digitalization, mìnhត្រូវការឯកសារច្រើននិងមិនត្រូវការប្រាក់តម្កល់ងាយស្រួលរហ័សទាន់ចិត្តអាចផ្ទេរប្រាក់ដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃបង្កើតការនិម្មិតក្នុងការទូទាត់ទំនិញអនឡាញនិងសេវាកម្មផ្សេងៗជាច្រើនទៀត
Welcome back everyone. I hope you enjoy a little bit of game we have earlier. Now let's jump to the first segment of this afternoon, which is the panel discussion. And this is the first panel discussion start from yesterday full day that both of the speaker and moderator is physically here. We just talk about it. Oh, this is amazing 2021 and we're still here in the room. All right. Now for the topic of this afternoon is on Siem Reap. As we all know that Siem Reap is one of the most famous city of Cambodia. It is popular for best known beaches. Of course, it's beautiful. It's also renowned for real estate, tourism and many more. This city once famed for go-to investment destination for real estate investor. To know more about the highlight and what's going on, what have been happening in Siem Reap real estate and tech, please watch this video. video starting off a little bit sad. We're not in that mood anymore as we're now reopening up, now looking at the future. So for this panel discussion, we are talking about the future of real estate, especially in Senukville. So the panel discussion will be for 15 minutes. The speakers and the moderator will chit-chat more about that subject. But first, allow me to introduce the moderator for this afternoon session to discuss more about future of real estate. All right, so here we have with us Mr. Mohammad Sajid Sawain. He's the Brand and Digital Marketing Director of Wing. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, there's always this little music. Once it lower down, that's when you start talking.
Thanks for the
that's the cue for every hello. I know, it's took me so long to get used to it. Yep, and here is the moderator for this afternoon. We also have two of the speaker who is quite an expert of this area. We have, let's call him Bong Thong. Hi, Bong.
Hello.
Yeah, here comes the music.
Sorry.
Yeah, Tom is the CEO and Director of RealEstate.com.kh. And then we have here on my right hand side Mr. Giovanni Antonio. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right.
Good afternoon.
There you go. All right, he's the Managing Director of DNA&G Real Estate Investment Management, and they are all here in the studio. So without further ado, I would like to hand over the studio now to our wonderful moderator. Please take it away.
Thank you, Nana. Thank you, Nana. It's amazing to have all of you here, my dear Tom and also Giovanni. Before starting the discussion, we want to congratulate all of the Cambodians today because it's the National Independence Day for Cambodia, and hats off to all the Cambodians for pulling this together and growing together. The country has been amazing, though there has been a great pandemic, but still it's growing. So today's discussion point, as you both know, that our objective is to figure out that what is the future real estate is going to be look like, and how we can support from business, regulations, government, consumer point of view, behavioral approach, and how that can impact all of us. So to start the discussion, Tom, I want to come to you actually first, and I want your views that what is the current state of Cambodia, considering the real estate business and real estate, and also tech, and the integration of technology or digital transformation of digitization in real estate. Also, you can add how it impacted through the pre and post-COVID situation. Yeah.
Sure. So, I think I'm working. Yeah. So, just a quick introduction. RealEstate.com.kh is the leading real estate portal in Cambodia. So we have a really good view of the market through our data, in that we work with all the real estate agencies and property developers in Cambodia. I think whilst we see developed markets such as Australia, Singapore, America, we're actually seeing growth in prices in real estate even through the pandemic. It's not so much the case in Cambodia. So although we've been blessed to, well, I certainly feel like I've been blessed to have been in Cambodia throughout COVID in terms of business operations and stuff. We've been sort of less upset by lockdowns and restrictions comparing to Australia, which is where I'm from, or other countries in the world. But certainly the real estate market in terms of prices, we've seen a downturn across most of the sectors, whether that be residential units for sale or rent, commercial space, and so on. The only constant, which I think speaks volumes to the real estate industry long term, has been land. We certainly haven't seen the prices of land decreasing as we've seen across other parts of the market. But I do think we've seen some really positive changes in real estate. I think I was just saying off air, pre-COVID, us as a business, lots of property developers, agents, we're really focused on the international market in Cambodia. It's where sort of a lot of the bigger revenue can be made and things like that. And whether I like to admit it or not, I'm now admitting it on air, that you can get caught up in who you originally started the business for. And I think we came to the realization, certainly during COVID, we actually invested in a local entrepreneur whose vision was to solve real estate related issues via tech for Cambodians, by a Cambodian. So that's certainly something we've started to focus a lot more on. And I think it's been really nice for to see a lot of developers shift their focus towards the local market, because they had to, in terms of continuing sales. But I think long term, it's fantastic for a lot of these condominium developments, because now a lot more Cambodians have invested in these properties, and therefore we see a really good sort of outlook long term that a lot of these buildings, which pre-COVID everyone was sort of saying who's going to live in these buildings, well, now that developers, and we can go through how they've shifted towards focusing on the local market, we now have a belief that a lot of these buildings will be sort of lived in by these buyers. So I think, whilst I guess globally there's been challenges set on by COVID, but there's some really nice silver lining in the local real estate industry. I don't want to keep going with all my thoughts. I'll give someone else a chance. And
No, it's great. I think the most important thing we figured out from your input that is a great prospect, and which we all are aspiring to have. And coming back to that aspect of aspiration. What's have been your aspiration to, in this sector, in this country, to build this kind of real estate based tech startup which can actually evolve the lifestyle, and what's been your journey due to this pre and post COVID? What do you think from your aspiration point of view?
Sure, it's been an interesting journey for sure. My experience when I came to Cambodia was firstly in investment management, understanding how the market's changing and shifting for interest of buyers of investments, and to see how development's going to go for whether it's major investment companies to be able to look into the areas of development to increase value. When I came to Cambodia, my main focus was on property management. So I think that's where the transition I've been looking at and studying over the last 18 months to 2 years, is seeing where that value is going to pivot on the experiences of what the market's already doing, where the last couple of years was focusing on sales, right? The values of the developments for growth and units hitting the market. With COVID, with the pandemic coming into the mix, then the shift was, how do you add value to what's being developed as well, right? Because then you have to start differentiating yourself between the competitors of everybody else that's coming into the market to develop. And so that's kind of where I started to find the interest for the pivot for my journey, to see how these projects and developments and buildings that are already existing, or even projects for berets and land developments, on how those are starting to shift in values, and not just by certain strategies that are going to be for the people, but also for the individuals that are purchasing or even residing in those projects as well. So it's been quite fascinating for the last 18 months.
Great. Coming back to that point, that whenever we are talking about any kind of digitization and adoption of digital platforms in various sector, and specifically when it is real estate, it's totally a traditional approach, right? In real estate business, and having that adoption into all across the value chain model, whether it's government regulations and consumer. So how do you think that from a government and the innovations aspect of regulations, has it been properly catered in Cambodia, or well, there are still some improvements need to be done from nurturing this real estate tech sector?
Sure.
Yeah, first of all, I'd say that certainly when I speak to friends back home, they're quite surprised how advanced the Cambodian government has been around real estate. Not to say there's not a lot more work to do. One of the major things is publicly available sold and rented data, and digitizing that. So from my understanding, of course there is this data available, but it's not publicly available. to you or I, or to an international or a local developer looking to build a new development, or a property seeker looking to buy a new home. And I think that's the ultimate thing that hopefully we see in Cambodia in the future, because that's the one thing that creates ultimate transparency around pricing. Certainly, obviously, real estate agencies themselves compile a lot of data, but again, don't necessarily make it publicly available. Some of the leading agencies certainly put together forums like this and do presentations, but it's not the raw data for a property seeker or a developer to analyse themselves. And as a business, realestate.com.kh, we are obviously sitting on a huge data set that we're working really hard on producing publicly available reports in lifetime, which you can access the website today and see some of that around demand and demand in areas, and average price and price per square metre and things like that. We also take it upon ourselves to do an annual consumer sentiment survey and make this sort of data publicly available. So I definitely think it's obviously a public and private approach, but there's certain data that would benefit the whole industry, local buyers, local renters and internationals, that the government could work on to make publicly available.
Great. And well, what's from your point of view that, whether we are there, or whether still we think that from a government or even consumer behavior approach perspective of Cambodians, whether they are there still, that they are looking for platform solutions or tech solutions for buying their property, or how to adopt that culture?
Sure. I mean, I think technology for the real estate market is one that I think on a global level, there's still so many different layers that we can continue to add to improve how people are involved within the industry, whether it's the individuals that are selling or buying, but then also the people that are actually supporting the industry, right, through operation. And that's probably a huge gap in how the market is in this type of an industry where technology can full on support the education process, right? Minimize the learning curve on how information can actually be transferred, on supporting, whether it's multiple services from the sales side of it to operations, or even communications of information, right? On how this data can be collected is not just necessarily on points of sales references, but also points of operation to create efficiencies, right? Through individuals of groups and teams that can be able to work and operate together. That's the side that is still very new, to try to be able to encourage anybody that wants to get into this industry, to be able to kind of continue to get those stepping stones and advance faster than the market's actually growing. And without technology in this industry, I think it's one that people will fall behind because of the lack of information, the lack of data, and information that isn't provided to the majority market.
Yeah, cool. I think that's a very good point, that regarding the data aspect of, and also the accuracy of the data. Maybe we have those data, but what's the accuracy of that? And enabling, like you were just mentioning before, that how Singapore government might have been explored that option to give those data to the business to utilize, and all those integration in place, so that digital businesses can flourish themselves. On that note, do you think the payment ecosystem or the standard digital banking process in Cambodia, or like financial investments which they are having for real estate business, specifically if I consider real estate tech based solutions, whether there are still improvements, or whether we think that we need to really deep dive on those aspects?
I think there are certainly improvements to make, but what I will say is, I actually think the young middle class, like the young generation in Cambodia, that real Cambodian middle class, I think they're demanding it, not of just platforms like us, but if I look at some of the payment or the banking apps, like they're sort of, in some ways, some things in tech are actually much more advanced than they are in somewhere like Australia. So in Australia, I still look at the leading jobs portal.
Okay.
And I look at it and I think, how does the Australian public accept that as the leading jobs portal? And I look at the amount of investment we have to make in our tech team to keep up with the demands of the local consumer. And there are apps being built out of ministries as well, so you can pay your property tax online now via an app. A lot of the banks are integrating directly with developers in terms of making payments. We launched online, this was the most amazing thing I saw during COVID from our business. We never knew it was going to work, but obviously in the middle of lockdown, developers and agents still wanted to stimulate sales, so we did an online property sale, and we never knew whether someone would come on and actually buy property online in Cambodia. And we made the assumption that if we generated any buyers, most of them would be from overseas. And in actual fact, we sold, I think, 18 to 20 properties during that event that only lasted 4 hours, and only one was from overseas and the rest were local. When we say we sold property online, we took a $500 refundable deposit on the property. But still, for the Cambodian sort of consumer to have the confidence, A, in our business, but B, in the developers and the real estate market to make a buying decision sitting from their own home without inspecting the property, I think speaks volumes to what the local consumer is demanding of businesses like us and the banks and the banking sector. I think we originally entered this industry in 2015 from a very Western point of view. The market wasn't as influenced by the rest of Southeast Asia and Thailand or Vietnam, and certainly not China by that time. But now I would see a lot of the advanced Western markets like Australia as they're kind of old school compared to what the local consumer expects here in Cambodia.
Yeah, I think this is a very good point, like online purchase behavior, or what is the consumers' decision making when they're buying online. We have gone through a research recently, and we understood from Cambodian e-commerce perspective, and it was done in few provinces, and what we have seen that people are not willing to pay online for any kind of product which is more than $100. So that means their buying behavior, decision making is within $100. So what you are just saying that if there is a $500 booking, so that means that there is a new leap of faith they need to make, right? So from that perspective, the consumers are adopted with the traditional approach that the agent-based approach and agency-based approach, but now they have the solutions which they can now online. They can analyze, they can compare, and they can make a decision and at least make a booking. But the leap of faith, the point I was mentioning, how we can overcome that, do you think?
I think well, it's transparency of information, I think, and consistency, right? I think when consumers are looking for information, they're going online to be able to see what's available. And I think Cambodia's done a great job with companies like RealEstate.com to put out as much information for the developers to be able to promote themselves. So it gives a consumer that ability to be able to just be at home and kind of see what's available to be able to start. Where in traditional markets, you have to rely on individuals that are professionally experienced to understand the market themselves, to be able to know where to take you, right? And so online digital information became kind of like the first step of understanding what's out there. And then from there, being able to filter down exactly the direction that you may want to go. And so on that perspective, I think there's that leapfrog effect of kind of advancing from the traditional market side of what agents' roles and responsibilities used to be, or what traditionally would be, to where digital support, representation for all these listings and properties have taken basically the forefront of interest for most consumers, and that's going to continue to grow. Then the question is going to be now, like, how do they continue to be able to offer information in general, right? Like where investors that are buying within the country and outside the country into Cambodia that are looking at this information, because all this inventory is being sold, but then what's going to happen after the fact? Like, how's that going to be able to communicate, to have that support for individuals that don't just live in this country, but live outside the country? And I think that's kind of that next level of service for that on tech, right? To be able to kind of provide interest for the next sellers, that resale market that hasn't been tapped yet, because we're still trying to figure out how to organize the ability of connecting individuals that have already bought to compete against individuals that are selling on a brand new like pre-sale basis that has its benefits, pros and cons that we know what they compete with, right?
Right. Another important point of view from as you have been in investment banking, and from that perspective you can highlight more, like say we have not seen like there always been like startups in like a Series A or Series B funding stage. Sometimes they think that okay, you have a good value proposition, I have a good value proposition, let's merge it together, and lots of merger and acquisitions does happen in the earliest stage of the startup, right? And that can ensure sustainable growth and scalability also. Do you think that Cambodia market has experienced that kind of merger and acquisition yet, or do you think that still the entrepreneurs or local businessmen, local entrepreneurs, or even the telcos need to come out from the shell and explore these opportunities?
Sure. Communication-wise, I think it's one that is in high interest, right? To be able to know how to be able to link type of business interests of kind of what's happening in the market. I still think it's a little new. It's a little early for merger acquisitions or companies that are kind of focusing with their own identities to kind of see that how they can be able to kind of work together. But there is that interest of figuring out that it's going to come. It's going to happen. The market may be too small to kind of create that traction between competition, to be able to say, okay, exactly like how can we both grow? Either one gets acquired more so than than just kind of merging to figure out how to like add values where one person's focusing on like a payment gateway for the real estate market, right? And then another one's working on the sales development communication for for the international market to figure out how to merge that. So there are companies out there, whether it's for marketing or for other type of like vlogging interests, the articles, to be able to support emerging companies that are in the market now.
Yeah, thanks to that. And coming back to that point, actually, Tom, do you think the skill has an issue in this market that we need to really look forward to upskill the people for to nurture this ecosystem? Upskilling the people of the Cambodian.
Yeah, definitely, but that's also not to say there's not institutions that are doing it wonderfully, like some of the best employees come out of the CamEd business school. Sorry, I don't know if I can mention names or not, but we certainly have sources that we intentionally try and hire from because we know that they're producing some of the best sort of business-minded people in the country. There's certainly groups developing a lot, focused on developing tech in terms of education here. The way we manage our tech is it's not our chosen way, but I guess it's been forced in that our tech is still managed out of Australia and we outsource, or we have developers sort of all around the world almost. But we're very proud to say that we've got the team that builds our app are based in Cambodia, and our dream is to have all of our tech team based in Cambodia if we could find the skill set. Yeah, to have that local nous, if that makes sense. So our platform's available in English, Khmer, and Chinese, but if we had a choice, we want to build it for Cambodians first. And we've got great local Cambodians on our team that we listen to when they say you should do this with your app or this with your website or we should do that, and we listen to them because no one knows better than a local Cambodian.
Absolutely.
But then that communication needs to go back to Australia and then to a developer that might be sitting in Vietnam or Indonesia or India or somewhere else in the world. So it'd be much more efficient if we could find those tech resources in Cambodia, that's for sure. But I think the future is going towards apps. So if that's what they're teaching in Cambodia, then that's also right on point, I guess.
Great. I think definitely it will help.
In terms of what I spoke about before, in terms of converting online leads, real estate's a big ticket item. A $500 refundable fee, I think, solved that sort of barrier to entry. But at the same time, the conversion rate on that website, in a 4-hour period, we had over 10,000 people looking at properties.
Wow.
And only 20 people bought. So that's not to say that the research of that $100 spend is wrong.
So that means that those are the things we really need to think about, that how and where we need to excel ourselves according to which data sets.
Yeah.
So this is absolutely great to know that we are progressing. Coming back to Giovanni, to you, that Sihanoukville, because our discussion point was starting from the Sihanoukville perspective, that if 5 years back, what it was, and how you think that our ecosystem can actually help after 5 years, where it will be from a business point of view.
It's an interesting question because I mean it started with its own identity, right? When as it was being developed, I think and as it's going to progress and it's going to evolve over the next couple of years, it's all going to depend on which type of businesses and what type of development is going to come in for consumers, not to just kind of use that as a location to visit, but a location to do business and actually live, right? And I think that's going to be the moment to be able to understand, okay, like how that market is actually going to be able to evolve and change and grow, to be able to bring more value and interest in its development. There's that high potential of what's going to end up happening for future developments, future growth on businesses that are going to come in. But it's still a little early for at least on my side to understand exactly how it's going to develop or what's going to develop first. Originally, it was focused on primarily on casinos and hotels or developments for investors from overseas. Now there could be a pivot towards local investments to be able to bring those businesses in, and more residents that are more on the local level to start creating the second major city where you have local residents and businesses actually actually capitalizing in the country.
Absolutely. Amazing. This is another question to both of you, actually. As you know, recently Facebook has emerged a company as Meta, right?
Right.
And which is the metaverse. Do you think that this augmented reality or virtual reality, this will actually ensure or propel some kind of growth in your real estate sector also, because it will give more virtual experience of your real estate properties, right? If those things can be explored, how do you think? This is a question to both of you, because you both are exploring those.
The moment it happens, I'd want to buy a penthouse, and I'd put it on top of a landmark spot, right?
Yeah,
The metaverse. But
I'd love to speak on Sihanoukville as well, but before that, in terms of local adoption of things like 360 tours, which can be as simple now as taking them on your phone, to creating 3D walkthrough tours based on a floor plan. Maybe we're not seeing it widely available here, but it's absolutely here. It's almost the norm for us. So we will start to, if any real estate agency or developer has a 360 tour, it's the front image that we put on all of our listings, and we will actually start to preference and push listings higher up the list that have 360 tours. I think the frustrating thing is it's hard to integrate those tours onto Facebook at the moment. But I think I'm looking at another piece of technology today before I came here. I think that, again, a market like this will demand this. The consumer will demand it from property developers more so than they would in more advanced markets like Australia. And then markets like this that do rely on a lot of international investment, for a buyer overseas sitting in Hong Kong or Singapore, and they're able to actually visualize their potential unit and purchase by almost touching and feeling up through a
Absolutely.
360 tour.
Absolutely.
I think it's vital. In actual fact, I think every condo developer in Cambodia would have these types of tours in terms of the content creation side of it. RealEstate.com is certainly a platform where you can push that sort of content out, but it doesn't mean they can't push it out on their own website and sort of international listing portals as well. So I think the adoption of this sort of stuff from Meta will be extremely fast.
Yeah.
In a market like this. Just speaking on
Sihanoukville.
yeah. So as Giovanni mentioned, in Sihanoukville back in 2019 or up until 2019, a lot of the market there was driven by international buyers, and the market was very stimulated by gambling activity. That this was almost just before COVID, so it's something that's like not that spoken about often in real estate, because everyone just goes, oh, COVID did this or COVID did that. But actually a month or two before COVID was a thing, the Cambodian government and the Chinese government worked together to stamp out a lot of this online illegal gambling activity that was happening in Sihanoukville. So there was definitely this false economy, and land prices were through the roof, and there was lots of crime in Sihanoukville, and that was starting to have a negative effect on international markets because that news was getting back to China and in other international markets. So international buyers that were thinking maybe Sihanoukville is a great investment 2 years ago are starting to think, well, actually this is gangster town. I don't want to invest in that market. So, but what that did plus COVID is allow the government and other stakeholders to get into Sihanoukville to fix up a lot of the roads. I remember during COVID times I travelled there, and it was actually a beautiful thing to see a lot of Cambodians holidaying in Sihanoukville, enjoying the beach in their own country. And I think that Sihanoukville will return to a mix of sort of international tourists, local Cambodians enjoying the same space. And I think Sihanoukville's got a lot that it has to look forward to in terms of business. It's the only deep sea water port in Cambodia. There's only so much beachfront land in Cambodia. The infrastructure is now coming along in terms of the major highway. I think is going to be opening next year, connecting Sihanoukville to Phnom Penh. So although lots of local Cambodians and expats like us that have been here long enough to visit Sihanoukville when it was dirt roads and that sort of something beautiful about that, I think that Sihanoukville and the coastline will return back to a mix of, a mix of what we used to remember it as, not the heightened gambling activity that we saw in 2019 that didn't see, Cambodians weren't comfortable visiting Sihanoukville during that time. So I think it'll return to a beautiful place to visit in the future. And I think, again, the government needs to be credited by coming in and doing all this infrastructure work during COVID, not only in Sihanoukville, but other parts of the country, including Siem Reap, because when you're relying on so much, when the tourism's one of the major drivers of the Cambodian economy, so when else were they going to do all this? So,
it's perfect time.
they've, and not to say other countries haven't, but, a lot of credit needs to be given to the government for taking as an opportunity, and also providing sort of continued employment for those that are working on the roads and things like that.
No, absolutely. I think,
Also, I mean, Thomas touching on this point where like the interest of what people are talking about, what the value is at this moment for good or bad, if on how people looked at it, values have dropped, at least for the point of interest of not being able to come to the country to kind of really see how it's been developing, how it's been flourishing. It's only through either video conferencing or just being able through word of mouth, right? And I think that's, as an investor, as investment, anybody that's really looking at it, there's 2 points to actually invest, right? It's over the last couple of years, we saw the market shooting up as people were taking advantage of that moment. But the second point of interest for investments would be during times like these, to look at the situation for where it's at now. People could say the prices have dropped, but in fact, actually, they could have probably been a little bit more realistic, where you get a chance to really understand what you have and where you want to take it. So it kind of gives you that point of breath to kind of take a step back and then see how to continue to improve. And like Tom was mentioning, right? Like the road improvements for the infrastructure has been fantastic in Siem Reap. What Siem Reap is going to become once that gets completed is going to completely ramp up the interest for new developments for tourist support and potential interest, right, for other things that are going into that market. So.
Yeah, amazing things are coming, and also we need to really focus on one thing, that real estate and tourism both works hand in hand, right? Because if both industries are actually working together, and the way we are seeing the progress from a government initiative, that will definitely flourish the overall ecosystem, which will definitely help everyone. Coming back to that point, and we are almost at the finishing stage, so we just want to know from both of you that we understand the good things and progressive things about this market, but what are the key challenges which we need to really look like for now as an action item, so that whoever is listening and participants who are participating in this session, they can take those notes for the growth of this sector?
Definitely for me, the one thing is more publicly available data. And that's not only the responsibility of companies like mine, and it's both the responsibility of the private and public sector. Because as you said, yes, and on realestate.com.kh we've got listing price. But if that property comes off the website, what's the actual sales price of that property? So I just think it's all about more transparency of more data.
Great, thank you. Giovanni?
Yeah, likewise, I agree with that. Data is going to be really important to really understand, what the market really is, right? I mean, over the last 18 months, the biggest discussion was how did this pandemic affect rental prices, right? With having travelers or people that wanted to visit for new companies, they can't just come in to be able to rent and pay those high prices where the companies are being able to give those type of premiums for the living, right? So how are those adjusted? It's really difficult to find out, right? And so if anybody was to tell you, it's all based off of very limited information. And so that, with that type of information, it can elevate the type of services that you can be able to create for the industry to support. In addition to that, it's also in the service sector, and it could be a teaser to what I guess I'm going to be talking about later, but it's also in the point of having the individuals that are operating in the industry have the proper training or get more exposure to understanding how to be able to improve on either communications and services, to be able to provide better information to the clients that are coming into the market, or even just helping the individuals within the projects to maintain those values. And that's the stuff where they're trying to meet in the middle at this point, is what's happening with condo developments in Valley and the new projects that are coming in, and then how do the existing ones stay relevant in that valley to meet in the middle in that bridge. Right?
Yeah, I think those are great thoughts, and thank you for sharing all those. It's been a great learning for all of us, and I think whoever has joined this. I think with that note, we are going to end this session. Thank you very much for being with us, and thanks to all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concluded the moderate. Thank you very much, moderators and speaker, for this afternoon panel discussion on the future of real estate. Can you hear me? Yeah? Okay. Need to check on that. Now that was very fruitful for the further discussion also on related to tax, because we have just talked about the future. It was very, very promising, not for just Siem Reap but for Cambodia and our region as well. Now for the next presentation, let's go down deeper a little bit on real estate, but focusing on digitalization. So the next presenter, it was actually just right here, now moving to a different corner. I didn't get your name correctly for the first time, so let me try it again. Now, I will try to pronounce it correctly. Okay, please turn the mic on for him as well. He's the Managing Director of DANG Real Estate Investment Management, Mr. Giovanni Antonio.
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 So close. Yeah.
So close.
Yeah.
May I try again next time?
Yeah, no problem.
All right, head over to you.
Thank you so much. Nice to meet everybody. Like she mentioned, my name is Giovanni Antonio. I am representing here. I wanted to come in to actually talk to you a little bit about the digital industries and the support, the systems and platforms for the real estate market. And what I wanted to be able to show you today is my experience has been, I've been in this country for about close to 8 years, and it's been focusing mainly on property management on an operational level. And what I wanted to be able to show you today is basically the evolution of services for what's going to happen to Cambodia to continue to improve and take care of the industry as it continues to develop and grow. So what I wanted to be able to show you today is a project that was in the beta testing that we're ready to start launching actually to be able to assist the market in services, in multiple services in fact. And so what I have is understanding the experience of the challenges in the market today, which are in 3 phases, right? Whether you're looking at it through sales and rental, like if you're going to be managing the information to be able to know how to look at the right information to know how you're going to market it. How are you going to be able to pass it to the right websites or to the right agents, and then having the headaches of being able to know how to update information. So if some units get sold or some units get rented out, the challenge is going to be how do you update all the real estate agents in the market or the websites that you're partnering with to be able to represent your development projects. That tends to be a project that normally you work on it through an Excel sheet, right? Or through communications like Telegram and whatnot. So that becomes an issue to really know how to organize information to be able to go from your project to the consumer market, right? The second challenge is understanding property management in general. It's also seeing it from the challenges of individuals as a whole to work day to day to not just know what they need to do today, but what are they doing tomorrow? We're always stuck in a position where we have so many responsibilities that it puts us in a position to forget what needs to be done tomorrow, or the type of tasks that you need to work with your tenants or your residents. How do you communicate this information to them? Or how do you kind of plan accordingly to make sure that you're not forgetting certain responsibilities of maybe checking certain equipment in the buildings, whatnot, right? The last one is the challenge in the industry I would see is how real estate agents want to be able to work to service their customers. When it comes to inventory, I think we talked about it earlier, is that data is very difficult to be able to obtain on a public level. So if you're a real estate agent professionally, you're always having to constantly have to look at inventory and update information. So if you have a customer, you always have to spend the majority of your time in being able to find that inventory for you. So it becomes a challenge where you spend more time in little small details than you actually do in taking care of the customers. So what we wanted to do is create a platform that combines the service level of all this information. So it links the managers that are in charge of inventory to know how to communicate this with websites, with agents, with their own internal team. It allows them to be able to know that they get customers like tenants or sellers, to be able to do the operational support. And from then on, they can be able to then go ahead and support real estate agents so they can now know the inventory that's out in the market. Agents will be able to know what's available in particular projects. So if they understand what type of customers they have, they know exactly the type of inventory that they can look at in a very transparent way. So what we wanted to introduce to you today is PropAIM CRM. It's going to be Cambodia's first CRM platform that actually connects all the different services in the real estate market into the industry to make it very easy to be able to communicate all the operational needs that you have in this market. So what we did is we're combining the technology of Salesforce to be able to add different layers of our experience of either customizing multiple different management levels, unique features like services, so all the different responsibilities for sales, for rentals, for property management, or even agents services are combined into one big package to be able to know how to create a full system to help anybody in the industry make it very easy to be able to operate. So what we did is that we're helping any individual that's working in the industry become better. Any department gets the right type of support with the right type of information to be able to know how to manage and control whatever their responsibilities are in a digital way. And we do that through our CRM platform that can be connected based off of whatever the project needs, whether they're selling or renting for the first time, or they're already operating, or if they just need to market it to real estate agents or websites to be able to get their units sold or rented. So our future milestones for it, and the whole purpose of the CRMs, is to really improve on how the industry promotes listings for searches, how we can train for operations, how we can be able to improve how projects and buildings and even other type of real estate industries can work. And what we do is, with this information, we can actually create reports to help improve the efficiency of how individuals work within their system. So this is going to be a brand new way to help the market get information to be better servicing their clients. And at the end of the day, what we're looking to do is create this through a blockchain smart contract system, to where then individuals can now have better control in the transparency of how their inventory is presented to the market. So we're really excited on how this whole CRM system is going to work for the Cambodian market to be able to continue to enhance the services. So, and most of our service team is actually in fact in Cambodia, so we want to be able to support any client that subscribes through us to be able to support, but we also do have teams from all over the world to ensure that we can accomplish the goals for any projects in Cambodia. And so with that said, I want to thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Giovanni. I gave up. I just said Giovanni.
No problem.
Thank you very much. That was certainly very interesting. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us. Now, we're now having the next panel discussion. We're now setting up, get everything ready. The next topic is actually one of my favorite topics. Woohoo! Loan and I love talking about loan. And we have moderator and speaker here with us, but let me introduce you to the topic of this next panel discussion. So there will be a 50-minute like the session we have earlier, that we have our moderators and speaker here on the studio. We'll be talking about digitalization of loan and mortgage. Interesting. I mean, of course, loan and mortgage, but digitalization, that would be very interesting, because I mean, if I can borrow money and not having to go to bank and microfinance, that would be much easier and face saving. Because I remember vividly, I used to go to the bank and I would ask, okay, if I need to borrow this amount, what are the criteria? And when they said no, it was quite hurtful. Now, if I can apply that online, that would be a different feeling. All right. Now, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the next discussion is on the digitalization of loans and mortgage in Cambodia, keeping up with the needs and demands of borrowers that would come in time, that there would no longer be tolerance for outdated system, and the need to go digital will eventually be mandated by the market. Will the Cambodia borrower and financial institution be ready for it? We will find the answer shortly. But in order to answer those questions, we have a moderator who's kindly joining us. His name is Mr. Pablo Alonso Cabril, and he's the Group CFO at iCare Benefits. Give a quick introduction of our moderator first. He's the business executive with experience on investment, monitoring, and advertising startups in the tech, financial, and rental sector, currently offering millions of low-income women factory workers in Southeast Asia access to buy now, pay later solutions through iCare Benefits. His specialty are FinTech, buy now, pay later, oh I love that term, startups, investment, disruptive tech, and financial market. And he won't be alone, he will be moderating our panelists who are also here in our studio. We have, right, that's our moderator. Good afternoon. And then we have Mrs. Saputika. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us. She's the CEO, This is the Senior Manager at Digital Marketing at Prince Bank. And then, of course, we have back in the studio Mr. Kia Boran. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us. The CEO of AMK Microfinance Institution. And last but not least, we have Mr. Suthirot. Good afternoon. He's the CEO of Prudential Cambodia. Now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to give this floor to our moderator and take this panel discussion away. Right, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Nana, for the kind introductions. It's good to see you. Thank you and welcome everybody to this session on digitalization of loans and mortgages in Cambodia. Before we get into our discussion, I'd like to start with some quick opening statements from our panel today. I'd like to start with Mr. Rod from CBC. You have the floor.
Yep, sure. Yeah, actually, I think the financial institution in Cambodia is what we call undergoing what we call a rapid digital transformation, which quite a number of the financial institution is adapting the digital technology on their cooperation as well as the payment infrastructure and also mobile banking. And we know that embracing innovation in technology will not only enable financial institution to service its customer more effectively, but also can, I can say that enhancing its competitiveness as well. And if you look at the lending landscape, actually, there's what we call significant improvement on what we call leveraging digitalization for what we call credit risk assessment and also credit scoring, which can contribute to the what we call sustainability of the institution and also competitiveness of its operation, actually. From my point of view of the trend in the sector, I can see that some institutions are going, I can say, aligned with the market condition, while some is also behind the schedule. I can see that, for example, if we are trying to classify all those financial institutions, I can see that there are at least three groups of financial institutions. The first group we can call the fast market mover, which we can see the top bank and microfinance is a reason to what we call digitalization, and they are ready in terms of their plan implementation. Such as, for example, introduction of what we call loan origination system, introduction of the credit scoring using static scoring on top of their judgment score, for example, digitalization of their credit operation. This is the what we call first market mover. We can see another one as a market observer, like a mid-sized bank and microfinance. He reason to go to that digitalization, but still lack of some resource or expertise and know-how in order to implement of those one. The third and the last category of those institutions as like the market follower, for example, they really want to go, but they seem to be insufficient of their technology and infrastructure to go by this one. However, they need to figure out how the first market mover go first. If they are going successful, they can replicate that model into their operation. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Rod. I'll move to Mr. Boran.
Good afternoon. Yeah, it's a great opportunity to be here. My name is Boran. I'm from AMK. I give a bit introduction about us and see how we links to the digital transformation over the last I think few years. So AMK was originated from an NGO program focusing on rural farmer low-income customer. Our activity is heavily in remote area. We have the access to infrastructures, data connections are always very challenging because of the nature of our work. So we rely on so much on human resource. Our staff have to travel to village, talk to customers, getting data, getting information, and making decisions before we actually can giving them an approval if they solve get loan or not. This is a heavy operations, heavy cost model, which I think microfinance, I think not just in Cambodia but around the globe, especially in any emerging market, would face similar challenges. Through that kind of process, because you are not working in cities and towns and urban area. However, Cambodia had go through a very rapid change in the last, I think, over a decade ago, in terms of expansion on telecommunications, internet, data usage, and it become more affordable for everyone to be able to access to internet. We also see rapid expansions of coverage to rural area. I think with that, with also improvement on technology, you have more reasonable, affordable cost of to develop, application, and systems and solutions as well over the last, I think, 5-6 years. So we see that as a rapid growth in the sectors, and we take the opportunities also to do a lot of automation on loan originations, scoring systems, and online processing, including robotic advisories, and through chatbot and through other means of communications. And I think that's very early as of now. We will see more growth in the sectors, I think, toward that kind of roadmap in the future, because of the improvement on infrastructures, the access to technologies at more affordable costs, and so on. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Boran. I'll now move to Ms. Setika from Bank. You have the floor, please.
Yes, good afternoon, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. I think thank you firstly for having me in the panel as the only ladies panelist. I am very glad to hear from our seniors how is going on with digitalization, especially on the topic of loan and mortgage. Without further delay, I just giving a short introductions from Bank, as today is a representative. We are firmly and very confident to be the financial institution as choice of customer. So not only on the loan and mortgage, because we have a lot of things, our products enhancements regarding to digitalize. So if talking back to the background or introductions of I myself or the organizations, Bank have go along through many roadmap or many along the way of the life of financial institution already. So we have a lot of things for digitalize, such as we have mobile banking, we have merchant application, as well as the mobile biz, which is for SME. Not only this, regarding to the loan and mortgage, as mentioned from the beginnings, what the trends of our bank is being the choice, being the first choice or being the first institution choice for customer. So in order to go along this way, we firm to bring along the digitals of loan and mortgage from the onboarding process, as well as during the onboard, and as well as post process. So it is for sure that requires a lot of things to input along inside the pre-onboarding or onboarding and until post-process. It is also requiring some things regarding to loan restructure and all along of the components. Beside this, before the pre-post happens, for sure that we also need to look back into Cambodia society. How is Cambodian people moving into the digital platform? As aware that we have more than 120% of people holding a smartphone, so this is also a key platform to understand how people can move on, especially during the COVID pandemics. So for sure, like what our host has been mentioned since the beginning of the panels, she prefers to have the loan without walking steps into the bank. So that is also the exercise for the bank as well as for the all authority to move this dream, to move these things to happen. So it's starting from the onboarding until the post, also the restructure, so on and so forth. So I think we will have a lot of things to discuss in this panel. I move back to our moderator for the remaining. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Putika. So I want to open up now the floor for less of a panel and more of a chat with each other on different topics that I think are relevant to this discussion around digitalization. I want to start actually by something that Mr. Boran mentioned. You were discussing how a decreasing cost, or in decreasing the cost of developing technologies around new applications or new back-end system or loan origination system is supporting basically a company's capacity to set up these digital structures. Can you tell us a little bit what you think is what has been your view on it, and do you think each company has to develop their own internal systems and entire technological infrastructure to be able to do this, or is there some ready-made solution that can be implemented more generally?
Yeah, no, it's very a good point. I believe there's no right or wrong answer. I think it's really depend on, I think it institution capacity in terms of investments and human resource and how complex the system is. My approach which always be first looking at what available, on the market, which can be easy, quick, and be able to taste the waters first, because many new products, especially on digital, you don't know if it will even success before you really try. There are a lot of good idea, a lot of good solution, but I think the local context, the capacity, the customer adaptation, even just staff adaptation are become so critical. If my experience, when we start about 10 years back, converting from, manual loan application process to running on a tablet, we have to spend, months to do a demos and explain to our staff and onboard them and really get them to believe that this is actually would make their life easier and make things more efficient. And that I think is not an easy job, because people change, right? You change and people feel worried about different things, right? So I think those are the process. I think as also time pass by, there are more and more solutions where are more adaptable, are more customizable than before. You look at 10 years ago, I think a lot of systems are very heavy, hard to customize, hard to change, and you have to attack it, right? Now there are a lot of systems, put on cloud and allow more user-friendly, more adaptable to customization, and not even require a lot of IT skill. A lot of new systems are more as a workflow basis, where you actually drag and drop, you create the workflows, and then you actually can generate on your apps. And those are, I think, typical advantage now for a new comer, where you are not necessarily build everything on your own from the ground, because it's so expensive and time consuming. I think looking at that something like and testing, if it works, then you go. If it doesn't work, you change it. If it works but then it doesn't support your long-term vision, then you know what you can do and what you can invest, right? So
thank you, Mr. Boran. And I want to bring Mr. Boran, from your experience, touching on Mr. Boran's point, how do you see the CBC or credit scoring in general moving into this direction, right, in terms of tech development and providing a technological solution to credit scoring for these financial institutions to be able to do digital lending?
Yep, sure. I think as per my summary at the beginning, we see a few number of financial institutions is going ahead by introducing what we call loan origination system, and also plus the credit scoring model as well. I think it's good to see that the bank and microfinance, they move from the manual process to the automated process, which they introduce that credit scoring. However, they seem to have a few form of the credit scoring model. Actually, for example, the first form of credit scoring module is a judgment score, meaning that they convert everything from the manual process into the digital process, but they still use things on their judgment to judge whether the customer is going to the default or not. That will be perceived as the first movement of that digitalization of the credit risk assessment, actually. The second wave should be going from a judgment score to what we call statistic scoring. So at this pace, no need to rely on your loan officer to see whether the customer is good or bad, whether to weight this variable as a good variable or not. Just based on the payment behavior of your customer and try to produce that score using that statistic scoring, actually. And for those institutions that do not have, for example, just for your information, because Credit Bureau Cambodia, we are the data provider of the financial institution Cambodia. We have all financial institutions as our member. All those, our main product is the credit report that we provide to the bank and microfinance. But on top of this one, we also provide a credit scoring model. For example, last year in November, we introduced what we call our second generation of the credit scoring, which is the static scoring. And that score is trying to predict the likelihood of payment default of the customer in the next 6 months. So as of now, when your customer requests loan from you, you request credit report, you also can request the score. the score will be saying the likelihood of payment default for that particular customer. And if you are comfortable with that score, you also can set what we call cut-off strategy later on. Yep. So having said that, it both for those advanced institutions, they can introduce their internal scoring system, but for those institutions that do not have enough capability, they still can utilize other credit scoring model which is available in the market. Yeah.
Thank you. Very interesting on what you were saying around moving from a judgment credit scoring towards a statistical credit scoring. Putika, I want to bring you in on this part of the discussion. What has been your experience in terms of, or for Prince Bank as well, around technology development? What is Prince Bank doing, and how you're moving towards taking that technological step to move towards digital lending?
Thank you, Pablo. As mentioned from the beginning, that our digital platform is really a fastest growing, because we win a lot of awards as well, even in 2021. So if jumping into the topic that Brother just mentioned earlier, how the CBC is working on, especially from the beginning of the judgment until moving to the second stage or third stage, second stage of analytical, and also third stage of how to save the credit scoring for saving the time consuming of the lending officer of each commercial bank, as well as us. Currently, we also develop a very, what we can say that a very flexible platform, because currently we have 3 platforms already, and then another new enhancement will be also another new platform that will answer to what CBC provides, as well as what really customer in need, customer demands, because for sure that to me, I think that it is very good to build up a structures of how we score the customer in the lending platform, or how the customer can get the loan by judge them whether their application or their backgrounds of the loan is good or not, moving from the judgment into the analytical or to save the score. However, we also need to look back into the general way that before they are on board, how they can access to, so on and so forth. So going to the point that the question is most likely on how the commercial bank like us from Prince being ready, we are having such kind of platform to moving on, responding not only to the CBCs, but to add it on also to respond to customer demand. That is very important, because or otherwise we can still see that customer is still on the traditional platform, and then we try to score them, saving them the score, but however along the way we also need some things to bring them along from that kind of traditional way. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Putika. Very interesting to hear your thoughts on this. Moving on, but very related to credit scoring, I wanted to ask you one more question related to what you see the regulatory framework. Do you see the regulation around digital lending ready to take on this next step? Do you think that banks and financial institutions and the CBC are ready the regulatory framework and the financial institutions ready for this step?
Okay, I think when discussing on the regulatory framework, we need to frame a little bit maybe what area of the regulatory framework around digital lending that we need to focusing on. Digitalization or the process improvement of the internal institution toward that lending seems not a big issue actually regarding to the regulatory framework. But just only one point that we need to caution as well, for example, if we need to deploy that solution, for example, whether we need to deploy on our premise or on the cloud, for example. So if you need to go to the cloud, for example, you need to study, for example, where the cloud is sitting at, for example, whether the cloud is sitting at within the country or outside, for example, and who is the provider of the cloud. From I can say the technological guidance from the National Bank Cambodia, we need also to seek approval from the regulator as well when we go to the cloud on this one. Yeah, so this is one thing, for example. And another area, for example, which we need to consider also, for example, when we talk about digital lending, for example, I'm sure that there might be some institutions that are planning to go with digital lending, for example, And if the bank and the microfinance is going to that digital lending, I'm sure that the current law regulation may be covered enough, for example. But there is a question, for example, with some of the startup or some of the FinTech who see the market opportunity, and then they can want to tap to that digital lending, for example, while they do not want to apply for the bank and the microfinance license. So there's still a blur area, for example, whether they can go to that segment or not. If they go to the segment, for example, whether they should apply license under the bank or the microfinance. So
to this topic, I think one thing which we also probably need to looking at is also, are we looking at, end-to-end e-commerce kind of products, like, you actually starting online and everything is online, or you actually, hybrid, right? So which means application can be online, but then you go to an agreement, legal agreements and other, transaction, then you need to go offline, because you need to have people to do some prints and sign on the document. Yes, the e-commerce law is coming. I believe that will actually improving further on digital lendings and other e-commerce product. But I think one thing which we also have to step back is on how we as financial provider are willing to take risk in terms of digital lending, because there are risks involved in terms of how much you know your customer. I think one thing which bank had been very successful anywhere is how much you know your customer. So the more you know your customer, the better you know their risk, and the better you can underwrite your loan, with a lower risk. With digital lending, where you probably doesn't know your customer as much, right? And I think that the data, which is what I think mentioned, is coming in place. How much we have the data, how much we can learn about them from their data. And I think that's not only financial data. I think we need to look at how can we get other data, not just financial data. I think people talk about alternative scoring, right? Their data on how they consume their social media, how they actually consumes and other things, right? So I think those are become so important to actually looking at it as a holistic, because I think it's not like one way is better than other, but I think these are, to me, is core component if we were to looking at, say, can we go fully digital in the future.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Boran. I completely agree with your point, and I think it creates two more questions that I want to bring to the panel. One, but we can leave that for later. You were saying more holistic approach towards, consumer data, consumer information, and that goes into kind of alternative credit scoring. But the one that I want to touch on right now, which I think you kind of alluded to, was because one of the things that for us at IKEA, for example, it really concerns us is always consumer protection, financial literacy, right? One of the risks that I see personally in digital lending is, potentially institution taking advantage of some consumers. Sometimes too easy is not good because it incentivizes over risk taking and basically unsafe measures. Sure. and basically stops any consumer protection standard from being implemented because it is too easy, right? Mm-hmm. So sometimes I say that too easy doesn't mean better. So I want to ask this question to the three of you. Again, towards digitalization of financial services, of loans, how do you see consumer protection policies? Do you think that these CPP, these consumer protection policies, need to adapt together with this technology and these internal processes and flows? Or how do you see that moving? I'll start with Mr. Boran.
Yeah, no, it is very important. I think as any development would have, probably a downside of it. I think digital are not different, where there will be a challenge facing by a subset of population where they may not understand, they may think it's easy to get, so I would try and I don't care. And there's a lot of experience. I think we learned. I don't know, probably over the last 100 years, right? I think from credit card crisis, the boom of internet, .com. I think all of these are good experience where consumer doesn't have a full knowledge, and regulatory may not gathering around that kind of protection. One thing which I can highlight about Cambodian sector, I think our central bank, NBC, have a very clear guidelines and mandate in terms of what you need to do before you actually should approve loans, to your customer. That's the principle. I think is very clear, very good as a play as a guidance. But at the same time, I think the education to consumer on the risk that they take when they get into borrowings money. They have to understand that there will be reputations that they carry with it, and especially with the bureau. If someone, even you get $5 loans, if you don't pay, which means your credit history will actually be with the bureau, which means you may not be able to access to any loan unless you clear your debt. And there's a lot of good experience in Africa. There is what they call a quick loan, few dollars, instant pay, instant approval. People doesn't know that the risk I take, and basically, I click yes, I want the money, $3 to buy a phone top up. You get it, but then you don't pay, and then you end up cannot access to form of financial institutions, which I think cause more problem in terms of access to finance as well. So I think those are the elements of growing in tax, but also I think we have to do a lot more work on getting people to understand their risk they take and what are they getting in.
Thank you, Boran. I completely agree. I think that financial literacy needs to move together with digitalization and consumer protection. Mr. Rudd, I wanted to get your thoughts on this, consumer protection, and how you think that what's the process for that to move forward?
Yeah. Actually, I just want to concur with what Bong Boran had mentioned. Actually, now we say that digitalization is happening in the banking sector, and now we are on the state of leveraging data for decision making, meaning that data is everywhere. But how can we use that data correctly, for example? So there need to be the effort from both the consumer side and also the operator side as well. I'm sure that from the operator side, the bank and microfinance, they need to have in place the consumer protection policy to ensure that their customer data is being protected, their customer data is being cared, for example. So they need to have that mechanism in place in order to safeguard everything. From the consumer point of view, with the digitalization happening, the data is not siloed anymore. The data is sharing with others. For example, in the case of the banking sector, all the loan data is sharing among all the industry, which we have CBC as the agency who collect and share information. So meaning that if you are bad today, your bad profile will be flagged in the credit reporting. Just example, for example, last year, the central bank already asked the bank and microfinance, for example, who have the check account, the return check account, it will be flagged into our credit reporting, which we already do, actually. So currently, for example, on the monthly basis, at least 500 customers who issue the check without any sufficient money is already flagged into the credit reporting system. So whenever it flagged into the credit reporting system, that guy, whenever they go to another institution to request for the loan, their bad credit history is already in place. So I do agree that the consumer, they need to be aware that they need to behave, proper today, which can which can shape their behavior in the later on. Yep.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Rudd. I completely agree with you on this point. Ms. Putika, I wanted to get your thought as well on the consumer protection and, what do you see the trends and how is Prince Bank implementing these type of policies going forward, in particular, as you said, because you're pushing aggressively towards digitalization of procedures and processes.
Yeah, thank you, Pablo. Significantly, even removing the digital platform, however, for sure that rule and regulation is still in place. So to ensure that the digital platform of us is moving along the way, which means that in a control platform, we also set up along the rule and the process and procedure. So the workflow is required to make sure that is respond to what we are digitals our lending platform. So for example, as as what mentioned since the beginning, we have pre-activity, onboarding, and post-activity. So during pre-onboarding or onboarding process of customer, lending customer or loan customer is a complicated customer for sure. Customer really prefer a quick and easy case. They just contact to the bank and then they just prefer that when loan is getting approved. However, to the bank side, it is a very complicated product. So along this complicated product, the workflow that we set along for sure that need to respond to NBC because we are also under regulator. We cannot reject for this one, and also how to modify the process and procedure. For sure, how to protect along of the customer protection, but also to simplify the process so that we can save time, we can save cost, and make sure that digital platform can be going on. So I'm sure that this question is quite likely not only to the commercial bank or not only to Prince Bank, to all of the financial institution is required to set their own rule and regulations, their process and procedures to ensure that the customer protection has been in place, not only customer confidentiality but also data linkage, because as Brother Suthirot mentions, when we are checking along the CBC or whatsoever, we are storing customer data, and this is also important when related to AI and DI, because when we are checking customer, we also have another ways how to protect customer and how to ensure that the data is not going along the internet or along our data along the cloud linkage of that. So this is just what would prefer to highlight. If asking about rule and regulation and process and procedure, again, that we need to simplify, but need to in place how it go along the way, right away together, and also time consuming and save time and save cost. That's it.
Yeah, thank you, Putika. I completely agree with the whole panel that there's a few things that need to move together with the technology and with the processes. I think consumer protection, data protection is also key as well. I want to touch on another point that Mr. Boran briefly touched on in one of his answers, more knowing your customer, holistic approach to kind of data gathering, and credit scoring. I think I'll start with Mr. Rod on this question because obviously from the CBC's perspective, but how do you see an implementation or potential implementation of more alternative credit scoring, things like there's a lot of noise around telco scoring, telco scores, so what is your view on it? Do you think it's going to happen, or do you think that institutions like banks and microfinance and leasing companies need to be careful about using this type of data gathering procedures? What's your thinking around this?
I think it's good to see such kind of question because it seems to be a hot topic in the credit scoring market as well. So whenever you talk about the alternative credit scoring, actually, it kind of a new concept of scoring which is mostly specific or tailored to what we call non-bank customer, which we are trying to promote the financial inclusion actually. So let's say, for example, those who are within the banking sector, who have the credit history already, which is not difficult for them actually, whether they can use the credit report from CBC or case score from CBC is pretty much covered. But those who are non-bank customer, but they need to go to the banking system at the first time, alternative scoring might be the good mechanism, at least to predict their likelihood of payment default actually. And when you talk about alternative scoring, there's a lot of form. For example, whether you use the social media data to do the score, whether you use the telecom data, for example, or whether you use other form of, for example, utility or other payment recent data to develop the score actually. However, there's still no enough evidence about the predictive power of that score. So this is something that we need to explore as well. Frankly speaking, CBC have been exploring this opportunity as well for the last couple of years, and even now we are still exploring how we can introduce that alternative scoring. But bear in mind that when we talk about alternative scoring, we need to have all those data points ready. For example, telco data, utility data, or other payment data at the back end before we can produce that alternative scoring.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Rad. I completely agree, and the different parties need to be able to gather that data and make sure the data is consistent and have a good flow. Mr. Brown, what is your thinking around this alternative credit scoring? As Mr. Rad said, there's a lot of noise around it in the industry. So what's your thinking on this?
Yeah, it is one of the, I believe, maybe a new trend that we will see in Cambodia. I think they're starting in few other country outside Cambodia already. There are some good story about it. I think there are also a number of challenges which we also see at the same time as well. I think 2-3 things from me. I think first we need to looking at how do we get better to know our customers, as I'm talking about knowing your customer, because Cambodia have multi identity, right? Which people can have ID card, people can have other family book, resident book, and so on, passport and so on. And when they registered with other provider, they may register different identity, with sometimes also different information in the identity. I think Rod can probably speak more on that from a CBC perspective. But I think that creates a challenge, right? When you're talking about other data from elsewhere, that's create the data. How good the data is in terms of qualities, in terms of knowing is that person or not. So I think that is something which I think not just private sector, but I think governments, private sector, I think need to looking at how do Cambodian can consolidate or integrate or aggregate those data, unify it, and make the data consistent and be able to identify who is who. That's one. I think second is alternate data. I think it give some kind of information about someone behavior, and that behavior may translate into future default on payments. But we also need to know that people behavior are changing so rapidly, also in digital world, right? And therefore, I think this data or this scoring are not one of score. I think it would require a lot more ongoing updates and information sharings to the provider, so that they know what happened, right? I give an example. Normally a lot of other countries using utility payment data, because number one is actually very important. In any country you have to pay. Number two, basically they know exactly who you are, where you stay, where you live, right? Number three, because they know if you default your utility payment, your chance of default the rest of your payment is very high. Comparing, if I go to Facebook today for 3 hours and tomorrow for 15 minutes, what is the chance for me to default payments, right, on the bank, right? So I think those are a big difference between the data from social media and the data you get from a payment data, which really show as more behavioral payment. So I think those are, to me, key important point when we're looking at alternative data and other scoring beside CBC scores and a prison score.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Brown. I think that consistency of the data, as you were saying, but also not all data is the same, right? Some data is useful, and some other data means it's data, but it means nothing, and it provides no information to the credit capacity of the customer, right? Ms. Putika, from your point of view as well, again from more the commercial side, do you think that alternative credit scoring and telco scoring is something that eventually will come into the Cambodian market in some way or another?
For sure that if talking about the alternative credit scoring, if talking to Cambodian context, people before already having a concept and a feeling that going to commercial bank is a very complicated process comparing to a microfinance. So in terms of how we access to a customer profile, especially on assessing their credit score, is already a very straightforward way that we set aside. However, during the pandemic and whatsoever, also how we transform the digital platform, we also change along the way, make a transform along the way. So this is very important to change from what we are having implement before into another way of implement, especially on the digital platform. So if talking about alternative channel of credit scoring, it depends. If you're asking asking me straightforward whether it is good or not, I think that it is good point to start because not only the platform previously before that we should score the customer on the platform, but it also should be another way. Otherwise, customer also getting stuck to get the loan. So this is the things we also need to think that our customer is on the traditional ways of living. Not only living, but if they are already applied the traditional way of living, for sure that if coming back to the loan application, they also have a very traditional way of loan application. So it is very good to start the alternative one. However, it depends on how we set aside and how we classify the alternative way to set on for commercial bank. So let's see whether how it can implement into the commercial bank process and procedure. However, it is a very good point to start. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Putika. I agree. I think that it has to be considered, but maybe just as a exercise to start and see where it goes. We don't have much time left, but I want to leave with kind of an open question for the whole panel. You know, through again, have you seen anything in other countries or you were mentioning, Mr. Boran, earlier, you've seen some examples of how faster credit doesn't mean better credit, right? Have you seen something or a solution or a service in other countries that you think has a space for here in Cambodia that you'd like to see in Cambodia, either a technological solution or a business model, and obviously in the digitalization space for financial services? Is there anything that elsewhere in the world that you'd like to see come here? Mr. Boran, for example?
Yeah, a couple of points. I think it not just digital lendings or mortgage, but I think more on digital adaptations, you know, overall. I think first important point is, you know, in terms of, I think we need to looking at what are the foundation. So I think infrastructure, cloud computing, as what have been mentioned, you know, data privacy, those are, you know, important, you know, regulations should be easy, and we should know what, you know, we are get into. Second point is digital ID or eKYC digital ID, which I think become very important. If we were to go through digital loan applications or digital product, you need to have ability to verify if the customer documentation actually are valid or not. And that is the key, right? It's the key first entry point where it should have started correctly. So I think that's very important. And then I think we move on to you know, how do we actually link the data together? So who actually be able to provide the data? We have bureau who have all financial data. We have, you know, other government have all our data. We have other private sector have other data. You know, how can, you know, all these party be able to work together and be able to share the meaningful data so that it helps, I think, the customer to receive better product, better services, but at the same time protecting them, and also protecting, you know, banking sectors from providing a product which may not necessarily resulting in helping people, and that is a consequence of, you know, easy product doesn't mean a good product. And I think from a financial sector perspective, I think I always say, you know, it's a two-edged sword, right? So which means if you provide a credit product to someone who be able to make good business out of it, then I think you help the growth in the economy, growth in their family, right? But if you give to someone who you don't really know and then they misuse it, and then you give more harm to them than helping them. So I think those are the dilemma. You know, it's no right answer or wrong answer whether you give a loan to someone, they actually become better off or worse off, right? It's dilemma where you have to deal with. And to me, I think all of these data point or the information would actually helping to do more. There will be some downsides on a certain segments of population which we have to deal with, but that would give more, you know, more as a better overall view on how we look at one person and if that person actually should get instant loan approval without even come to the bank branch office or, you know, see the customer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Boran. Yeah, many good points in there. Mr. Rod, on this question around things that you'd like to see in Cambodia that you might have seen in other markets or in other countries, or new technologies or new services that you like the Cambodia sector to take up?
Sure. I think on top of what Bong Boran have mentioned, for example, I'm sure that the concept of P2P lending is already happening actually, and there's some player that already been pilot testing that one, but down we do not see what is the performance. I am sure that all those there is some negative concept of that P2P lending, but why don't we keep them in one side, which we call sandbox, and then let them pilot testing and to see what is the performance of that P2P lending. There might be work well in some segment that is really need that P2P lending. So those are the things that I wish to see how on the regulation side, what are the regulatory framework which enable that P2P lending. So this is the first one. The second one on the free flow of data actually, I'm sure that now some country is talking together on the cross-border data sharing. For example, the credit bureau is being talking with other credit bureau. For example, how can flow data from one country to other country? So for example, the current problem is that now when you establish your good credit behavior in Cambodia, when you fly out of Cambodia, you are not able to bring your credit story along. Other countries is the same. So now what we are talking is how we can bring those one across the border. But before we going across the border, why don't we see what are the data which is available? How can we make it flow freely within the country first, for example? I'm sure that there's a lot of data which the private sector have. There's a lot of sector that the government sector, that the public sector have. Is there any mechanism which will enable the data to flow freely with the consumer consent? Meaning that if I'm the consumer, if I authorize that data to flow to other institutions, you need to listen to my voice. So those are the two things that I wish to see happening in our sector.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Rad. Very interesting. In particular, the cross-border thing will be something to watch out in kind of the ASEAN region as well, see how that develops. Ms. Putika, your take on kind of new solutions or new technologies that you'd like to see Cambodia take on?
Yes, if talking about the new technologies, especially example from the other countries, we can see that especially during the pandemics, loan can be provided toward the customer, even they cannot step a stone into the bank, especially from the developed country, that their loan platform is quite good, and then they can provide credit during the pandemic, so their customer can access to the platform and can access to loan in a very good way. So I think this is a very good example that we can consider of how we can implement into our financial institution in Cambodia, not only from a commercial bank side, because these kind of things which mean that customer facing an issue during the pandemics, and granted can provide, especially in developed country. I'm sure that everyone also aware of it, how they can provide the credit to their customer, the small loan platform to their customer. It's also because they KYC, they know their customer clearly already. They already have a very good background how they store their data, the customer data in their platform. So that's why they can move from the normal way to the a good way, even during the pandemics. Yes, I think this is a good example to raise for the digital one.
Thank you very much, everybody. Mr. Rad, Mr. Bran, and Ms. Putika, thank you very much for joining us today on this session on digitalization of loans and mortgages. I'll give the floor back to Ms. Nana. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Like our moderator just mentioned, Mr. Pablo, he said, well, that's the end of the discussion. To me, it's like an open out next to this discussion. I mean, when I hear the topic and, digitalization on loan and mortgage, I was like, oh, I like that idea. I want to be able to apply and process everything online. But then after I hear the discussion, it's like, no, I want to be approved by a human being, because if they say no, I can, convince and maybe try to defend myself. But if it's based on data, I'm not going to get that loan. As a freelancer, I don't have a contract. People just pay by cash or send money, so I don't have proper document. So maybe that would be a further discussion that we can take. But for now, let's move to our next presenter. He's from, correct me if I'm wrong, it's Quadusk, right? Right. It's a new tech startup that focuses on utilizing drone and search technology to innovate many industries such as real estate and construction. They also provide real estate visual tour service, oh that's interesting, and smart construction data processing service. Joining us today to present more about that is the co-founder and CEO of Quadusk. Let us all welcome Mr. Chia Kim Maniwon. It's okay, you start first.
Okay, so we are Quadusk and we are innovating the digital reality in real estate. First of all, let me introduce you a little bit about myself. My name is Maniwon. Currently, I am a software engineering graduate at Guillermo Institute of Technology. I am also the co-founder and also CEO of Quadusk. And I am very passionate about technology. I imagine a world in which people are inspired to create and use technology to build a better and more sustainable future. Well, yeah, it was so painful for me like a month ago when I tried to find an office space in Phnom Penh. I searched online, I looked at the pictures, I talked to different agents, and then I had to go to visit the places like one by one, which takes a lot of time and effort for me. I believe many of you in the audience also face similar issue when you try to buy a house, when you want to move an apartment, or you want to rent an office, which is why our team has come up with a solution called virtual tour system. How we are helping the property owners, agents, and developers in accelerating the property sales by providing our digital platform that provide a very in-depth and immersive view experience to the potential buyer and tenants. With this solution, they can sell their property 31% faster at an increased price of 9%, with 55% of the buyers are willing to buy if you have virtual tour. Here's a quick video demonstration of how our system really works. This is our 360-degree tour. Basically, user can turn around in a 360-degree and they can jump between places within the building or outside the buildings. We also have the 3D architecture view in which users have all the freedom they need to see every detail of the building. We have also the photo albums which highlight important places. We also have a cinematic video walkthrough that allows users to relax. All of them are put together into one web platform that can be embedded to any websites. So with this solution, with this technology, we are bringing impact into Cambodia. First of all, we are providing a much better insight into the real estate industry, and also we provide a very good coverage as well. Our system is supported on any device. If you have a phone, tablet, computer, and even virtual reality device, you can use our system to experience. Also, we make the local and international sales so much easier and less time consuming, considering that you don't have to travel much before you decide which property you want to see before you can go there. And then we also will also bring our technology solution as customizable as possible, meaning whatever the problem our client have, we try to come up with a proper proposal and solution to them. And also, we hope to provide a sort of consultation after provide our service to make sure that the companies can adapt to the new technology. For the type of property that we cover both post-construction and pre-construction. So for post-construction, that means your property is already there or they built, and you are still like trying to sell. So we can help you accelerate the sales very easily. For the pre-construction one, you want to sell the property before it's actually built or it's still under construction, we can also do that as well. And talking about our business model, we have our one-time revenue in which we charge based on the volume of the properties. We also have our recurring revenue in which we charge based on our cloud hosting services. In average, we can hope to generate around $1,000 per property. Let's look at the market size. Currently, we are mainly targeting the real estate properties in Cambodia. If we can capture just 20% of them within 2 years, we can generate a revenue up to $3.85 million. And here's our traction over the past several months since we launched our product. We have completed 6 properties virtual tour for our partner, Bigirong Pine Resort, and also 88 Town, Cambodia. Now, let me introduce you our second service that we have not launched yet. We call it Construction Tech Solution. Basically, it's about data processing of the construction site. So how it really works is that we will we will generate the raw data from the construction site, whether using a sort of scanning technology like LiDAR, or we can just use drone and the cameras. And then we will do a remote offshore processing work from our office. And finally, we make sure that we provide the correct and desired and accurate output to our customer, which is a construction company. And here are all the data that we can provide as of now. Those, of course, include the point cloud, the corrected and edited one. We also have the contour maps consisting of many contour lines. We also have the 3D texture model to view everything in 3D. We also have digital surface model, which represent all of the objects and also the ground. We have the terrain model, which we remove all the objects on the ground area. And then we also have the measurement that we measure based on the point cloud data itself. Not only that, we also have orthophoto map. You can see it as like a more accurate and better version of Google Map. And we also have 3D reconstruction, which we accept projects that want to renovate or design the interior side of the building. We also have the 3D road design. It's a kind of viewing and building and designing the road structure for the entire area using 3D models. Well, and here's our strong ecosystem. We are a team of 4 capable members. We also have our local and international advisors. And we also have our business partners and community to support us in Cambodia, Japan, and Singapore. And as of now, we are looking for an investment of $55,000. We're also looking for business and technical advisor who can support us in terms of growth and strategies and also sales. And we are really hoping to get more networks and know more people to get more access into the real estate market at the moment. Well, in Quadusk, we believe in helping Cambodia moving faster toward a digital society. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That was actually pretty short but also very informative. That is actually very clever, not to mention it in COVID-19 pandemic. You know, we don't want to travel, we don't want to go here and there. All right, so thank you very much for the presentation. We are going to move to the next presenter shortly, but for now, we want to take a quick break and we will back in just 5 minutes.
យើងជាចំនួនថ្មីនៃអ្នកបង្កើតយើងជំរុញឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែមានភាពជឿនលឿនយើងបង្កើតគំនិតថ្មីយើងច្នៃប្រឌិតថ្មីយើងបង្កើតនូវអ្វីដែលធ្វើជីវិតកាន់តែងាយស្រួលយើងហាត់ប្រាណព្រោះសុខភាពជាទ្រព្យម្នាស់កាត់ថ្លៃបានប៉ុន្តែយើងមិនធ្វើតែម្នាក់ឯងនោះទេព្រោះពេលយើងរួបរวมគ្នាយើងធ្វើបានកាន់តែល្អយើងបរិភោគអាហារដែលមានជីវជាតិសម្រាប់រាងកាយពីព្រោះការការពារប្រសើរជាងការព្យាបាលយើងរៀបចំផែនការហិរញ្ញវត្ថុព្រោះការគិតទុកជាមុនធ្វើឲ្យអនាគតមានភាពច្បាស់លាស់យើងធ្វើអំពើល្អដើម្បីឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែបវរយើងបង្កើតក្តីស្រឡាញ់យើងផ្ដល់តម្លៃឲ្យគ្រួសារយើងបង្កើតសុភមង្គលសម្រាប់ជីវិត
មិនថាអ្នកចូលចិត្តហាត់ប្រាណចូលចិត្តស្វែងយល់ពីសុខភាពចង់ដឹងបន្ថែមពីផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងឬជាម្ចាស់បានសន្យារ៉ាប់រងផ្ទាល់កម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទ Call by Prudential មានគ្រប់យ៉ាងសម្រាប់គ្រប់គ្នាមានអារម្មណ៍មិនស្រួលខ្លួនឬក៏ចង់យល់ដឹងពីសុខភាពរបស់អ្នកកាន់តែច្បាស់មុខងារ Symptom Checker និង Health Check អាចឆ្លើយតបនឹងសំណួររបស់អ្នកបានចង់ដឹងពីទីតាំងមន្ទីរពេទ្យឬ clinic ផ្សេងៗដែលនៅជិតអ្នកមុខងារ Hospital និង Clinic Locator អាចប្រាប់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗស្គាល់ទាំងទីតាំងទាំងលេខទូរស័ព្ទហើយបើចង់ទិញផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងផ្សេងៗលក្ខណៈ Digital POS ក៏មានដែរងាយស្រួលបំផុតការទិញការបង់លុយការទាមទារសំណងគឺសុទ្ធតែអាចធ្វើបានតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី POS ទាំងអស់
កាន់តែងាយស្រួលជាមួយកម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទដៃ AMK Mobile App លោកអ្នកអាចបញ្ចូលលុយទូរស័ព្ទបង់វិក្កយបត្រទឹកភ្លើងសម្រាមឬវិក្កយបត្រផ្សេងៗព្រមទាំងពេលលុយទៅកាន់សាច់ញាតិនិងដកប្រាក់តាមភ្នាក់ងារ AMK ទូទាំងប្រទេស Download និងចុះឈ្មោះប្រើប្រាស់ឥឡូវនេះសម្រាប់ព័ត៌មានបន្ថែម023
này cũng thấy nè có bông ở đây bàn tang online giờ này mới cầm tu tôi đã hơi mỏng tới tu tôi tạm ngang với những nè tao Philippines với sữa Mastercard nhưng còn tao bị trôi lấy cá form miệng xem xấy nên lấy code OTP bên ấy chỉ ca sệt cho Philippines với sữa Mastercard nó Apple ban lấy cái nào nhưng ai tên tụi này lừa online với Facebook page nên ca cũng sang lừa online ban chọn tiết rồi Philippines Virtual Mastercard, your world of possibility.
Chạy ta lại bông. Cha bông chạy ta lại chẳng tính bông. Chăm kẻ trên nhung cha lời đã mẹ.
Trong បើកករណីថ្មីតែមិនមែនពេលមែនទេធនាគារ Philip មានសេវាកម្មបើកករណីដល់ទីកន្លែងដែលគ្រាន់តែភ្ជាប់ជាមួយនឹងអត្តសញ្ញាណប័ណ្ណឬលិខិតឆ្លងដែនមិនត្រូវការឯកសារច្រើននិងមិនត្រូវការប្រាក់តម្កល់ងាយស្រួលរហ័សទាន់ចិត្តអាចផ្ទេរប្រាក់ដោយឥតគិតថ្លៃបង្កើតកាតនិម្មិតក្នុងការទូទាត់ទំនិញអនឡាញនិងសេវាកម្មផ្សេងៗជាច្រើនទៀត
Welcome back everyone. There was a short few minutes break and now we are coming to the last presentation of this afternoon but not the end of the program yet. We still have recap and closing at the end. But now let's hear from another presenter who will be introducing to us HomeApp Asia, which is an online construction marketplace for all professional and homeowner to find skillful labor, architects, constructor and building materials. HomeApp Asia is an online marketplace, so you know everything is digitalization, but help us to each party control the project cost. Joining us today to present more about HomeApp Asia is Mr. Jem Chan Chow. He's the co-founder of HomeApp Asia, so please welcome him.
So, good afternoon everyone, good afternoon ladies and gentlemen. I'm from Phnom Penh, Cambodia. So my name is Chan Cha, co-founder of HomeApp, and it is a great honor for me to showcase our product, which is an online marketplace for searching skilled labor and building materials. So can you please show me the slide presentation, please? Okay, so first of all, I would like to introduce myself that I was born in Siem Reap. So next slide please. I was born in Siem Reap and moved to Phnom Penh City after finishing the high schools, and I graduated with a major in business management, and I have a great opportunity there to work at one of the leading international company in Phnom Penh. And at the time, I learned a lot, and I found something which is challenging and painful at construction sectors, as I had an experience at the construction sector. So I and my founder have decided to do something which is inspirational and also helpful in our construction sector. So we start our startup journey in 2020, called is HomeApp Asia. So next slide, please. And you may know that in Cambodia, the real estate market have currently booming. And in 2020, the construction investment was around like 10 billion USD alone in Cambodia. And you may know that I and my co-founder have an experience in these construction sectors. So more slide, please. And we found the problem that the first is finding the right skilled labor for the project, and second thing is for finding the special price for the project, because we took time to search one product by one product and go to one shop by shop, and it was so time-consuming. And lastly is about the unfriendly deals. You may know that as we go to shop by shop, so those shop owner or supplier sometimes they don't have any time for us to talk about the product specification or product categories on the product too. So we got the facility of completing the project, and sometimes we also lost the margin. Next slide, please. Sorry, Moose. Yes. And so we got this unhappy, and also sometimes we also lost our margin. So Moose, aside please. And we found that this problem is not for us alone, but for another SME like architectures and contractors in Cambodia, which face the same problems. Moose, please. Most likely. So by seeing this pain point, we introduce you which is a better platform, which is an home app, an online marketplace for professionals to control the project cost by finding skilled labor and bidding materials. So move aside, please. And so we provide the varieties. First is convenient. So we provide the varieties of partner and skilled labor which are in your area. So you are easily connected to them 24 hours a week. And those partners are professional and trusted by our team, training by expert, and also rating by the client. And lastly is affordable. So we also provide you the affordable price for construction materials within one day. Next slide, please. So how it works? First is you can choose your favorite professional or categories. Second, you can like view the clear profile on our platform. And lastly, if you're interested in that, you can make a call with Tom to make a deal for asking or make a discussion with those professionals. And next slide, please. And if you are looking for the product, we also have the varieties of the product. So first you can choose your selected category of the product in your areas. Second, you can search your product and select which one you prefer to buy. And lastly, you can click on the buy now. So the product will deliver to your site within 24 hours. Next slide, please. And if you are looking for the special deal on our mobile app, it's too easy that you just click the special button or special deal on the mobile app, and then you can go to drop your pictures or your BQ bill of quantity on our chat. So then our team will reply it automatically, and you can chat with our team like professionally. Next slide, please. So, I would like to showcase the video. Okay, so our goal is to support the construction ecosystem through our technology. First is SME. So we believe that we can improve their daily work at the company, at the SME company, and to improve the increase the productivity, and last but not least, we also hope we can increase the margin after they complete the project. And for supplier, we help them to connect to the new customers so they can increase the sale, and we hope that they can adapt to the digitalization as we are in the digitalization world, and we also hope that they can be the branding through the technology too. And next slide please. So we have the vision that we would like to be a marketplace for all stakeholders in construction sectors, not only in Cambodia, but also in Southeast Asia too. And we believe that it is very powerful to serve the people, to reach new customer, and to offer more job through our platform. Be partner, grow together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chan Chao, for the presentation. It was actually not just good for me as a customer, but also for suppliers. So it looked really like a platform in which you connect between suppliers and customers. So thank you very much for your great platform. And for those who are interested, can always deep down and go deeper with the HomeApp Asia. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there is one more last product presentation from AMK Microfinance, and to do that, I would like to welcome to the screen Bong Chan Boromei. He's the head of marketing and communication from AMK.
Thank you, Prudential. Hello, everybody. I'm Boromei, head of marketing from AMK, and today it is my pleasure to give you presentation about AMK, what we do and who we are. So can you please start the presentation? Okay, thank you. Can you go next, please? Next slide, please. Thank you. Many people see AMK everywhere, but maybe some may have not known our history or really detail of what we offer, our product and service. So this is a really good chance for me to present to everyone about who we really are and what we do. So actually, AMK was part of the NGO called Worldwide Concern Worldwide Programs. In 1990, we were part of the program in microcredits and saving. And then in 2003, we transformed ourselves into MFI and received license from NBC in 2004. By 2010, we become a microfinance deposit that taking institution and transition into new shareholders. There's some change afterward in 2012 to 2014. We introduced digital banking, agent and ATM, and bank assurance, which are micro, health, and accident. In 2016 to 2018, we were the first one to receive customer protection principle certification and also another transition to a new shareholder. Can you please press next, please? So AMK mission is some things that been very what we very passionate about and contribute to our Cambodian market in terms of financial products and service is to help large numbers of poor people to improve their livelihood option through the delivery of appropriate and viable microfinance services. And what are the services and products we provide? You will see next. Next slide, please. We are aiming into to become a one-stop shop, and we actually is one now. It's not just an ambition, but it is what we are providing every day now to our millions of customers. So our client is our core, where we to be who we are today, and through our customer protection principle, we provide service such as and products such as saving, credit, insurance, transfer payment through many different channels, through digital channels, through our office around 150 branches, agents, which we have now more than 6,000 agents nationwide, and through our merchants. We also being partnered with many local and international in order to provide many different products and services to respond to the market need. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. So first, I would like to highlight most about our AMK mobile products because, as you know, it's a very rapid digital adoption in Cambodia. Everybody are online, they're using internet, they are with mobile phone. So in response to that, financial institution like us, we also need to catch up with that in order to provide our customer what they actually need and to make it more convenient. So actually, what could be better than to perform your financial transaction anytime at your convenience? You don't have to wait until working hour. You can just do it after your work hour, anytime, middle of the night, when you actually forgot to check how much you have in your account, and then you can check it right away, or can transfer to anyone anytime you need. So AMK offer this. We provide a very secure, easy to use mobile banking app with many features to meet your day-to-day needs. You can check and monitor your money at any time and also make all of the necessary bill payments. We launched in 2020 for the AMK Mobile, and just in less than 2 years, we already reached over 100,000 users, more than that, and we actually going to go more. And also our merchant, we have now over 10,000 merchants. Our app also available in all of the big app program, App Store, Google Play, and also on the Huawei App Gallery. Next slide, please. So selfie banking is actually one of the newest function that we just launched 4 or 5 months ago, which is something that really responds especially to this COVID-19 pandemic period. Everybody still need to perform their bank transaction and other services, but they need to keep distance because of the pandemic. You limit your travel and so on. So selfie banking is something that AMK contribute to respond to this need, and customer can just easily get their bank account anytime without having to come to our branch anymore, just through a very few simple steps. After they download our app, they just need to take a picture of their ID card, a picture of their taking a selfie, and fill in just very few simple information such as phone number, occupation, and then it's just the verification process. It's very quick, simple, and anyone can do it. Even they don't need to be tech savvy because it's really, really simple. Next slide, please. And on top of that, other than just what we provide convenience through creating an account, we also need to make sure that our customer can easily perform their banking financial needs easily, not just for themselves, but also with their friend, family, where they go to pay for food, drinks, or wherever they need to pay their bill. So we actually maximize our interoperability through being a member and partner with fast payment that anyone can send and receive money through different banks across the bank locally. We are a member of Bakong, which is something that we always trying to let our customer know too. We provide free of charge and instant to all to transfer money to all of the banks that are member of Bakong, which are now around over 20 already, and also the CSS that anybody using a different card account can actually cash out from our ATM as long as they're a member of the CSS. Next slide, please. Thank you. Not only we're focusing on helping customer with just a normal transfer for their everyday life nowadays, but we also see that the market need now. People not just do transfer locally, but they may have their relative abroad that they need to transfer money to. And for their business, for example, a lot of people are running online business that they need to settle their payment, especially in China. Seeing this need, AMK also expand to many partners to provide these services for international transfer. We recently become a member of the Union, which is the largest card network worldwide, and we are really proud of that. And part of that, we also provide a very special offer that actually I myself never seen things as cheap as this. Just $1 fee, you can transfer to 12 countries from Cambodia to Union Pay card and EMQ, and that include China, Singapore, Vietnam, Philippines, Hong Kong, Indonesia, Japan, Malaysia, Macau, Laos, and Thailand. It's pretty much many countries around us. We also partner with PPC Bank, Kopming Bank, and Tunes to make the international transfer and receive money much easier. Next slide, please. And to sum up, on top of all of the few very important feature that I just highlight, which are opening account through selfie banking, international transfer, and part of the member of Bakong, CSS, and fast payment. We have so many more services available on our AMK mobile app that you would kind of wouldn't imagine that as an MFI having this very good mobile app. As I know, like many people only know AMK through our loan, but actually we offer so much more than that. And the best part of our AMK mobile app is it's very convenient, very safe and secure. And you also find it very simple and easy to use. Like every screen, step-by-step usage, it's pretty much straightforward. So you can manage your account by create and also add an account through the app. You can check balance and history. And the best part of all is you can also get an assistant anytime you need through our chat assistant on the AMK mobile. And there's also like a function there that you can chat and then you apply for a quick loan that we launched a few months ago to help people who need money urgently during this COVID pandemic. You can cash in and cash out through our very big network. We're pretty much everywhere in Cambodia. So if you just own AMK account and have AMK mobile app, you can, no matter where you go, you can actually get your money or transfer your money easily. So with 150 branches, 65 ATMs, CDMs, and also part of the CSS member, and over 6,000 agent outlets. So for eCash, you can actually not only cash out when you don't have your card with you, but you can also transfer money to people who don't have a bank account. It's very simple. As just go to the app, use that function, get the code, and send people the code. They can cash out either ATM or our agent. I think this function really works best, especially if you have relatives living in rural area where they cannot have access to bank account yet, and they don't. There's not many ATMs around. Yeah, our agent is pretty much everywhere. We are actually in every villages in Cambodia. For payment and transfer, I mentioned earlier, but this is a bit more detailed and also very modern. You can scan QR code through KAQR, which is a part of Bakong. And the best part of all, you can also create your own QR code to send for people to make payments so that you don't have to worry about people sending to wrong account or in wrong amount. After you create that, people scan it and they pay right away. And our part of Bakong member, it's not only instant and free of charge for local transfer, but you can also transfer up to 50,000 US dollar and 200 million reals per day. That's quite a big amount, and I think it's really useful for those who are running business. And overseas transfer to 12 countries, as I mentioned earlier. For bill payment, we can do phone top up to all mobile networks in Cambodia. And for utility payments, you can actually pay to all and waste payment in 25 cities and provinces in Cambodia. And other than that, there are payment for education and insurance, especially so more. So that's pretty much it from me today. And I really hope you get much more information about our AMK, what are we doing and offering now, and all of our very convenient and secure way of banking through AMK Mobile. And if you need any more information, you can actually just chat to us anytime through our Facebook page. Thank you so much for your time. អរគុណ
យើងជាចំនួនថ្មីនៃអ្នកបង្កើតយើងជំរុញឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែមានភាពជឿនលឿនយើងបង្កើតគំនិតថ្មីយើងច្នៃប្រឌិតថ្មីយើងបង្កើតនូវអ្វីដែលធ្វើជីវិតកាន់តែងាយស្រួលយើងហាត់ប្រាណព្រោះសុខភាពជាទ្រព្យមិនអាចកាត់ថ្លៃបានប៉ុន្តែយើងមិនធ្វើតែម្នាក់ឯងនោះទេព្រោះពេលយើងរួបរวมគ្នាយើងធ្វើបានកាន់តែល្អយើងបរិភោគអាហារដែលមានជីវជាតិសម្រាប់រាងកាយពីព្រោះការការពារប្រសើរជាងការព្យាបាលយើងរៀបចំផែនការហិរញ្ញវត្ថុព្រោះការគិតទុកជាមុនធ្វើឲ្យអនាគតមានភាពច្បាស់លាស់យើងធ្វើអំពើល្អដើម្បីឲ្យពិភពលោកកាន់តែបវរយើងបង្កើតក្តីស្រឡាញ់យើងផ្ដល់តម្លៃឲ្យគ្រួសារយើងបង្កើតសុភមង្គលសម្រាប់ជីវិត
មិនថាអ្នកចូលចិត្តហាត់ប្រាណចូលចិត្តស្វែងយល់ពីសុខភាពចង់ដឹងបន្ថែមពីផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងឬជាម្ចាស់បានសន្យារ៉ាប់រងផ្ទាល់កម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទផល by Prudential មានគ្រប់យ៉ាងសម្រាប់គ្រប់គ្នាមានអារម្មណ៍មិនស្រួលខ្លួនឬក៏ចង់យល់ដឹងពីសុខភាពរបស់អ្នកកាន់តែច្បាស់មកងារ Symptom Checker និង Health Check អាចឆ្លើយតបនឹងសំណួររបស់អ្នកបានចង់ដឹងពីទីតាំងមន្ទីរពេទ្យឬ clinic ផ្សេងៗដែលនៅជិតអ្នកមុខងារ Hospital និង Clinic Locator អាចប្រាប់អ្នកបានភ្លាមៗស្គាល់ទាំងទីតាំងទាំងលេខទូរស័ព្ទហើយបើចង់ទិញផលិតផលធានារ៉ាប់រងផ្សេងៗលក្ខណៈ Digital POS ក៏មានដែរងាយស្រួលបំផុតការទិញការបង់លុយការទាមទារសំណងគឺសុទ្ធតែអាចធ្វើបានតាមរយៈកម្មវិធី POS ទាំងអស់
កាន់តែងាយស្រួលជាមួយកម្មវិធីទូរស័ព្ទដៃ AMK Mobile App លោកអ្នកអាចបញ្ចូលលុយទូរស័ព្ទបង់វិក្កយបត្រទឹកភ្លើងសម្រាមឬវិក្កយបត្រផ្សេងៗព្រមទាំងពេលលុយទៅកាន់សាច់ញាតិនិងដកប្រាក់តាមភ្នាក់ងារ AMK ទូទាំងប្រទេស Download និងចុះឈ្មោះប្រើប្រាស់ឥឡូវនេះសម្រាប់ព័ត៌មានបន្ថែម023
Welcome back everyone, and this is the recap session. So we have started from the very early this morning, and now we are going to recap, and this is an opportunity for all of you to catch up on what has been going on for the full day, you know, because some people are going in and out and maybe they watch for like 30 minutes, 1 hour, and then they have to go do something. So this is an opportunity for you to let us remind you of what have happened today. Now joining me here in the studio at the panel is the same guy from yesterday for the recap. Good afternoon again, Thomas.
Hi, Nana.
Hi. He's the CAF Secretary General, Board Secretary General, and he will be helping to recap of what have happened this afternoon, and I will be here supporting you. If you need anything, just let me know.
Thank you. Well, you know, yesterday you asked we should do this recap longer. We're not doing it longer, but at least you are part of it. So since you've been here all whole day,
yeah.
So definitely I'll need your help. So today we will be discussing mainly 4 key topics.
Yes.
Again, we had quite heavy day. Again, I have 4 papers of notes. It's been health tech. We will be talking a little bit about data, real estate digitalization, as well as digitalization and of lending and mortgages in Cambodia and internationally. So let's talk a little bit about that first segment, the health tech element. Stephen Barhan of Prudential, he mentioned that digital health is essentially extension of health infrastructure, and that Cambodia is pretty much well positioned towards it because smartphone penetration, our digitalization drive overall has been incredible in Cambodia in the past few years. COVID even sped it up. But then during the panel discussion moderated by Mr. Andy Chun, we were talking a lot about mental health as well, and aspects of health tech towards this. It seems to be, based on numbers they were sharing, that up to 40% of Cambodian adults faced or are facing some form of mental health issues or challenges. What's your opinion on it? You know, it's being Cambodian, grown up here, seeing both international and domestic sector. Is it really? Do we have any solutions that you would know about that's focusing on mental health specifically?
I mean, I cannot confirm the number. I have no position in that at all. But I mean, it also depends on definition of mental health itself. But I mean, yes, there are a lot of people with mental health issues. They're kind of confused. If you go to a friend and you get like advice or comfort, it's like talking to a professional mental health care. That's not. It's certainly not. And we don't have like a big market for like mental health professionals. I mean, there is a huge market. It's just that in Cambodia, I mean, people are quite reluctant to say go to mental health. It's not like you say, okay, if you have a going to psychologist. Yeah. So people feel so reluctant. So that's one of the reasons why the number is high, I guess, because people don't see that they can go to a mental health professional, and that's why where digital like apps like things that they can chat and talk about the issue is actually coming to play this sector really well.
Definitely. I think that they mentioned during the panel discussion that that early access of diagnosis and the anonymity, and hence also the affordability of the cost of digital health telemedicine, because it's faster, it's more accessible, that it might be the driving factor of battling mental health issues in Cambodia, because simply people will have no obstruction of sharing the data, the issues online, because nobody needs to know about them. And having the ability to consult any potential mental health issues with health professionals, spending fraction of the cost, unless you go to psychologists and psychiatrists face to face, right? I think that this one could be having big potential for the industry.
When I was a teenager, like 18, 19, we used to be quite popular for like call. Like a service center of like an organization, of an NGO. If you have like sensitive topic you wanted to talk about, and maybe you want to ask about like sex, and you don't want to talk, you cannot like kind of talk that with your parents and your brother and sister or friends that you know in person. So it was nice having like a phone number which you can call, even though it's just like a lie and we don't know who's talking on the other side. But it's quite comforting to know that there is a place you can go if you need like an assistant.
So there were those efforts of telemedicine already, kind of on
it's just on a telephone call that you need to voice, and now you have this pleasure of just writing and sending emojis.
Definitely. But one interesting thing, there were two positions of it. One was, and I fully agree with it, they mentioned on the panel that one challenge is the investments into industry, because this one is not short-term battle, right? Investments into telehealth and telemedicine is long-term fight. It's good because it's do good and make money sustainable. It definitely will work, but it's not for every investor. If somebody expects invest into telemedicine, telehealth industry, and you will make money tomorrow, it should be really the sustainable approach. So we'll be looking for sustainably conscious investors into this.
I mean, there might be also a topic on if people would be willing to pay that kind of service. Usually it's like an NGO project or like a school project. If you have an app that you can discuss. I used to see some teenager, they also develop like apps where you can talk, but it's not business benefits because people are not willing to pay for it.
But wouldn't you be willing to, if you go, for example, to the doctor and you are supposed to pay $40, $50, but you do it online through the chat and you have possibility of diagnosis, wouldn't be appealing to the local customer?
Very few.
So it's still the challenge over it. Do you think, is it one of the, because one of the challenges mentioned on the panel was also how do you tackle that humane aspect of it? And I think I'm quoting you actually. You were mentioning that health tech should be humanizing or is humanizing technology essentially. But on that panel they mentioned essentially how do we tackle that reliability issue? How do we know that people we talk to are really trustworthy professionals? As well as how do we tackle that issue of empathy, emotions, and how do we connect? Let's say I'm talking to you over the camera. It might be not the same as we are here in studio,
Yeah,
right?
true.
So do you think, is it one of the reasons? Is it the trust as a barrier of this health tech industry, or is just simply not known that much that Cambodian consumer would be utilizing it?
Yeah, Thomas, I mean, in general, we take health for granted every day. I mean, us too.
Maybe until COVID, now it should change.
Yeah,
slightly, but
now it changed a little bit. When people get sick, they would pay whatever amount doctor asks. But before they get sick,
true.
you know,
Try to get somebody on insurance packages, right?
it's
Yeah.
not easy. I mean, you ask anyone from Prudential,
Yeah, yes.
they would
you're
agree
right,
on
you're
that.
right.
Exactly.
Definitely.
Yeah, so that would be a next topic for discussion.
Sure. Look, let's briefly touch base also on the data and in branding and marketing. It was very interesting. I'm rereading my notes from Sanjit Hussain from Wing. He was talking about how branding and data in marketing and branding changing the ecosystem. Why I'm mentioning it, because we talk about health tech and humanization. He mentioned the same thing essentially. All the marketing campaigns, everything that we see now are people-centric.
Yeah.
Data helping drive that people-centricism, but it is because of people behavior and data we have on people behavior, we are able to produce such a good quality marketing and branding campaigns.
Yeah.
Because people not care about anymore standard brand exposure, right? They want other people to understand what they need, what they want from the product or from service. So it's really interesting that the humane aspect of it, it's through and through, coming from health tech to digital marketing to all those sectors.
Yeah, I mean, I was so amazed by all the examples he took, and why I didn't know any of that. I was like, okay, that's you. It's all new example. COVID-19, probably, well, we don't like COVID-19, but it's also a lesson learned for us. I mean, we didn't have enough data at all. And that's why vaccination production is, a little bit late, and how do we get people to get, I mean, not in case of Cambodia, but in other countries, like you have really data to show people that you need to get vaccinated and stuff like that.
You need to force them
We
in some
were
countries,
not prepared at all.
Yeah, definitely.
So it's a huge lesson learned for us. And I totally agree with the presenter. I mean, data is kind of everything. And, the thing is, we might not agree. And then, boom, you see this campaign, my God, they're so successful.
And it works, exactly.
And then it worked, but then they already do that.
Yeah, definitely.
So we need to gather more data and research again. And then we're late, in this market. It's kind of competitive as well. We want to be the first.
First mover advantage always works.
That's true.
Well, speaking of data, slowly moving to the third topic of today. And today team, Sihanouk, as well as real estate and digitalization. So I think it was Tom from Real Estate, Tom O'Sullivan from RealEstate.com.kh mentioned that real estate pricing globally, and I can confirm it from Czech Republic perspective, where I am from, for example, real estate is soaring, pricing is soaring. But in Cambodia, it's been hit, right? Because we focused a lot on that international investments. So in Sihanouk, which was initially tourism hotspot, then it turned into kind of gaming hotspot. Finally, it's coming back post-COVID to that family entertainment hotspot. So hopefully, situation is changing there. But pricing there 2-3 years ago in real estate were over the roof, unhealthily high, right? Now it's finally back to normal. And I think that people start finally seeing the sustainability approach of the real estate, that they cannot anymore artificially boost the pricing, and we need to look not just towards international investors, but also what we have here domestically in Cambodia.
Yeah, I visited Sihanouk very recently, I think last month for a few month holiday. And my aunt is actually one of the victims of this, overpricing as well. For the first year, she was like, she rent her house for like 5,000 a month. Then quickly, of course, she bought a home here in Phnom Penh. And then now her house rent out for less than $1,000. It's the same house, the same renter, but the price had to go down. So everything changed, and financial planning was not on spot, and it's a mess. Hopefully, even now we're reopening up a little bit, so it would benefit the tourist sector. But real estate, I think it's going back very slowly. I'm not sure if it would catch the speeds of when it's go up, but at least something. So tourism is getting back. Even now, not foreigner maybe, but local travel a lot. I mean, people are so really dying to
Tired
travel.
of being of lockdown.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I know, me too. I can't wait to travel again. Yeah.
Well, you mentioned the pricing. I don't think so. It will ever go as high as it was, right? But we are not after artificial price boosts,
Yeah,
right?
that's true.
As long as it's sustainable growth, sustainable increase of real estate and other investments in Cambodia, I think that we are on the right track.
Yeah.
Both Tom from RealEstate.com.kh as well as Giovanni from DNG,
yeah.
Real Estate Investment Management, they were talking again about data.
Yeah.
And they were mentioning what are the key challenges in the digitalization of real estate industry. Because even for me, if I'm buying house in Cambodia or apartment in my case as a foreigner, it would be face-to-face visit.
Yeah.
I need to talk to agent. It's very traditional industry,
Yeah.
even more so than the tourism we discussed yesterday, right? But the digitalization is happening. So one of key trends we discussed was 360 and virtual reality tours that event today Quadusk was talking about and presenting. But one of the challenges we mentioned is insufficiency of publicly available data.
Yeah.
So for example, RealEstate.com.kh producing their own private reports, right? But we don't have any universal common reports here. I think that we can almost say and summarize it from the yesterday discussion. Together with the digital government framework that we are establishing and initiatives such as CamDX and others, maybe in few years to come, the digitalization will really penetrate this real estate sector as well, because hopefully that data sharing notion will really happen.
Yeah.
But I've seen it in FinTech, I've seen it in various other industries, that data sharing challenge is still rather high. I think more than even in many other countries. I think on this sector we need to learn a lot.
Yeah, true. But I mean, we also, maybe we haven't really talked that much on the educating customer as well. Like a lot of customer, I mean middle and low, not like extremely expensive house, like $2 billion maybe, but a lot of customer actually buy the house because they see the house and then that's it. I mean, so I'm just thinking as if I own a boutique, I don't need data. I mean, people buy my house.
True. But then where do you target, right? How do you advertise? How do you they buy? But sooner or later, the domestic and international market of people who face-to-face visit, right, will saturate. So how do we find those other people if we don't have data and don't have access to digital penetration, access to those potential?
But you won't believe, because I work with a few big boutiques, and it's in 2020, almost 2022 now, that they are only starting to do some advertisement. Because they usually believe in the quality of their house, beautiful, and of course the trust that customer always have on
the brand name
and the brand name already, and
yeah.
they're only starting to do advertising in 2022.
Sure, definitely. But I think so also as we running out of land, because we cannot build across entire Cambodia, right? That people will start investing into condominiums and apartment buildings. Maybe that's where the digitalization and advertising will have to happen, and maybe that's why those trends of virtual tours and everything will play.
Well, I can tell you that smaller development project or smaller boutiques actually willing to pay more on advertising than the bigger one.
Okay, well, sure. So again, they don't capitalizing on their brand name, right? They need to attract customers to other means.
Yeah, but it's good. So data, we need that.
Definitely, on this one we agree. Well, speaking of data as well as customers, during that session we had on digitalization of lending and mortgages. I think, I'm not sure who was mentioning it, but one of the panelists was talking about, it still comes down to the customers. I think it was topic of the consumer data protection. Because people saying let's do alternative credit scoring, we can do digital lending and everything else, but cybersecurity is still the issue. Consumers are afraid of losing data and everything else. But I think it was Soter from CBC was mentioning, but it's also how customers treating their data nowadays themselves, right? Because it's so easy to share anything about you. You have Facebooks, you have Instagrams, you have all those other elements, and people share pretty much absolutely everything, right? So it's not just the regulatory change in data protection. It's also come down to consumer themselves, consumer behavior, and maybe we need to do more digital literacy and awareness campaigns towards this. Because again, from FinTech industry, and that's why it becomes very relevant, people don't know how to protect their data. they're putting passwords as their birthdays, right? All those things you tell them not to do, they still do.
They
and
still
then
do.
we are surprised that we're losing data, you know, and
Yeah.
that we becoming exposed.
Yeah, true. I mean, up until the bank would bring a paper, this is a request to CBC, and please sign here that we can ask your, we can check your, previous record. Then we would, previous record. But up until that point, that we know, oh, okay, there might be record something of myself, and usually not, except for investor like companies. But I mean for private loan that they want to loan for private house and car and stuff like that. Up until they sign a paper that they feel, oh, okay, data is important, and usually they don't. They share everything.
True. Well, speaking of the sharing data, everybody on the panel, but I fully agree with that, discussed that the ultimate concept and the ultimate goal of data sharing in digitalization of lending should come from three key areas. One is the credit bureau, because they already built national credit score that every bank and every financial institution is using, but also it should be supplemented by government data, because government has a lot of other data, right? From real estate to tourism to multiple other sectors, as well as private data, right? Because if we start sharing social media data towards these credit scoring elements, it will really be able to provide and paint perfect picture for you. And I think that during the session you were saying you are so excited to talk about and how about those digital loans and how easy it would be, right? But then you realize it's not as easy. But I think it will get there. It's just that nowadays the utilization of the data is really very staggered, and people do it on individual basis. There is no, again, common data consolidation. So again, we talk from health tech to real estate up to that lending and marketing as well. Always talking about data sharing and data unavailability in Cambodia. So I think this is one of the key challenges we will have to tackle as a nation.
And I mean, how to keep balance in between, your privacy and then data, which is actually necessary for the sector. It will be very difficult. You kind of have two groups of people at the very back end of each other. Like one group is no data sharing, because data sharing mean violating my private data, and then you have the other end. Okay, you need to share data because it's good for industry. I mean, how to communicate those two would be a challenge.
I think this one won't be answered today. It wasn't answered today. It will not be answered probably tomorrow either. Right? The constant battle between regulatory need of because regulatory need for laws and protection of frameworks we have is necessary, because otherwise people will do whatever they want, and it will destabilize the entire financial system. But also, how do we let the innovations in? How do we let new startups to support the entire industry, right? That right balance is still a challenge, and I don't think so they will be able to answer it.
Yeah, I mean, if we are doing this with the telecom, for example, you still hear that's a complaint,
Yep, telecom is exactly same challenge.
Yeah, that's true.
Look, Nana, I had one probably concluding thought that stuck with me from that digitalization of lending. And again, I think it was idea, one of the panelists, or not idea, but it was sharing thought there. And it was on portable credit score. Like how essentially cool and great it would be one day we are able to take data that we have in Cambodia and we generate here, take data we generate during our travel in Europe or during our business trips in Europe, take the same data from United States and get a loan in Africa, for example, right?
Excellent.
How cool it would be to have the full portability and integrability across the nations. But I think that one of the panelists also mentioned it's a great idea, great vision. It will be very good to have that fully inclusive world.
It's something we can study.
We need to, it's something we can study, but we need to get it done first in Cambodia, right? So I guess we have a long journey ahead of us. And
many more events.
It will be all based on the data.
All right, I have two more points personally. Point number one, starting to see the presentation of a startup company here. I think this kind of platform is actually very helpful, because a lot of apps and innovative ideas. I didn't know. I'm here in Cambodia, and I'm quite very out.
He's here, right?
Yeah, and I'm quite, people who kind of know everything, but still I didn't know that they exist. So platform like this is very helpful. And then thought number two is actually not related to the topic, but I mean, for the last 2 days, this panel discussion this morning on health and technology was the only time that you have two female speakers.
Yes, we need more. We need absolutely
No,
more.
I just wanted to confirm that when it's come to health, taking care of human being, That's where women say, okay, even if I don't like technology, I will join technology.
It seems to be again that that humane aspect of all the tech subjects attracts more female experts and
That's
professionals.
true.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
you know what? That's the most important thing.
I think we need bigger balance there. So yes, absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah. All right. Wow. I didn't notice the time at all. So I don't know if we have to close now or we have to go on or what. Okay, now we can close.
All right. Coffee time. Well, dinner time.
Dinner time. All right. Can I have my script back here? Thank you very much, Thomas. That was very wonderful.
Thank you, Nana. Thanks for supporting.
Now, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for attending digitally from wherever you are, day 2 of the 5-day CamTech Summit 2021. So during today's session, we really have learned and heard a lot. We have just summarized everything for you about digital growth and policy that would help to put all plan in reality. What is clear from today's session is that all sector, both public and private policy makers and FinTech association have the same goal actually for Cambodia economy grow equipped with innovation and powered by digitalization. Thank you very much. I cannot go without thanking our sponsors. Pay for everything. Thank you very much. This year, CamTech is powered by Prudential. We want to thank also to the organizer of the event. Thanks to the National Bank of Cambodia, Cambodian Association Finance and Technology, the Association of Banks in Cambodia, and Cambodia Microfinance Association. Microfinance serve people always. Thanks to our silver sponsor, Khmer Enterprise, Inspire, Connect, Transform. Thanks AMK, Finance at your doorstep. Philip Bank, a member of Philip Capital Group, Singapore. Prince Bank, we try harder for you. And Visa, everywhere you want to be. Thanks to our brand sponsor, Esidada Bank, the bank you can trust, the bank for the people. Credit Bureau Cambodia, CBC, e-money, easy and safe. Jet Trust Royal Bank, simply better service. PBC Bank, easy banking. True Money, a leading fintech company in Southeast Asia. And Wing, the bank for every Cambodian. Of course, we don't forget our media partner for this event. Thanks to Cambodia Investment Review, Fresh News, My Time, Your Opinion Matters, PR News Wire, we tell your story to the world, and Sabai Happiness live here. Last but not least, thanks to our content partner, Bakong, the next generation mobile payment and banking. DQD, we deliver, we disinvest, we drive ahead, we are the diversitas. And iPay88 and WU Source. Alright, we did it. That's the day 2 of the 5 days event. Thank you very much, everyone. See you again tomorrow at 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Have a good evening.